This is an audio narration of The Crystal Crypt by Philip K. Dick, narrated by Shaun Acker. Attention, inner flight ship. Attention, you're ordered to land at the control center at Deimos for inspection. Attention, you are to land at once. The metallic rasp of the speaker echoed through the corridors of the great ship. The passengers glanced at each other uneasily, murmuring and peering out of the port windows at the small speck below, the dot of rock that was the Martian checkpoint, Deimos. "What's up?" an anxious passenger asked one of the pilots, hurrying through the ship to check the escape lock. "We have to land. Keep seated," the pilot went on. "Land? But why?" They all looked at each other. Hovering above the bulging inner flight ship were 3 slender Martian pursuit craft, poised and alert for any emergency. As the inner flight ship prepared to land, the pursuit ships dropped lower, carefully maintaining themselves a short distance away. "There's something going on," a woman passenger said nervously. "Lord, I thought we were finally through with those Martians. Now what?" "I don't blame them for giving us one last going over," a heavy-set businessman said to his companion. "After all, we are the last ship leaving Mars for Terra. We're damn lucky they let us go at all." "You really think there will be a war?" a young man said to the girl seated in the seat next to him. "Those Martians won't dare fight. Not with our weapons and ability to produce. We could take care of Mars in a month. It's all talk." The girl glanced at him. "Don't be so sure. Mars is desperate. They'll fight tooth and nail. I've been on Mars for 3 years." She shuddered. "Thank goodness I'm getting away. If prepare to land," the pilot's voice came. The ship began to settle slowly, dropping down toward the tiny emergency field on the seldom visited moon. Down, down the ship dropped. There was a grinding sound, a sickening jolt. Then, silence. "We've landed," the heavy-set businessman said. "They better not do anything to us. Terra will rip them apart if they violate one space article. Please keep your seats," the pilot's voice came. "No one is to leave the ship, according to the Martian authorities. We are to remain here." A restless stir filled the ship. Some of the passengers began to read uneasily. Others stared out at the deserted field, nervous and on edge, watching the 3 Martian pursuit ships land and disgorge groups of armed men. The Martian soldiers were crossing the field quickly, moving toward them, running double time. This inner-flight spaceship was the last passenger vessel to leave Mars for Terra. All other ships had long since left, returning to safety before the outbreak of hostilities. The passengers were the very last to go. The final group of Terrans to leave the grim red planet. Businessmen, expatriates, tourists, any and all Terrans who had not already gone home. "What do you suppose they want?" the young man said to the girl. "It's hard to figure Martians out, isn't it? First they give the ship clearance, let us take off, and now they radio us to set down again." "By the way, my name's Thatcher, Bob Thatcher. Since we're going to be here a while..." The port lock opened. Talking ceased abruptly as everyone turned. A black-clad Martian official, a province lighter, stood framed against the bleak sunlight, staring around the ship. Behind him, a handful of Martian soldiers stood waiting, their guns ready. "This will not take long," the lighter said, stepping into the ship, the soldiers following him. "You will be allowed to continue your trip shortly." An audible sigh of relief went through the passengers. "Look at him," the girl whispered to Thatcher. "Oh, I hate those black uniforms." "He's just a provincial lighter," Thatcher said. "Don't worry." The lighter stood for a moment, his hands on his hips, looking around at them without expression. "I have ordered your ship grounded so that an inspection can be made of all persons aboard," he said. "You Terrans are the last to leave our planet. Most of you are ordinary and harmless. I'm not interested in you. I'm interested in finding 3 saboteurs, 3 Terrans, 2 men and a woman who have committed an incredible act of destruction and violence. They are said to have fled to this ship." Murmurs of surprise and indignation broke out on all sides. The lighter motioned the soldiers to follow him up the aisle. 2 hours ago, a Martian city was destroyed. Nothing remains. Only a depression in the sand where the city was. The city and all its people have completely vanished. An entire city destroyed in a second. Mars will never rest until the saboteurs are captured, and we know they are aboard this ship. "It's impossible," the heavy-set businessman said. "There aren't any saboteurs here." "We'll begin with you," the lighter said to him, stepping up beside the man's seat. One of the soldiers passed the lighter a square metal box. "This will soon tell us if you're speaking the truth. Stand up. Get on your feet." The man rose slowly, flushing. "See here, are you involved in the destruction of the city?" "Answer." The man swallowed angrily. "I know nothing about any destruction of any city, and furthermore—" "He is telling the truth," the metal box said, tonelessly. "Next person." The lighter moved down the aisle. A thin, bald-headed man stood up nervously. "No, sir," he said. "I don't know a thing about it." "He is telling the truth," the box affirmed. "Next person. Stand up." One person after another stood, answered, and sat down again in relief. At last, there were only a few people left who had not been questioned. The lighter paused, studying them intently. "Only 5 left. The 3 must be among you. We have narrowed it down." His hand moved to his belt. Something flashed, a rod of pale fire. He raised the rod, pointing it steadily at the 5 people. "All right, the first one of you. What do you know about this destruction? Are you involved with the destruction of our city?" "No, not at all," the man murmured. "Yes, he's telling the truth," the box intoned. "Next." "Nothing. I know nothing. I had nothing to do with it." "True," the box said. The ship was silent. 3 people remained, a middle-aged man and his wife and their son, a boy of about 12. They stood in the corner, staring white-faced at the lighter, at the rod in his dark fingers. "It must be you," the lighter grated, moving toward them. The Martian soldiers raised their guns. "It must be you. You there, the boy. What do you know about the destruction of our city? Answer!" The boy shook his head. "Nothing," he whispered. The box was silent for a moment. "He is telling the truth," it said reluctantly. "Next." "Nothing," the woman muttered. "Nothing." "The truth." "Next." "I had nothing to do with blowing up your city," the man said. "You're wasting your time." "It is the truth," the box said. For a long time the lighter stood, toying with his rod. At last he pushed it back in his belt and signaled the soldiers toward the exit lock. "You may proceed on your trip," he said. He walked after the soldiers. At the hatch, he stopped, looking back at the passengers, his face grim. "You may go, but Mars will not allow their enemies to escape. The 3 saboteurs will be caught, I promise you." He rubbed his dark jaw thoughtfully. "It is strange. I was certain they were on this ship." Again he looked coldly around at the Terrans. "Perhaps I was wrong. All right, proceed. But remember, the 3 will be caught, even if it takes endless years. Mars will catch them and punish them. I swear it." For a long time, no one spoke. The ship lumbered through space again, its jets firing evenly, calmly, moving the passengers toward their own planet, toward home. Behind them, Deimos and the red ball that was Mars dropped farther and farther away each moment, disappearing and fading into the distance. A sigh of relief passed through the passengers. "What a lot of hot air that was," one grumbled. "Barbarians," a woman said. A few of them stood up, moving out into the aisle, toward the lounge and the cocktail bar. Beside Thatcher, the girl got to her feet, pulling her jacket around her shoulders. "Pardon me," she said, stepping past him. "Going to the bar?" Thatcher said. "Mind if I come along?" "I suppose not." They followed the others into the lounge, walking together up the aisle. "You know," Thatcher said, "I don't even know your name yet." "My name is Mara Gordon." "Mara? That's a nice name. What part of Terra are you from? North America? New York?" "I've been in New York," Mara said. "New York is very lovely." She was slender and pretty, with a cloud of dark hair tumbling down her neck against her leather jacket. They entered the lounge and stood undecided. "Let's sit at a table," Mara said, looking around at the people at the bar, mostly men. "Perhaps that table over there." "But someone's already there," Thatcher said. The heavy-set businessman had sat down at the table and deposited his sample case to the floor. "Do we want to sit with him?" "Oh, it's all right," Mara said, crossing to the table. "May we sit here?" she said to the man. The man looked up, half rising. "It's a pleasure," he murmured. He studied Thatcher intently. "However, a friend of mine will be joining me in a moment." "I'm sure there's room enough for us all," Mara said. She seated herself and Thatcher helped her with her chair. He sat down too, glancing up suddenly at Mara and the businessman. They were looking at each other almost as if something had passed between them. The man was middle-aged, with a florid face and tired grey eyes. His hands were mottled with the veins showing thickly. At the moment he was tapping nervously. "My name's Thatcher," Thatcher said to him, holding out his hand. "Bob Thatcher. Since we're going to be together for a while, we might as well get to know each other." The man studied him. Slowly his hand came out. "Why not? My name's Erickson. Ralph Erickson." "Erickson?" Thatcher smiled. "You look like a commercial man to me." He nodded toward the sample case on the floor. "Am I right?" The man named Erickson started to answer, but at that moment there was a stir. A thin man of about 30 had come up to the table, his eyes bright, staring down at them warmly. "Well, we're on our way," he said to Erickson. "Hello, Mara." He pulled out a chair and sat down quickly, folding his hands on the table before him. He noticed Thatcher and drew back a little. "Pardon me," he murmured. "Bob Thatcher is my name," Thatcher said. "I hope I'm not intruding here." He glanced around at the three of them, Mara, alert, watching him intently, heavy-set Erickson, his face blank, and this person. "Say, do you three know each other?" he asked suddenly. There was silence. The robot attendant slid over soundlessly, poised to take their orders. Erickson roused himself. "Let's see," he murmured. "What'll we have, Mara?" "Whiskey and water." "You, Jan?" The bright, slim man smiled. "The same." "Thatcher?" "Gin and tonic." "Whiskey and water for me also," Erickson said. The robot attendant went off. It returned at once with the drinks, setting them on the table. Each took his own. "Well," Erickson said, holding his glass up, "to our mutual success." All drank, Thatcher and the three of them, heavy-set Erickson, Mara, her eyes nervous, and alert Jan, who had just come. Again a look passed between Mara and Erickson, a look so swift that he would not have caught it had he not been looking directly at her. "What line do you represent, Mr. Erickson?" Thatcher asked. Erickson glanced at him, then down at the sample case on the floor. He grunted. "Well, as you can see, I'm a salesman." Thatcher smiled. "I knew it. You can always spot a salesman right off by his sample case. A salesman always has to carry something to show. What are you in, sir?" Erickson paused. He licked his thick lips, his eyes blank and lidded, like a toad's. At last he rubbed his mouth with his hand and reached down, lifting up the sample case. He set it on the table in front of them. "Well," he said, "perhaps we might even show Mr. Thatcher." They all stared down at the sample case. It seemed to be an ordinary leather case with a metal handle and a snap lock. I'm getting curious, Thatcher said. What's in there? You're all so tense. Diamonds, stolen jewels. Jan laughed harshly, mirthlessly. Eric, put it down. We're not far enough away yet. Nonsense, Eric rumbled. We're away, Jan. Please, Mara whispered. Wait, Eric. Wait. Why? What for? You're so accustomed to— Eric, Mara said. She nodded toward Thatcher. We don't know him, Eric, please. He's a Terran, isn't he? Erickson said. All Terrans are together in these times. He fumbled suddenly at the catch lock on the case. Yes, Mr. Thatcher, I'm a salesman. We're all salesmen, the three of us. Then you do know each other? Yes, Erickson nodded. His two companions sat rigidly, staring down. Yes, we do. Here, I'll show you our line. He opened the case. From it, he took a letter knife, a pencil sharpener, a glass globe paperweight, a box of thumbtacks, a stapler, some clips, a plastic ashtray, and some things Thatcher could not identify. He placed the objects in a row in front of him on the table. Then he closed the sample case. I gather you're in office supplies? Thatcher said. He touched the letter knife with his finger. Nice quality steel. Looks like Swedish steel to me. Erickson nodded, looking into Thatcher's face. Not really an impressive business, is it? Office supplies, ashtrays, paper clips, he smiled. Oh, Thatcher shrugged. Why not? They're a necessity in modern business. The only thing I wonder— What's that? Well, I wonder how you'd ever find enough customers on Mars to make it worth your while. He paused, examining the glass paperweight. He lifted it up, holding it to the light, staring at the scene within until Erickson took it out of his hand and put it back in the sample case. And another thing. If you three know each other, why did you sit apart when you got on? They looked at him quickly. And why didn't you speak to each other until we left Deimos? He leaned toward Erickson, smiling at him. 2 men and a woman, 3 of you, sitting apart in the ship, not speaking, not until the check station was passed. I find myself thinking over what the Martians said. 3 saboteurs, a woman and 2 men. Erickson put the things back in the sample case. He was smiling, but his face had gone chalk white. Mara stared down, playing with a drop of water on the edge of her glass. Jan clenched his lips together nervously, blinking rapidly. You 3 are the ones the lighter was after, Thatcher said softly. You are the destroyers, the saboteurs. But their lie detector, why didn't it trap you? How did you get by that? And now you're safe, outside the check station. He grinned, staring around at them. I'll be damned. And I really thought you were a salesman, Erickson. You really fooled me. Erickson relaxed a little. Well, Mr. Thatcher, it's in a good cause. I'm sure you have no love for Mars either. No Terran does. And I see you're leaving with the rest of us. True, Thatcher said. You must certainly have an interesting account to give, the 3 of you. He looked around the table. We still have an hour or so of travel. Sometimes it gets dull, this Martian terror run. Nothing to see, nothing to do but sit and drink in the lounge. He raised his eyes slowly. Any chance you'd like to spin a story to keep us awake? Jan and Mara looked at Erickson. Go on, Jan said. He knows who we are. Tell him the rest of the story. You might as well, Mara said. Jan let out a big sigh suddenly, a sigh of relief. Let's put the cards on the table, get this weight off us. I'm tired of sneaking around, slipping. Sure, Erickson said expansively. Why not? He settled back in his chair, unbuttoning his vest. Certainly, Mr. Thatcher, I'll be glad to spin you a story. And I'm sure it'll be interesting enough to keep you awake. They ran through the grove of dead trees, leaping across the sun-baked Martian soil, running silently together. They went up a little rise, across a narrow ridge. Suddenly, Eric stopped, throwing himself down flat on the ground. The others did the same, pressing themselves against the soil, gasping for breath. "Be silent," Eric muttered. He raised himself a little. "No noise. There'll be lighters nearby from now on. We don't dare take any chances." Between the three people lying in the grove of dead trees and the city was a barren, level waste of desert, over a mile of blasted sand. No trees or bushes marred the smooth, parched surface. Only an occasional wind, a dry wind eddying and twisting, blew the sand up into little rills. A faint odor came to them, a bitter smell of heat and sand carried by the wind. Eric pointed. "Look, the city, there it is!" They stared, still breathing deeply from their race through the trees. The city was close, closer than they had ever seen it before. Never had they gotten so close to it in times past. Terrans were never allowed near the great Martian cities, the centers of Martian life. Even in ordinary times, when there was no threat of approaching war, the Martians shrewdly kept all Terrans away from their citadels, partly from fear, partly from a deep, innate sense of hostility toward the white-skinned visitors, whose commercial ventures had earned them the respect and the dislike of the whole system. "How does it look to you?" Eric said. The city was huge, much larger than they had imagined from the drawings and models they had studied so carefully back in New York, in the War Ministry office. Huge it was, huge and stark. Black towers rising up against the sky, incredibly thin columns of ancient metal, columns that had stood against wind and sun for centuries. Around the city was a wall of stone, red stone, immense bricks that had been lugged there and fitted into place by slaves of the early Martian dynasties, under the whiplash of the first great kings of Mars. An ancient, sun-baked city, a city set in the middle of a waste plain, beyond groves of trees, a city seldom seen by Terrans, but a city studied on maps and charts in every war office on Terra. A city that contained, for all its ancient stone and archaic towers, the ruling group of all Mars, the Council of Senior Lighters, black-clad men who governed and ruled with an iron hand. The Senior Lighters, 12 fanatic and devoted men, black priests, but priests with flashing rods of fire, lie detectors, rocket ships, intra-space cannon, and many more things the Terran Senate could only conjecture about. The Senior Lighters and their subordinate province lighters. Eric and the two behind him suppressed a shudder. "We've got to be careful," Eric said again. "We'll be passing among them soon. If they guess who we are or what we're here for..." He snapped open the case he carried, glancing inside for a second. Then he closed it again, grasping the handle firmly. "Let's go," he said. He stood up slowly. "You two come beside me. I want to make sure you two look the way you should." Mara and Jan stepped quickly ahead. Eric studied them critically as the three of them walked slowly down the slope onto the plain, toward the narrowing black spires of the city. "Jan," Eric said, "take hold of her hand. Remember, you're going to marry her. She's your bride. And Martian peasants think a lot of their brides." Jan was dressed in the short trousers and coat of the Martian farmer, a knotted rope tied around his waist, a hat on his head to keep off the sun. His skin was dark, colored by dye until it was almost bronze. "You look fine," Eric said to him. He glanced at Mara. Her black hair was tied in a knot, looped through a hollowed-out uke bone. Her face was dark too, dark and lined with colored ceremonial pigment, green and orange stripes across her cheeks. Earrings were strung through her ears. On her feet were tiny slippers of perahide laced around her ankles, and she wore long, translucent Martian trousers with a bright sash tied around her waist. Between her small breasts, A chain of stone beads rested, good luck charms for the coming marriage. "All right," Eric said. He, himself, wore the flowing grey robe of a Martian priest, dirty robes that were supposed to remain on him all his life, to be buried around him when he died. "I think we'll get past the guards. There should be heavy morning traffic on the road." They walked on, the hard sand crunching under their feet. Against the horizon, they could see specks moving, other persons going toward the city, farmers and peasants and merchants, bringing their crops and goods to market. "See the cart!" Mara exclaimed. They were nearing a narrow road, 2 ruts worn into the sand. A Martian huffer was pulling the cart, its great sides wet with perspiration, its tongue hanging out. The cart was piled high with bales of cloth, rough country cloth, hand-dipped. A bent farmer urged the huffer on. "And there," she pointed, smiling. A group of merchants riding small animals were moving along behind the cart. Martians in long robes, their faces hidden by sand masks. On each animal was a pack, carefully tied on with rope. And beyond the merchants, plodding dully along, were peasants and farmers in an endless procession, some riding carts or animals, but mostly on foot. Mara and Jan and Eric joined the line of people, melting in behind the merchants. No one noticed them. No one looked up or gave any sign. The march continued as before. Neither Jan nor Mara said anything to each other. They walked a little behind Eric, who paced with a certain dignity, a certain bearing becoming his position. Once he slowed down, pointing up at the sky. "Look," he murmured, in the Martian hill dialect. "See that?" 2 black dots circled lazily. Martian patrol craft, the military on the outlook for any sign of unusual activity. War was almost ready to break out with Terra. Any day, almost any moment. "We'll be just in time," Eric said. "Tomorrow will be too late. The last ship will have left Mars." "I hope nothing stops us," Mara said. "I want to get back home when we're through." Half an hour passed. They neared the city, the wall growing as they walked, rising higher and higher until it seemed to blot out the sky itself. A vast wall, a wall of eternal stone that had felt the wind and sun for centuries. A group of Martian soldiers was standing at the entrance, the single passage gate hewn into the rock, leading to the city. As each person went through, the soldiers examined them, poking his garments, looking into his load. Eric tensed. The line had slowed almost to a halt. "It'll be our turn soon," he murmured. "Be prepared." "Let's hope no lighters come around," Jan said. "The soldiers aren't so bad." Mara was staring up at the wall and the towers beyond. Under their feet, the ground trembled, vibrating and shaking. She could see tongues of flames rising from the towers, from the deep underground factories and forges of the city. The air was thick and dense with particles of soot. Mara rubbed her mouth, coughing. "Here they come," Eric said softly. The merchants had been examined and allowed to pass through the dark gate, the entrance through the wall to the city. They and their silent animals had already disappeared in sight. The leader of the group of soldiers was beckoning impatiently to Eric, waving him on. "Come along," he said. "Hurry up there, old man." Eric advanced slowly, his arms wrapped around his body, looking down at the ground. "Who are you, and what's your business here?" The soldier demanded, his hands on his hip, his gun hanging idly at his waist. Most of the soldiers were lounging lazily, leaning against the wall, some even squatting in the shade. Flies crawled on the face of one who had fallen asleep, his gun on the ground beside him. "My business?" Eric murmured. "I am a village priest." "Why do you want to enter the city?" "I must bring these 2 people before the magistrate to marry them." He indicated Mara and Jan, standing a little behind him. "That is the law the lighters have made." The soldier laughed. He circled around Eric. "What do you have in that bag you carry?" "Laundry.
We stay the night.
What village are you from?
Kronos.
Kronos. The soldier looked to a companion. Ever heard of Kronos?
A backward pigsty. I saw it once on a hunting trip.
The leader of the soldiers nodded to Jan and Mara. The two of them advanced, their hands clasped, standing close together. One of the soldiers put his hand on Mara's bare shoulder, turning her around.
Nice little wife you're getting, he said. Good and firm-looking.
He winked, grinning lewdly. Jan glanced at him in sullen resentment. The soldiers guffawed.
All right, the leader said to Eric. You people can pass.
Eric took a small purse from his robes and gave the soldier a coin. Then the three of them went into the dark tunnel that was the entrance, passing through the wall of stone and into the city beyond. They were in the city.
Now, Eric whispered. Hurry!
Around them, the city roared and cracked, the sound of 1,000 vents and machines, shaking the stones under their feet. Eric led Mara and Jan into a corner by a row of brick warehouses. People were everywhere, hurrying back and forth, shouting above the din, merchants, peddlers, soldiers, street women. Eric bent down and opened the case he carried. From the case, he quickly took 3 small coils of fine metal. Intricate meshed wires and veins worked together into a small cone. Jan took one and Mara took one. Eric put the remaining cone into his robe and snapped the case shut again.
Now remember, the coils must be buried in such a way that the line runs through the center of the city. We must trisect the main section, where the largest concentration of buildings is. Remember the maps. Watch the alleys and streets carefully. Talk to no one if you can help it. Each of you has enough Martian money to buy your way out of trouble. Watch especially for the cut purses, and for heaven's sake, don't get lost.
Eric broke off. 2 black-clad lighters were coming along the inside of the wall, strolling together with their hands behind their backs. They noticed the 3 who stood in the corner by the warehouses and stopped.
Go, Eric muttered, and be back here at sundown.
He smiled grimly.
Or never come back.
Each went off on a different way, walking quietly without looking back. The lighters watched them go.
The little bride was quite lovely, one lighter said. Those ill people have the stamp of nobility in their blood from the old times. A very lucky young peasant to possess her, the other said.
They went on. Eric looked after them, still smiling a little. Then he joined the surging mass of people that milled eternally through the streets of the city. At dusk, they met outside the gate. The sun was soon to set, and the air had turned thin and frigid. It cut through their clothing like knives. Mara huddled against Jan, trembling and rubbing her bare arms.
Well, Eric said, did you both succeed?
Around them, peasants and merchants were pouring from the entrance, leaving the city to return to their farms and villages, starting the long trip back across the plain toward the hills beyond. None of them noticed the shivering girl and the young man and the old priest standing by the wall.
Mine's in place,
Jan said.
On the other side of the city, on the extreme edge, buried by a well.
Mine's in the industrial section,
Mara whispered, her teeth chattering.
Jan, give me something to put over me. I'm freezing.
Good, Eric said. Then the 3 coils should trisect dead center if the models were correct.
He looked up at the darkening sky. Already, stars were beginning to show. 2 dots, the evening patrol, moved slowly toward the horizon.
Let's hurry. It won't be long.
They joined the line of Martians moving along the road, away from the city. Behind them, the city was losing itself in the somber tones of night, its black spires disappearing into darkness. They walked silently with the country people until the flat ridge of dead trees became visible on the horizon. Then they left the road and turned off, walking toward the trees.
Almost time,
Eric said. He increased his pace, looking back at Jan and Mara impatiently.
Come on!
They hurried, making their way through the twilight, stumbling over rocks and dead branches, up the other side of the ridge. At the top, Eric halted, standing with his hands on his hips, looking back.
"See," he murmured, "the city. The last time we'll ever see it this way."
Can I sit down?
Mara said.
My feet hurt me.
Jan pulled at Eric's sleeve.
Hurry, Eric, not much time left.
He laughed nervously.
If everything goes right, we'll be able to look at it forever.
"But not like this,"
Eric murmured. He squatted down, snapping his case open. He took some tubes and wiring out and assembled them together on the ground, at the peak of the ridge. A small pyramid of wire and plastic grew, shaped by his expert hands. At last he grunted, standing up.
"All right."
Is it pointed directly at the city?
Mara asked anxiously, looking down at the pyramid. Eric nodded.
"Yes, it's placed according—"
He stopped, suddenly stiffening.
"Get back! It's time! Hurry!"
Jan ran, down the far side of the slope, away from the city, pulling Mara with him. Eric came quickly after, still looking back at the distant spires, almost lost in the night sky.
"Down!"
Jan sprawled out, Mara beside him, her body trembling pressed against his. Eric settled down into the sand and dead branches, still trying to see.
"I want to see it,"
he murmured.
"A miracle! I want to see!"
A flash! A blinding burst of violet light lit up the sky. Eric clapped his hands over his eyes. The flash whitened, growing larger, expanding. Suddenly there was a roar, and a furious hot wind rushed past him, throwing him on his face in the sand. The hot, dry wind licked and seared at them, crackling the bits of branches into flame. Mara and Jan shut their eyes, pressed tightly together.
"God!"
Eric muttered. The storm passed. They opened their eyes slowly. The sky was still alive with fire, a drifting cloud of sparks that was beginning to dissipate with the night wind. Eric stood up unsteadily, helping Jan and Mara to their feet. The three of them stood, staring silently across the dark waste, the black plain, none of them speaking. The city was gone. At last, Eric turned away.
"That part's done," he said. "Now the rest. Give me a hand, Jan. There'll be 1,000 patrol ships around here in a minute."
I see one already,
Mara said, pointing up. A spot winked in the sky, a rapidly moving spot.
They're coming back, Eric.
There was a throb of chilling fear in her voice.
"I know."
Eric and Jan squatted on the ground against the pyramid of tubes and plastic, pulling the pyramid apart. The pyramid was fused together like molten glass. Eric tore the pieces away with trembling fingers. From the remains of the pyramid he pulled something forth, something he held up high, trying to make it out in the darkness. Jan and Mara came close to see, both staring up intently, almost without breathing.
"There it is,"
Eric said.
"There!"
In his hand was a globe, a small, transparent globe of glass. Within the glass something moved, something minute and fragile, spires almost too small to be seen, microscopic, a complex web swimming within the whole glass globe, a web of spires, a city. Eric put the globe into the case and snapped it shut.
"Let's go,"
he said. They began to lope back through the trees, back the way they had come before.
"We'll change in the car," he said as they ran. "I think we should keep these clothes on until we're actually inside the car. We might still encounter someone."
"I'll be glad to get my own clothing on again," Jan said. "I feel funny in these little pants."
How do you think I feel?
Mara gasped.
I'm freezing in this, what there is of it.
"All young Martian brides dress that way,"
Eric said. He clutched the case tightly as they ran.
"I think it looks fine."
Thank you, Mara said. But it's cold.
What do you suppose they'll think? Jan asked. They'll assume the city was destroyed, won't they? That's certain.
"Yes,"
Eric said.
"They'll be sure it was blown up. We can count on that." And it'll be damn important to us that they think so.
The car should be around here someplace,
Mara said, slowing down.
No, farther on, Eric said. Past that little hill over there, in the ravine by the trees. So hard to see where we are.
Shall I light something? Jan said.
No, there may be patrols around who...
He halted abruptly. Jan and Mara stopped beside him. What? Mara began. A light glimmered. Something stirred in the darkness. There was a sound.
Quick!
Eric rasped. He dropped, throwing the case far away from him, into the bushes. He straightened up tensely. A figure loomed, moving through the darkness, and behind it came more figures, men, soldiers in uniform. The light flashed up brightly, blinding them. Eric closed his eyes. The light left him, touching Mara and Jan, standing silently together, clasping hands. Then it flickered down to the ground and around in a circle. A lighter stepped forward, a tall figure in black, with his soldiers close behind him, their guns ready.
You three, the lighter said. Who are you? Don't move! Stand where you are!
He came up to Eric, peering at him intently, his hard Martian face without expression. He went all around Eric, examining his robes, his sleeves.
Please,
Eric began in a quivering voice, but the lighter cut him off.
I'll do the talking. Who are you three? What are you doing here? Speak up!
We're going back to our village,
Eric muttered, staring down, his hands folded.
We were in the city, but now we're going home.
One of the soldiers spoke into a mouthpiece. He clicked it off and put it away. Come with me, the lighter said. We're taking you in. Hurry along.
In? Back to the city?
One of the soldiers laughed.
Ha ha ha! The city is gone, he said. All that's left of it you can put in the palm of your hand.
But what happened?
Mara said.
No one knows. Come on, hurry up.
There was a sound. A soldier came quickly out of the darkness.
A senior lighter, he said. Coming this way.
He disappeared again.
A senior lighter.
The soldiers stood waiting, standing at a respectful attention. A moment later, the senior lighter stepped into the light. A black-clad old man, his ancient face thin and hard, like a bird's, eyes bright and alert. He looked from Eric to Jan.
Who are these people?
He demanded. Villagers going back home.
No, they're not. They don't stand like villagers. Villagers slump, diet, poor food. These people are not villagers. I myself came from the hills and I know.
He stepped closer to Eric, looking keenly into his face.
Who are you? Look at his chin. He never shaved with a sharpened stone. Something's wrong here.
In his hand, a rod of pale fire flashed.
The city is gone, and with it at least half the lighter council. It is very strange. A flash, and then heat, and then wind, but it was not fission. I am puzzled. All at once the city has vanished. Nothing is left but a depression in the sand.
We'll take them in, the other lighter said.
Soldiers, surround them. Make certain that—
Run!
Eric cried. He struck out, knocking the rod from the senior lighter's hand. They were all running, soldiers shouting, flashing their lights, stumbling across each other in the darkness. Eric dropped to his knees, groping frantically in the bushes. His fingers closed over the handle of the case, and he leaped up. In Terran, he shouted to Mara and Jan.
Hurry! Go to the car! Run!
He set off, down the slope, stumbling through the darkness. He could hear soldiers behind him, soldiers running and falling. A body collided against him, and he struck out. Someplace behind him there was a hiss, and a section of the slope went up in flames. The lighter's rod!
Eric!
Mara cried from the darkness. He ran toward her. Suddenly he slipped, falling on a stone. Confusion and firing. The sound of excited voices.
Eric, is that you?
Jan caught hold of him, helping him up.
The car! It's over there! Where's Mara? I'm here!
Mara's voice came.
Over here by the car!
A light flashed. A tree went up in a puff of fire, and Eric felt the singe of heat against his face. He and Jan made their way toward the girl. Mara's hand caught his in the darkness.
"Now the car,"
Eric said.
"if they haven't got to it."
He slid down the slope into the ravine, fumbling in the darkness, reaching and holding onto the handle of the case, reaching. He touched something cold and smooth. Metal, a metal door handle. Relief flooded through him.
"I've found it, Jan! Get inside! Mara, come on!"
He pushed Jan past him, into the car. Mara slipped in after Jan, her small, agile body crowding in beside him.
"Stop!"
A voice shouted from above.
"There's no use hiding in that ravine. We'll get you. Come up and—"
The sound of voices was drowned out by the roar of the car's motor. A moment later they shot into the darkness, the car rising into the air. Treetops broke and cracked under them as Eric turned the car from side to side, avoiding the groping shafts of pale light from below, the last furious thrusts from the two lighters and their soldiers. Then they were away. Above the trees, high in the air, gaining speed each moment, leaving the knot of Martians far behind. "Toward Marsport," Jan said to Eric. "Right?" Eric nodded.
"Yes, we'll land outside the field in the hills. We can change back in our regular clothing there, our commercial clothing. Damn it! We'll be lucky if we can get there in time for the ship."
"The last ship," Mara whispered, her chest rising and falling. "What if we don't get there in time?" Eric looked down at the leather case in his lap.
"We'll have to get there," he murmured. "We must."
For a long time there was a silence. Thatcher stared at Erickson. The older man was leaning back in his chair, sipping a little of his drink. Mara and Jan were silent. "So you didn't destroy the city," Thatcher said. "You didn't destroy it at all. You shrank it down and put it in a glass globe, in a paperweight. And now you're a salesman again with a simple case of office supplies." Erickson smiled. He opened the briefcase and reached into it and brought out the glass globe paperweight. He held it up, looking into it.
"Yes. We stole the whole city from the Martians. That's how we got by the lie detector. It was true that we knew nothing about a destroyed city."
"But why?" Thatcher said. "Why steal a city? Why not merely bomb it?" "Ransom," Mara said fervently, gazing into the globe, her dark eyes bright. "Their biggest city, half of their council, is in Eric's hand."
"Mars will have to do what Terra asks," Erickson said. "Now Terra will be able to make her commercial demands felt. Maybe there won't even be a war. Perhaps Terra will get away without fighting."
Still smiling, he put the globe back into the briefcase and locked it. "Quite a story," Thatcher said. "What an amazing process. Reduction of size? A whole city reduced to microscopic dimensions? Amazing. No wonder you were able to escape. With such daring as that, no one would hope to stop you." He looked down at the briefcase on the floor. Underneath them, the jets murmured and vibrated evenly as the ship moved through space toward distant Terra. "We still have quite a way to go," Jan said. "You've heard our story, Thatcher. Why not tell us yours? What sort of line are you in? What's your business?" "Yes," Mara said. "What do you do?" "What do I do?" Thatcher said. "Well, if you like, I'll show you." He reached into his coat and brought out something. Something that flashed and glinted. Something slender. A rod of pale fire. The three stared at it. Sickened shock settled over them slowly. Thatcher held the rod loosely, calmly, pointing it at Erickson. "We knew you three were on this ship," he said. "There was no doubt of that. But we did not know what had become of the city. My theory was that the city had not been destroyed at all, that something else had happened to it. Council instruments measured a sudden loss of mass in that area, a decrease equal to the mass of the city. Somehow the city had been spirited away, not destroyed. But I could not convince the other council lighters of it. I had to follow you alone." Thatcher turned a little, nodding to the men sitting at the bar. The men rose at once, coming toward the table. A very interesting process you have. Mars will benefit a great deal from it. Perhaps it will even turn the tide in our favor. When we return to Marsport, I wish to begin work on it at once. And now, if you will please pass me the briefcase. That was an audio narration of The Crystal Crypt by Philip K. Dick, narrated by Shaun Acker. The end. This is an audio narration of Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick, narrated by Shaun Acker. They had almost finished with the loading. Outside stood the Optus, his arms folded, his face sunk in gloom. Captain Franco walked leisurely down the gangplank, grinning. "What's the matter?" he said. "You're getting paid for all this." The Optus said nothing. He turned away, collecting his robes. The captain put his boot on the hem of the robe. "Just a minute. Don't go off. I'm not finished."
Oh?
The Optus turned with dignity.
I'm going back to the village.
He looked toward the animals and birds being driven up the gangplank into the spaceship.
I must organize new hunts.
Franco lit a cigarette. "Why not? You people can go out into the veldt and track it all down again, but when we run out halfway between Mars and Earth..." The Optus went off, wordless. Franco joined the first mate at the bottom of the gangplank. "How's it going?" he said. He looked at his watch. "We got a good bargain here." The mate glanced at him sourly. "How do you explain that?" "What's the matter with you? We need it more than they do." "I'll see you later, Captain." The mate threaded his way up the plank, between the long-legged Martian go-birds into the ship. Franco watched him disappear. He was just starting up after him, up the plank toward the port, when he saw it. "My God!" He stood staring, his hands on his hips. Peterson was walking along the path, his face red, leading it by a string. "I'm sorry, Captain," he said, tugging at the string. Franco walked toward him. "What is it?" The wub stood sagging, its great body settling down. It was sitting down, its eyes half shut. A few flies buzzed about its flank, and it switched its tail. It sat. There was silence. "It's a wub," Peterson said. "I got it from a native for 50 cents. He said it was a very unusual animal, very respected." "This?" Franco poked the great sloping side of the wub. "It's a pig! A huge, dirty pig!" "Yes, sir, it's a pig. The natives call it a wub." "A huge pig. Must weigh 400 pounds. Franco grabbed a tuft of the rough hair. The wub gasped, its eyes opened, small and moist. Then its great mouth twitched. A tear rolled down the wub's cheek and splashed on the floor. "Maybe it's good to eat," Peterson said nervously. "We'll soon find out," Franco said. The wub survived the takeoff, sound asleep in the hold of the ship. When they were out in space and everything was running smoothly, Captain Franco bade his men fetch the wub upstairs so that he might perceive what manner of beast it was. The wub grunted and wheezed, squeezing up the passageway. "Come on," Jones grated, pulling at the rope. The wub twisted, rubbing its skin off on the smooth chrome walls. It burst into the anteroom, tumbling down in a heap. The men leaped up. "Good Lord," French said. "What is it?" "Peterson says it's a wub," Jones said. "It belongs to him." He kicked at the wub. The wub stood up, unsteadily, panting. "What's the matter with it?" French came over. "Is it going to be sick?" They watched. The wub rolled its eyes mournfully. It gazed around at the men. "I think it's thirsty," Peterson said. He went over to get some water. French shook his head. No wonder we had so much trouble taking off. I had to reset all my ballast calculations. Peterson came back with the water. The wub began to lap gratefully, splashing the men. Captain Franco appeared at the door. "Let's have a look at it," he advanced, squinting critically. "You got this for 50 cents? "Yes, sir," Peterson said. "It eats almost anything. I fed it on grain and it like that, and then potatoes and mash and scraps from the table and milk. It seems to enjoy eating. After it eats, it lies down and goes to sleep." "I see," Captain Franco said. "Now, as to its taste, that's the real question. I doubt if there's much point in fattening it up any more. It seems fat enough to me already. Where's the cook? I want him here. I want him to find out." The wub stopped lapping and looked up at the captain. "Really, Captain," the wub said. "I suggest we talk of other matters." The room was silent. "What was that?" Franco said. "Just now?" "The wub, sir," Peterson said. "It spoke." They all looked at the wub. "What did it say? What did it say?" "It suggested we talk about other things." Franco walked toward the wub. He went all around it, examining it from every side. Then he came back over and stood with the men. "I wonder if there's a native inside of it," he said thoughtfully. "Maybe we should open it up and have a look." "Oh, goodness!" the wub cried. "Is that all you people can think of? Killing and cutting?" Franco clenched his fists. "Come out of there! Whoever you are, come out!" Nothing stirred. The men stood together, their faces blank, staring at the wub. The wub swished its tail. It belched suddenly. "I beg your pardon," the wub said. "I don't think there's anyone in there," Jones said in a low voice. They all looked at each other. The cook came in. "You wanted me, Captain?" he said. "What's this thing?" "This is a wub," Franco said. "It's to be eaten. Will you measure it and figure out it?" "I think we should have a talk," the wub said. "I'd like to discuss this with you, Captain, if I might. I see that you and I do not agree on some basic issues." The captain took a long time to answer. The wub waited good-naturedly, licking the water from its jowls. "Come into my office," the captain said at last. He turned and walked out of the room. The wub rose and padded after him. The men watched it go out. They heard it climbing the stairs. "I wonder what the outcome will be," the cook said. "Well, I'll be in the kitchen. Let me know as soon as you hear." "Sure," Jones said. "Sure." The wub eased itself down in the corner with a sigh. "Ah, you must forgive me," it said. "I'm afraid I'm addicted to various forms of relaxation. When one is as large as I—" The captain nodded impatiently. He sat down at his desk and folded his hands. "All right," he said. "Let's get started. You're a wub, is that correct?" The wub shrugged. "I suppose so. That's what they call us. The natives, I mean. We have our own term." "And you speak English? You've been in contact with Earthmen before?" "No." "Then how do you do it?" "Speak English? I am speaking English. I'm not conscious of speaking anything in particular. I examined your mind and—" "My mind?" "I studied the contents, especially the semantic warehouse, as I refer to it. I see," the captain said. "Telepathy, of course." "We are a very old race," the wub said. "Very old and very ponderous. It is difficult for us to move around. You can appreciate that anything so slow and heavy would be at the mercy of more agile forms of life. There was no use in our relying on physical defenses. How could we win? Too heavy to run, too soft to fight, too good-natured to hunt for game." "How do you live?" "Plants, vegetables. We can eat almost anything. We're very Catholic, tolerant, eclectic, Catholic. We live and let live. That's how we've gotten along." The wub eyed the captain.
And that is why I so violently object to this business about having me boiled. I could see the image in your mind. Most of me in the frozen food locker, some of me in the kettle, a bit for your pet cat.
So you read minds? The captain said. How interesting. Anything else? I mean, what else can you do along those lines?
A few odds and ends,
the wub said absently, staring around the room.
Nice apartment you have here, Captain. You keep it quite neat.
I respect life forms that are tidy. Some Martian birds are quite tidy. They throw things out of their nests and sweep them. Indeed, the captain nodded. But to get back to the problem,
quite so. You spoke of dining on me. The taste, I'm told, is good. A little fatty, but tender. How can any lasting contact be established between your people and mine if you resort to such barbaric attitudes? Eat me. Rather, you should discuss questions with me. Philosophy, the arts.
The captain stood up. Philosophy. It might interest you to know that we would be hard put to find something to eat in the next month. An unfortunate spoilage.
I know, the wub nodded. But wouldn't it be more in accord with your principles of democracy if we all drew straws or something along that line? After all, democracy is to protect the minority from such infringements. Now, if each of us casts one vote...
The captain walked to the door. Nuts to you, he said. He opened the door. He opened his mouth. He stood frozen, his mouth wide, his eyes staring, his fingers still on the knob. The wub watched him. Presently it padded out of the room, edging past the captain. It went down the hall, deep in meditation. The room was quiet.
So you see, the wub said, we have a common myth. Your mind contains many familiar myth symbols. Ishtar, Odysseus.
Peterson sat silently, staring at the floor. He shifted in his chair. Go on, he said. Please go on.
I find in your Odysseus a figure common to the mythology of most self-conscious races. As I interpret it, Odysseus wanders as an individual, aware of himself as such. This is the idea of separation from family and country, the process of individuation.
But Odysseus returns to his home. Peterson looked out of the port window, at the stars, endless stars, burning intently in the empty universe. Finally, he gets home.
As must all creatures. The moment of separation is a temporary period, a brief journey of the soul. It begins, it ends. The wanderer returns to land and race.
The door opened. The wub stopped, turning its great head. Captain Franco came into the room, the men behind him. They hesitated at the door. Are you all right? French said. Do you mean me? Peterson said, surprised. Why me? Franco lowered his gun. Come over here, he said to Peterson. Get up and come here. There was silence.
Go ahead, the wub said. It doesn't matter.
Peterson stood up. What for? It's an order. Peterson walked to the door. French caught his arm. What's going on? Peterson wrenched loose. What's the matter with you? Captain Franco moved toward the wub. The wub looked up from where it lay in the corner, pressed against the wall.
It is interesting, the wub said, that you are obsessed with the idea of eating me. I wonder why.
Get up, Franco said.
If you wish.
The wub rose, grunting.
Be patient. It is difficult for me.
It stood, gasping, its tongue lolling foolishly. Shoot it now, French said. For God's sake, Peterson exclaimed. Jones turned to him quickly, his eyes grey with fear.
You didn't see him, like a statue, standing there, his mouth open. If we hadn't come down, he'd still be there.
Who, the captain? Peterson stared around. But he's all right now. They looked at the wub standing in the middle of the room, its great chest rising and falling. "Come on," Franco said. "Out of the way." The men pulled aside the door.
"You're quite afraid, aren't you?" the wub said. "Have I done anything to you? I am against the idea of hurting. All I've done is try to protect myself. Can you expect me to rush eagerly to my death? I am a sensible being like yourselves. I was curious to see your ship, learn about you. I suggested to the native that—"
The gun jerked. "See," Franco said. "I thought so." The wub settled down, panting. It put its paw out, pulling its tail around it.
"It is very warm," the wub said. "I understand that we are close to the jets, atomic power. You have done so many wonderful things with it, technically. Apparently your scientific hierarchy is not equipped to solve moral, ethical—"
Franco turned to the men crowding behind him, wide-eyed, silent. "I'll do it. You can watch." Franco nodded. "Try to hit the brain. It's no good for eating. Don't hit the chest. If the ribcage shatters, we'll have to pick bones out."
"Listen," Peterson said, licking his lips. "Has it done anything? What harm has it done? I'm asking you. And anyhow, it's still mine. You have no right to shoot it. It doesn't belong to you."
Franco raised his gun.
"I'm going out,"
Jones said, his face white and sick. "I don't want to see it."
"Me too,"
French said. The men straggled out, murmuring.
Peterson lingered at the door. "It was talking to me about myths," he said. "It wouldn't hurt anyone."
He went outside. Franco walked toward the wub. The wub looked up slowly. It swallowed.
"A very foolish thing," it said. "I am sorry that you want to do it. There was a parable that your savior—"
It stopped, staring at the gun.
"Can you look me in the eye and do it?" the wub said. "Can you do that?"
The captain gazed down. "I can look you in the eye," he said. "Back on the farm we had hogs, dirty razorback hogs. I can do it." Staring down at the wub, into the gleaming, moist eyes, he pressed the trigger. The taste was excellent. They sat glumly around the table, some of them hardly eating at all. The only one who seemed to be enjoying himself was Captain Franco. "More?" he said, looking around. "More? And some wine, perhaps?" "Not me," French said. "I think I'll go back to the chart room." "Me too." Jones stood up, pushing his chair back. "I'll see you later." The captain watched them go. Some of the others excused themselves. "What do you suppose the matter is?" the captain said. He turned to Peterson. Peterson sat staring down at his plate, at the potatoes, the green peas, and at the thick slab of tender, warm meat. He opened his mouth. No sound came. The captain put his hand on Peterson's shoulder. "It's only organic matter now," he said. "The life essence is gone." He ate, spooning up the gravy with some bread. "I myself love to eat. It's one of the greatest things that a living creature can enjoy. Eating, resting, meditation, discussing things." Peterson nodded. Two more men got up and went out. The captain drank some water and sighed. "Ah, well," he said, "I must say that this was a very enjoyable meal. All the reports I've heard were quite true. The taste of wub, very fine. But I was prevented from enjoying this pleasure in times past." He dabbed at his lips with his napkin and leaned back in his chair. Peterson stared dejectedly at the table. The captain watched him intently. He leaned over. Come, he said. "Cheer up. Let's discuss things." He smiled. "As I was saying before I was interrupted, the role of Odysseus in the myths—" Peterson jerked up, staring. "To go on," the captain said. "Odysseus, as I understand him—" That was an audio narration of Beyond Lies The Wub by Philip K. Dick. Narrated by Shaun Acker. The end. This is an audio narration of The Hanging Stranger by Philip K. Dick. Narrated by Shaun Acker. 5 o'clock. Ed Loyce washed up, tossed on his hat and coat, got his car out, and headed across town toward his TV sales store. He was tired. His back and shoulders ached from digging dirt out of the basement and wheeling it into the backyard. But for a 40-year-old man, he had done okay. Janet could get a new vase with the money he had saved, and he liked the idea of repairing the foundations himself. It was getting dark. The setting sun cast long rays over the scurrying commuters, tired and grim-faced, women loaded down with bundles and packages, students swarming home from the university, mixing with clerks and businessmen and drab secretaries. He stopped his Packard for a red light and then started it up again. The store had been open without him. He'd arrived just in time to spell the help for dinner, to go over the records for the day, maybe even close a couple of sales himself. He drove slowly past the small square of green in the center of the street, the town park. There were no parking places in front of Loyce TV Sales and Service. He cursed under his breath and swung the car in a U-turn. Again he pressed the little square of green with its lonely drinking fountain and bench and single lamppost. From the lamppost, something was hanging. A shapeless dark bundle, swinging a little with the wind, like a dummy of some sort. Loyce rolled down his window and peered out. What the hell was it? A display of some kind? Sometimes the Chamber of Commerce would put up displays in the square. Again he made a U-turn and brought his car around. He passed the park and concentrated on the dark bundle. It wasn't a dummy, and if it was a display, it was a strange kind. The hackles on his neck rose and he swallowed uneasily. Sweat slid down on his face and hands. It was a body. A human body. "Look at it!" Loyce snapped. "Coming out here!" Don Ferguson came slowly out of the store, buttoning his pinstripe coat with dignity. "This is a big deal, Ed. I can't just leave the guy standing there." "See it?" Ed pointed into the gathering gloom. The lamppost jutted up against the sky, the post and the bundle swinging from it. "There it is! How the hell long has it been there?" His voice rose excitedly. "What's wrong with everybody? They just walk on past!" Don Ferguson lit a cigarette slowly. "Take it easy, old man. There must be a good reason, or it wouldn't be there." "A reason? What kind of reason?" Ferguson shrugged. Like the time the Traffic Safety Council put that wrecked Buick there. Some sort of civic thing, how would I know?" Jack Potter from the shoe shop joined them. "What's up, boys?" "There's a body hanging from the lamppost," Loyce said. "I'm going to call the cops." "They must know about it," Potter said, "or otherwise it wouldn't be there." "I've got to get back in." Ferguson headed back into the store. "Business before pleasure." Loyce began to get hysterical. "You see it? You see it hanging there? A man's body, a dead man." "Sure, Ed. I saw it this afternoon when I went for a coffee." "You mean it's been there all afternoon?" "Sure. What's the matter?" Potter glanced at his watch. "Have to run. See you later, Ed." Potter hurried off, joining the flow of people moving along the sidewalk, men and women passing by the park. A few glanced up curiously at the dark bundle and then went on. Nobody stopped. Nobody paid any attention. "I'm going nuts," Lloyd whispered. He made his way to the curb and crossed out into the traffic among the cars. Horns honked angrily at him. He gained the curb and stepped up onto the little square of green. The man had been middle-aged. His clothing was ripped and torn, a grey suit, splashed and caked with dried mud. A stranger. Loyce had never seen him before, not a local man. His face was partly turned away, and in the evening wind he spun a little, turning gently, silently. His skin was gouged and cut, red gashes, deep scratches of congealed blood. A pair of steel-rimmed glasses hung from one ear, dangling foolishly. His eyes bulged. His mouth was open, tongue thick and ugly blue.
For heaven's sake,
Lois muttered, sickened. He pushed down his nausea and made his way back to the sidewalk. He was shaking all over with revulsion and fear. Why? Who was the man? Why was he hanging there? What did it mean? And why didn't anybody notice? He bumped into a small man hurrying along the sidewalk. "Watch it," the man grated. "Oh, it's you, Ed." Ed nodded dazedly. "Hello, Jenkins." "What's the matter?" The stationery clerk caught Ed's arm. "You look sick." "The body, there, in the park." "Sure, Ed." Jenkins led him into the alcove of Lois TV Sales and Service. "Take it easy." Margaret Henderson from the jewelry store joined them. "Something wrong?" "Ed's not feeling well." Lois yanked himself free.
How can you stand there? Don't you see it, for God's sake?
"What's he talking about?" Margaret asked nervously.
The body!
Ed shouted.
The body hanging there!
More people collected. "Is he sick? It's Ed Lois. You okay, Ed?"
The body!
Lois screamed, struggling to get past them. Hands caught at him. He tore loose.
Let me go! The police! Get the police!
"Ed!" "Better get a doctor."
He must be sick.
"Or drunk." Lloyd fought his way through the people. He stumbled and half fell. Through a blur he saw rows of faces, curious, concerned, anxious, men and women halting to see what the disturbance was. He fought past them toward his store. He could see Ferguson inside, talking to a man, showing him an Emerson TV set, Pete Foley in the back at the service counter, setting up a new Philco. Lois shouted at them frantically. His voice was lost in the roar of traffic and the murmur around him.
Do something!
He screamed.
Don't stand there! Do something! Something's wrong! Something's happened! Things are going on!
The crowd melted respectfully for the two heavy-set cops moving efficiently toward Lois. "Name?" The cop with the notebook murmured.
Lois.
He mopped his forehead warily.
Edward C. Lois, listen to me. Back there.
"Address?" The cop demanded. The police car moved swiftly through the traffic, shooting among the cars and buses. Lois sagged against the seat, exhausted and confused. He took a deep, shuddering breath. 1368 Hurst Road. "That's here in Pikeville?" "That's right." Lois pulled himself up with a violent effort.
Listen to me. Back there in the square, hanging from the lamppost.
Where were you today?" the cop behind the wheel demanded.
Where?
Lois echoed. "You weren't in your shop, were you?"
No,
he shook his head.
No, I was home, down in the basement.
"In the basement?"
Digging a new foundation, getting the dirt to pour a cement frame. Why? What has that to do with any of...
"Was anybody else down there with you?"
No, my wife was downtown. My kids were at school.
Lois looked from one heavy-set cop to the other. Hope flicked across his face. Wild hope.
You mean because I was down there I missed the explanation? I didn't get in on it like everybody else?
After a pause, the cop with the notebook said, "That's right. You missed the explanation."
"Then it's official. The body, it's supposed to be hanging there."
"It's supposed to be hanging there for everybody to see." Ed Lois grinned weakly.
"Good Lord. I guess I sort of went off the deep end. I thought maybe something had happened. You know, something like the Ku Klux Klan, some kind of violence, communists or fascists taking over."
He wiped his face with his breast pocket handkerchief, his hands shaking.
"Oh, I'm glad to know it's on the level."
"It's on the level." The police car was getting near the Hall of Justice. The sun had set, the streets were gloomy and dark, the lights had not yet come on.
"I feel better," Lois said. "I was pretty excited there for a minute. I guess I got all stirred up. Now that I understand there's no need to take me in, is there?"
The two cops said nothing. I should be back at my store. The boys haven't had dinner. I'm all right now. No more trouble. Is there any need of it? This won't take long, the cop behind the wheel interrupted. A short process, only a few minutes. Well, I hope it's short, Lois muttered. The car slowed down for a stoplight. I guess I sort of disturbed the peace. Funny getting excited like that, and Lois yanked the door open. He sprawled out into the street and rolled to his feet. Cars were moving all around him, gaining speed as the light changed. Lois leaped onto the curb and raced among the people, burrowing into the swarming crowds. Behind him he heard sounds, shouts, people running. They weren't cops. He had realized that right away. He knew every cop in Pikeville. A man couldn't own a store, operate a business in a small town for 25 years without getting to know all the cops. They weren't cops, and there hadn't been any explanation. Potter, Ferguson, Jenkins, none of them knew why it was there. They didn't know. And they didn't care. That was the strange part. Lois ducked into a hardware store. He raced toward the back, past the startling clerks and customers, into the shipping room and through the back door. He tripped over a garbage can and ran up a flight of concrete steps. He climbed over a fence and jumped down on the other side, gasping and panting. There was no sound behind him. He had got away. He was at the entrance of an alley, dark and strewn with boards and ruined boxes and tires. He could see the street at the far end. A streetlight wavered and came on. Men and women, stores, neon signs, cars. And to his right, the police station. He was close, terribly close. Past the loading platform of a grocery store rose the white concrete side of the Hall of Justice. Barred windows, the police antenna, a great concrete wall rising up in the darkness. A bad place for him to be near. He was too close. He had to keep moving, get farther away from them. Them? Lois moved cautiously down the alley. Behind the police station was the city hall. The old-fashioned yellow structure of wood and gilded brass and broad cement steps. He could see the endless rows of offices, dark windows, the cedars and beds of flowers on each side of the entrance. And something else. Above the city hall was a patch of darkness, a cone of gloom denser than the surrounding night, a prism of black that spread out and was lost into the sky. He listened. Good God, he could hear something that made him struggle frantically to close his ears, his mind to shut out the sound. A buzzing, a distant muted hum like a great swarm of bees. Lois gazed up, rigid with horror. The splotch of darkness hanging over the city hall, darkness so thick it seemed almost solid. In the vortex, something moved. Flickering shapes. Things descending from the sky, pausing momentarily over the city hall, fluttering over it in a dense swarm and then dropping silently onto the roof. Shapes. Fluttering shapes from the sky, from the crack of darkness that hung above him. He was seeing them. For a long time Lois watched, crouched behind a sagging fence in a pool of scummy water. They were landing, coming down in groups, landing on the roof of the city hall and disappearing inside. They had wings, like giant insects of some kind. They flew and fluttered and came to rest, and then crawled, crab fashion, sideways across the roof and into the building. He was sickened and fascinated. Cold night wind blew around him and he shuddered. He was tired, dazed with shock. On the front steps of the city hall were men, standing here and there, groups of men coming out of the building and halting for a minute before going on. Were there more of them? It didn't seem possible. What he saw descending from the black chasm weren't men. They were alien, from some other world, some other dimension, sliding through this slit, this break in the shell of the universe, entering through this gap, winged insects from another realm of being. On the steps of the city hall, a group of men broke up. A few moved toward a waiting car. One of the remaining shapes started to re-enter the city hall. It changed its mind and turned to follow the others. Lois closed his eyes in horror. His senses reeled. He hung on tight, clutching at the sagging fence. The shape, the man shape, had abruptly fluttered and flapped after the others. It flew to the sidewalk and came to rest among them. Pseudo-men, imitation men, insects with the ability to disguise themselves as men, like other insects familiar to Earth, protective coloration, mimicry. Lloyd pulled himself away. He got slowly to his feet. It was night. The alley was totally dark, but maybe they could see in the dark. Maybe darkness made no difference to them. He left the alley cautiously and moved out onto the street. Men and women flowed past, but not so many now. At the bus stop stood waiting groups. A huge bus lumbered along the street, its lights flashing in the evening gloom. Lois moved forward. He pushed his way among those waiting, and when the bus halted, he boarded it and took a seat in the rear, by the door. A moment later, the bus moved into life and rumbled down the street. Lois relaxed a little. He studied the people around him. Dulled, tired faces, people going home from work. Quite ordinary faces. None of them paid any attention to him. All sat quietly, sunk in their seats, jiggling with the motion of the bus. The man sitting next to him unfolded a newspaper. He began to read the sports section, his lips moving. An ordinary man. Blue suit, tie. A businessman or salesman, on his way home to his wife and family. Across the aisle, a young woman, perhaps 20, dark eyes and hair, a package on her lap, nylons and heels, red coat and white Angora sweater, gazing absently ahead of her. A high school boy in jeans and black jacket. A grey-chinned woman with an immense shopping bag loaded with packages and parcels, her thick face dim with weariness. Ordinary people. The kind that rode the bus every evening, going home to their families, to dinner, going home with their minds dead, controlled, filmed over with the mask of an alien being that had appeared to take in possession of them, their town, their lives, himself too. Except that he happened to be deep inside his cellar instead of in the store. Somehow he had been overlooked. They had missed him. Their control wasn't perfect, foolproof. Maybe there were others. Hope flickered in Lois. They weren't omnipotent. They had made a mistake. Not got control of him. Their net, their field of control had passed over him. He had emerged from his cellar as he had gone down. Apparently their power zone was limited. A few seats down the aisle, a man was watching him. Lois broke off his chain of thought. A slender man with dark hair and a small moustache, well-dressed, brown suit and shiny shoes, a book between his small hands. He was watching Lois, studying him intently. He turned quickly away. Lois tensed. One of them? Or another they had missed? The man was watching him again. Small dark eyes, alive and clear, shrewd. A man too shrewd for them. Or one of the things itself, an alien insect from above. The bus halted. An elderly man got on slowly and dropped his token into the box. He moved down the aisle and took a seat opposite Lois. The elderly man caught the sharp-eyed man's gaze. For a split second, something passed between them. A look rich with meaning. Lois got to his feet. The bus was moving. He ran to the door, one step down into the well. He yanked the emergency door release. The rubber door swung open. "Hey!" the driver shouted, jamming on the brakes. "What the hell?" Lois squirmed through. The bus was slowing down. Houses on all sides, a residential district, lawns and tall apartment buildings. Behind him, the bright-eyed man had leaped up. The elderly man was also on his feet. They were coming after him. Lois leaped. He hit the pavement with terrific force and rolled against the curb. Pain lapped over him, pain and a vast tide of blackness. Desperately, he fought it off. He struggled to his knees and then slid down again. The bus had stopped. People were getting off. Lois groped around. His fingers closed over something, a rock lying in the gutter. He crawled to his feet, grunting with pain. A shape loomed before him. A man. The bright-eyed man with the book. Lois kicked. The man gasped and fell. Lois brought the rock down. The man screamed and tried to run away. "Stop! For God's sake, listen!" He struck again, a hideous crunching sound. The man's voice cut off and dissolved into a bubbling wail. Lois scrambled up and back. The others were there now, all around him. He ran, awkwardly, down the sidewalk, up a driveway. None of them followed him. They had stopped and were bending over the inert body of the man with the book, the bright-eyed man who had come after him. Had he made a mistake? But it was too late to worry about that. He had to get out, away from them, out of Pikeville, beyond the crack of darkness that went between their world and his. "Ed?" Janet Joyce backed away nervously. "What is it? What?" Ed Lois slammed the door behind him and came into the living room. "Pull down the shades, quick!" Janet moved toward the window. "But do as I say. Who else is here besides you?" "Nobody, just the twins. They're upstairs in their room. What's happened? You look so strange. Why are you home?" Ed locked the front door. He prowled around the house, into the kitchen. From the drawer under the sink he slid out the big butcher knife and ran his finger along it. Sharp, plenty sharp. He returned to the living room. "Listen to me," he said. "I don't have much time. They know I escaped and they'll be looking for me." "Escaped?" Janet's face twisted with bewilderment and fear. "Who?" "The town has been taken over. They're in control. I've got it pretty well figured out. They started at the top at the city hall and police department. What they did with the real humans, What are you talking about?" "We've been invaded. From some other universe, from some other dimension. They're insects, mimicry, and more power to control minds. Your mind." "My mind?" "Their entrance is here, in Pikeville. They've taken over all of you. The whole town, except me. We're up against an incredibly powerful army. But they have limitations. That's our hope. They're limited. They can make mistakes." Janet shook her head. "I don't understand, Ed. You must be insane. No, just lucky. If I hadn't been down there in the basement, I'd be like all the rest of you." Lois peered out of the window. "But I can't stand here talking. Get your coat." "My coat?" "We're getting out of here, out of Pikeville. We've got to get help. Find this thing. They can be beaten. They're not infallible. It's going to be close, but we can make it if we hurry. Come on." He grabbed her arm roughly. "Get your coat and call the twins. We're all leaving. Don't stop to pack. There's no time for that." White-faced, his wife moved toward the closet and got down her coat. "Where are we going?" Ed pulled open the desk drawer and spilled the contents out onto the floor. He grabbed up a road map and spread it open. "They'll have the highway covered, of course. There's a back road to Oak Grove. I got onto it once. It's practically abandoned. Maybe they'll forget about it." "The old ranch road? Good Lord, it's completely closed. Nobody's supposed to drive over it." "I know." Ed thrust the map grimly into his coat. "That's our best chance. Now call down the twins and let's get going. The car is full of gas, isn't it?" Janet was dazed. "The Chevy? I had it filled up yesterday afternoon." Janet moved toward the stairs. "Ed, Call the twins!" Ed unlocked the front door and peered out. Nothing stirred. No sign of life. All right so far. "Come on downstairs," Janet called in a wavering voice. We're going out for a while." "Now!" Tommy's voice came down. "Hurry up!" Ed barked. "Get down here, both of you!" Tommy appeared at the top of the stairs. "I was doing my homework. We're starting fractions. Miss Parker says if we don't get this done..." "You can forget about the fractions!" Ed grabbed his son as he came down the stairs and propelled him toward the door. "Where's Jim?" "He's coming." Jim started slowly down the stairs. "What's up, Dad?" "We're going for a ride." "A ride? Where?" Ed turned to Janet.
We'll leave the lights on and the TV set. Go, turn it on.
He pushed her toward the set.
So they'll think we're still...
He heard the buzz and dropped instantly, the long butcher knife out. Sickened, he saw it coming down the stairs at them, wings a blur of motion as it aimed itself. It still bore a vague resemblance to Jimmy. It was small, a baby one, a brief glimpse. The thing hurtled at him, cold, multi-lensed, inhuman eyes, wings, body still clothed in yellow t-shirt and jeans, the mimic outlines still stamped on it, a strange half-turn of its body as it reached him. What was it doing? A stinger. Lois stabbed wildly at it. It retreated, buzzing frantically. Lois rolled and crawled toward the door. Tommy and Janet stood still as statues, faces blank, watching without expression. Lois stabbed again. This time his knife connected. The thing shrieked and faltered. It bounced against the wall and fluttered down. Something lapped through his mind. A wall of force, energy. An alien mind probing into him. He was suddenly paralyzed. The mind entered his own, touched against him briefly, shockingly. An utterly alien presence, startling over him. And then it flickered out as the thing collapsed in a broken heap on the rug. It was dead. He turned it over with his foot. It was an insect, a fly of some kind. Yellow t-shirt, jeans. His son, Jimmy. He closed his eyes tight. It was too late to think about that. Savagely, he scooped up his knife and headed toward the door. Janet and Tommy stood stone still, neither of them moving. The car was out. He'd never get through. They'd be waiting for him. It was 10 miles on foot, 10 long miles over rough ground, gullies and open fields and hills of uncut forest. He'd have to go alone. Lois opened the door. For a brief second, he looked back at his wife and son. Then he slammed the door behind him and raced down the porch steps. A moment later, he was on his way, hurrying swiftly through the darkness toward the edge of town. The early morning sunlight was blinding. Lois halted, gasping for breath, swaying back and forth. Sweat ran down in his eyes. His clothing was torn, shredded by the brush and thorns through which he had crawled. 10 miles, on his hands and knees, crawling, creeping through the night. His shoes were mud-caked. He was scratched and limping, utterly exhausted. But ahead of him lay Oak Grove. He took a deep breath and started down the hill. Twice he stumbled and fell, picking himself up and trudging on. His ears rang, everything receded and wavered. But he was there. He had got out, away from Pikeville. A farmer in a field gaped at him. From a house, a young woman watched in wonder. Lois reached the road and turned onto it. Ahead of him was a gasoline station and a drive-in, a couple of trucks, some chickens pecking in the dirt, a dog tied with a string. A white-clad attendant watched suspiciously as he dragged himself up to the station.
Ah, thank God.
He caught hold of the wall.
I didn't think I was going to make it. They followed me most of the way. I could hear them buzzing and flitting around behind me.
What happened? The attendant demanded. You in a wreck? A hold-up? Lois shook his head warily.
They have the whole town, the city hall and the police station. They hung a man from the lamppost. That was the first thing I saw. They've got all the roads blocked. I saw them hovering over the cars coming in. About 4 this morning I got beyond them. I knew it right away. I could feel them leave. And then the sun came up.
The attendant licked his lip nervously. You're out of your head. I think I'd better get a doctor.
Get me into Oak Grove,
Lois gasped. He sank down on the gravel.
We've got to get started, cleaning them out. Got to get started right away.
They kept a tape recorder going all the time he talked. When he had finished, the commissioner snapped off the recorder and got to his feet. He stood for a moment, deep in thought. Finally, he got out his cigarettes and lit up slowly, a frown on his beefy face. "You don't believe me," Lois said. The Commissioner offered him a cigarette. Lois pushed it impatiently away. "Suit yourself." The Commissioner moved over to the window and stood for a time looking out at the town of Oak Grove. "I believe you," he said abruptly. Lois sagged. "Oh, thank God." "So you got away?" The Commissioner shook his head. "You were down in your cellar instead of at work. A freak chance. 1 in a million." Lois sipped some of the black coffee they had brought him. "I have a theory," he murmured. "What is it?" "About them, about who they are. They take over one area at a time, starting at the top, the highest level of authority, working down from there in a widening circle. Then when they're firmly in control, they go to the next town. They spread, slowly, very gradually. I think it's been going on for a long time." "A long time?" "Thousands of years, I don't know. I don't think it's new." "Why do you say that?" "When I was a kid, a picture they showed us in Bible League, a religious picture, an old print. The enemy gods defeated by Jehovah, Moloch, Beelzebub, Moab, Baalin, Ashtaroth. So? They were all represented by figures." Lois looked up at the Commissioner. "Beelzebub was represented as a giant fly." The Commissioner grunted. "An old struggle." "They've been defeated. The Bible is an account of their defeats. They make gains, but finally they're defeated." "Why defeated?" "Well, they can't get everyone. They didn't get me. And they never got the Hebrews. The Hebrews carried the message to the whole world, the realization of the danger. The 2 men on the bus, I think they understand, had escaped like I did." He clenched his fists. "I killed one of them. I made a mistake. I was afraid to take a chance." The Commissioner nodded. "Yes, they undoubtedly had escaped as you did. Freak accidents. But the rest of the town was firmly in control." He turned from the window. "Well, Mr. Lois, you seem to have figured everything out." "Not everything. The hanging man. The dead man hanging from the lamppost. I don't understand that. Why? Why did they deliberately hang him there?" "That would seem simple." The Commissioner smiled faintly. "Bait." Lois stiffened. His heart stopped beating. "Bait? What do you mean?" "To draw you out, to make you declare yourself, so they'd know who was under control and who had escaped." Lois recoiled with horror. "Then they expected failures? They anticipated—" He broke off. "They were ready with a trap." "And you showed yourself. You reacted. You made yourself known." The Commissioner abruptly moved toward the door. "Come along, Lois. There's a lot to do. We must get moving. There's no time to waste." Lois started moving slowly to his feet, numbed. "And the man? Who was the man? I never saw him before. He wasn't a local man. He was a stranger, all muddy and dirty, his face cut, slashed." There was a strange look on the Commissioner's face as he answered. "Maybe," he said softly, "you'll understand that too. Come along with me, Mr. Lois." He held the door open, his eyes gleaming. Lloyd caught a glimpse of the street in front of the police station. Policemen, a platform of some kind, a telephone pole, and a rope. "Right this way," the Commissioner said, smiling coldly. As the sun set, the Vice President of the Oak Grove Merchants Bank came out of the vault, threw the heavy time locks, put on his hat and coat, and hurried outside onto the sidewalk. Only a few people were there, hurrying home to dinner. "Good night," the guard said, locking the door after him. "Good night," Clarence Mason murmured. He started down along the street toward his car. He was tired. He had been working all day in the vault, examining the layout of the safety deposit boxes to see if there was room for another tier. He was glad to be finished. At the corner he halted. The street lights had not yet come on. The street was dim. Everything was vague. He looked around and froze. From the telephone pole in front of the police station, something large and shapeless hung. It moved a little with the wind. What the hell was it? Mason approached it warily. He wanted to get home. He was tired and hungry. He thought of his wife, his kids, a hot meal on the dinner table. But there was something about the dark bundle, something ominous and ugly. The light was bad. He couldn't tell what it was, yet it drew him on, made him move closer for a better look. The shapeless thing made him uneasy. He was frightened by it. Frightened and fascinated. And the strange part was that nobody else seemed to notice it. That was an audio narration of The Hanging Stranger by Philip K. Dick, narrated by Shaun Acker. The end. This is an audio narration of Second Variety by Philip K. Dick, narrated by Shaun Acker. The Russian soldier made his way nervously up the ragged side of the hill, holding his gun ready. He glanced around him, licking his dry lips, his face set. From time to time he reached up a gloved hand and wiped perspiration from his neck, pushing down his coat collar. Eric turned to Corporal Leon. "Want him, or can I have him?" He adjusted the view sight so the Russian's features squarely filled the glass, the lines cutting across his hard, somber features. Leon considered. The Russian was close, moving rapidly, almost running. "Don't fire, wait." Leon tensed. "I don't think we're needed." The Russian increased his pace, kicking ash and piles of debris out of his way. He reached the top of the hill and stopped, panting, staring around him. The sky was overcast, drifting clouds of grey particles. Bare trunks of trees jutted up occasionally. The ground was level and bare, rubble strewn, with the ruins of buildings standing out here and there like yellowing skulls. The Russian was uneasy. He knew something was wrong. He started down the hill. Now he was only a few paces from the bunker. Eric was getting fidgety. He played with his pistol, glancing at Leon. "Don't worry," Leon said. "He won't get here. They'll take care of him." "Are you sure? He's goddamn far." "They hang around close to the bunker. He's getting into the bad part. Get set." The Russian began to hurry, sliding down the hill, his boots sinking into the heaps of grey ash, trying to keep his gun up. He stopped for a moment, lifting his field glasses to his face. "He's looking right at us," Eric said. The Russian came on. They could see his eyes, like two blue stones. His mouth was open a little. He needed a shave. His chin was stubbled. On one bony cheek was a square of tape, showing blue at the edge, a fungoid spot. His coat was muddy and torn. One glove was missing. As he ran, his belt counterbounced up and down against him. Leon touched Eric's arm. "Here one comes." Across the ground, something small and metallic came, flashing in the dull sunlight of midday. A metal sphere. It raced up the hill after the Russian, its treads flying. It was small, one of the baby ones. Its claws were out, two razor projections spinning in a blur of white steel. The Russian heard it. He turned, instantly firing. The sphere dissolved into pieces, but already a second had emerged and was following the first. The Russian fired again. A third sphere leaped up the Russian's leg, clicking and whirring. It jumped to the shoulder. The spinning blades disappeared into the Russian's throat. Eric relaxed. Well, that's that. God, those damn things give me the creeps. Sometimes I think we were better off before. If we hadn't invented them, they would have. Leon lit a cigarette shakily. I wonder why a Russian would come all this way alone. I didn't see anyone covering him. Lieutenant Scott came slipping up the tunnel into the bunker. What happened? Something entered the screen. And Ivan. Just one? Eric brought the view screen around. Scott peered into it. Now there were numerous metal spheres crawling all over the prostrate body, dull metal globes clicking and whirring, sawing up the Russian into small pieces to be carried away. What a lot of claws, Scott murmured. They come like flies. Not much game for them anymore. Scott pushed the sight away, disgusted. Like flies. I wonder why he was out there. They know we have claws all around. A larger robot had joined the smaller spheres. It was directing operations. A long, blunt tube with projecting eyepieces. There was not much left of the soldier. What remained was being brought down the hillside by the host of the claws. Sir, Leon said, if it's all right, I'd like to go out there and take a look at him. Why? Maybe he came with something. Scott considered. He shrugged. All right, but be careful. I have my tab. Leon patted the metal band at his waist. I'll be out of bounds. He picked up his rifle and stepped carefully up to the mouth of the bunker, making his way between the blocks of concrete and steel prongs, twisted and bent. The air was cold at the top. He crossed over the ground toward the remains of the soldier, striding across the soft ash. A wind blew around him, swirling grey particles up in his face. He squinted and pushed on. The claws retreated as he came close, some of them stiffening into immobility. He touched his tab. The Ivan would have given something for that. Short, hard radiation emitted from the tab, neutralizing the claws, putting them out of commission. Even the big robot with its two waving eye stalks retreated respectfully as he approached. He bent down over the remains of the soldier. The gloved hand was closed tightly. There was something in it. Leon pried the fingers apart. A sealed container, aluminum, still shiny. He put it in his pocket and made his way back to the bunker. Behind him, the claws came back to life, moving into operation again. The procession resumed, metal spheres moving through the grey ash with their loads. He could hear their treads scrabbling against the ground. He shuddered. Scott watched intently as he brought the shiny tubes out of his pocket. He had that in his hand. Leon unscrewed the top. Maybe you should look at it, sir? Scott took it. He emptied the contents out in the palm of his hand. A small piece of silk paper, carefully folded. He sat down by the light and unfolded it. What's it say, sir? Eric said. Several officers came up the tunnel. Major Hendricks appeared. Major, Scott said, look at this. Hendricks read the slip. This just come? A single runner just now. Where is he? Hendricks asked sharply. The claws got him. Major Hendricks grunted. Here. He passed it to his companions. I think this is what we've been waiting for. They certainly took their time about it. So they want to talk terms, Scott said. Are we going along with them? It's not for us to decide. Hendricks sat down. Where's the communications officer? I want the moon base. Leon pondered as the communications officer raised the outside antenna cautiously, scanning the sky above the bunker for any sign of a watching Russian ship. Sir, Scott said to Hendricks, it's sure strange they suddenly came around. We've been using the claw for almost a year. Now all of a sudden they start to fold. Maybe claws have been getting down in their bunkers. One of the big ones, the kind with stalks, got into an Ivan bunker last week, Eric said. It got a whole platoon of them before they got their lid shut. How do you know? A buddy told me. The thing came back with remains. Moonbase, sir, the communications officer said. On the screen, the face of the lunar monitor appeared. His crisp uniform contrasted to the uniforms in the bunker, and he was clean-shaven. Moonbase, this is Forward Command Whistle on Terra. Let me have General Thompson. The monitor faded. Presently, General Thomas's heavy features came into focus. What is it, Major? Our claw's got a single Russian runner with a message. We don't know whether to act on it. There have been tricks like this in the past. What's the message? The Russians want us to send a single officer on policy level over to their lines for a conference. They don't state the nature of the conference. They just say that matters of... He consulted the slip. Matters of grave urgency make it advisable that discussion be opened between a representative of the UN forces and themselves. He held the message up to the screen for the general to scan. Thomas's eyes moved. What should we do? Hendricks said. Send a man out. You don't think it's a trap? It might be, but the location they give for their forward command is correct. It's worth a try at any rate. I'll send an officer out and report the results to you as soon as he returns. All right, Major. Thompson broke the connection. The screen died. Up above, the antenna came slowly down. Hendricks rolled up the paper, deep in thought. I'll go, Leon said. They want somebody at policy level. Hendricks rubbed his jaw. Policy level. I haven't been outside in months. Maybe I could use a little air. Don't you think it's risky? Hendricks lifted the view sight and gazed into it. The remains of the Russian were gone. Only a single claw was in sight. It was folding itself back, disappearing into the ash like a crab, like some hideous metal crab. That's the only thing that bothers me. Hendricks rubbed his wrist. I know I'm safe as long as I have this on me. There's something about them. I hate the damn things. I wish we'd never invented them. There's something wrong with them. Relentless little... If we hadn't invented them, the Ivans would have... Hendricks pushed the sight back. Anyhow, it seems to be winning the war. I guess that's good. Sounds like you're getting the same jitters as the Ivans. Hendricks examined his wristwatch. I guess I better get started if I want to get there before dark. He took a deep breath and then stepped out into the grey, rubbled ground. After a minute, he lit a cigarette and stood gazing around him. The landscape was dead. Nothing stirred. He could see for miles endless ash and slag, ruins of buildings. A few trees without leaves or branches, only the trunks. Above him, the eternal rolling clouds of grey drifting between Terra and the sun. Major Hendricks went on. Off to the right, something scuttled, something round and metallic. A claw going lickety-split after something, probably after a small animal, a rat. They got rats too, as a sort of sideline. He came to the top of the hill and lifted his field glasses. The Russian lines were a few miles ahead of him. They had a forward command post there. The runner had come from it. A squat robot with undulating arms passed by him, its arms weaving inquiringly. The robot went on its way, disappearing under some debris. Hendricks watched it go. He had never seen that type before. There were getting to be more and more types he had never seen, new varieties and sizes coming up from the underground factories. Hendricks put out his cigarette and hurried on. It was interesting, the use of artificial forms in warfare. How had they got started? Necessity. The Soviet Union had gained great initial success, usual with the side that got the war going. Most of North America had been blasted off the map. Retaliation was quick and coming, of course. The sky was full of circling disc bombers long before the war began. They'd been up there for years. The discs began sailing down all over Russia within hours after Washington got it. But that hadn't helped Washington. The American bloc governments moved to the moon base the first year. There was not much else to do. Europe was gone, a slag heap with dark weeds growing from the ashes and bones. Most of North America was useless. Nothing could be planted. No one could live. A few million people kept going up in Canada and down in South America, but during the second year, Soviet parachutists began to drop. A few at first, then more and more. They wore the first really effective anti-radiation equipment. What was left of American production moved to the moon along with the governments. All but the troops. The remaining troops stayed behind as best they could. A few thousand here, a platoon there. No one knew exactly where they were. They stayed where they could, moving around at night, hiding in the ruins, in sewers, cellars, with the rats and snakes. It looked as if the Soviet Union had the war almost won. Except for a handful of projectiles fired off from the moon daily, there was almost no weapon in use against them. They came and went as they pleased. The war, for all practical purposes, was over. Nothing effective opposed them. And then the first claws appeared, and overnight the complexion of the war changed. The claws were awkward at first, slow. The Ivans knocked them off almost as fast as they crawled out of their underground tunnels. But then they got better, faster and more cunning. Factories, all on Terra, turned them out. Factories a long way underground, behind the Soviet lines, factories that had once made atomic projectiles, now almost forgotten. The claws got faster, and they got bigger. New types appeared, some with feelers, some that flew. There were a few jumping kinds. The best technicians on the moon were working on designs, making them more and more intricate, more flexible. They became uncanny. The Ivans were having a lot of trouble with them. Some of the little claws were learning to hide themselves, burrowing down into the ash, lying in wait. And then they started getting into the Russian bunkers, slipping down when the lids were raised for air and to look around. One claw inside a bunker, a churning sphere of blades and metal. That was enough. And when one got in, others followed. With a weapon like that, the war couldn't go on much longer. Maybe it was already over. Maybe he was going to hear the news. Maybe the Politburo had decided to throw in the sponge. Too bad it had taken so long. 6 years. A long time for a war like that, the way they had waged it. The automatic retaliation discs spinning down all over Russia, hundreds of thousands of them, bacteria crystals, the Soviet-guided missiles whistling through the air, the chain bombs, and now this, the robots, the claws. The claws weren't like any other weapons. They were alive. From any practical standpoint, whether the governments wanted to admit it or not, they were not machines. They were living things, spinning, creeping, shaking themselves up suddenly from the grey ash and darting toward a man, climbing up him, rushing for his throat. And that was what they had been designed to do. Their job. They did their job well, especially lately, with the new designs coming up. Now they repaired themselves. They were on their own. Radiation tabs protected the UN troops. But if a man lost his tab, he was fair game for the claws, no matter what his uniform. Down below the surface, automatic machinery stamped them out. Human beings stayed a long way off. It was too risky. Nobody wanted to be around them. They were left to themselves, and they seemed to be doing all right. The new designs were faster, more complex, more efficient. Apparently, they had won the war. Major Hendricks lit a second cigarette. The landscape depressed him. nothing but ash and ruins. He seemed to be alone, the only living thing in the whole world. To the right, the ruins of a town rose up, a few walls and heaps of debris. He tossed the dead match away, increasing his pace. Suddenly he stopped, jerking up his gun, his body tense. For a moment, it looked like... From behind the shell of a ruined building, a figure came, walking slowly toward him, walking hesitantly. Hendricks blinked. "Stop!" The boy stopped. Hendricks lowered his gun. The boy stood silently, looking at him. He was small, not very old, perhaps 8, but it was hard to tell. Most of the kids who remained were stunted. He wore a faded blue sweater, ragged with dirt, and short pants. His hair was long and matted, brown hair. It hung over his face and around his ears. He had something in his arms. "What's that you have?" Hendricks said sharply. The boy held it out. It was a toy, a bear, a teddy bear. The boy's eyes were large, but without expression. Hendricks relaxed. "I don't want it. Keep it." The boy hugged the bear again. "Where do you live?" Hendricks said. "In there." "The ruins?" "Yes." "Underground?" "Yes." "How many are there?" How many? How many of you? How big's your settlement?" The boy did not answer. Hendricks frowned. "You're not all by yourself, are you?" The boy nodded. "How do you stay alive?" "There's food." "What kind of food?" "Different." Hendricks studied him. "How old are you?" 13. It wasn't possible. Or was it? The boy was thin, stunted, and probably sterile. Radiation exposure, years straight, no wonder he was so small. His arms and legs were like pipe cleaners, knobbly and thin. Hendricks touched the boy's arm. His skin was dry and rough, radiation skin. He bent down, looking into the boy's face. There was no expression. Big eyes, big and dark. "Are you blind?" Hendricks said. "No, I can see some." "How do you get away from the claws?" "The claws?" "The round things that run and burrow." "I don't understand." Maybe there weren't any claws around. A lot of areas were free. They collected mostly around bunkers where there were people. The claws had been designed to sense warmth of living things. "You're lucky." Hendricks straightened up. "Well, which way are you going? Back? Back there?" "Can I come with you?" "With me?" Hendricks folded his arms. "I'm going a long way, miles. I have to hurry." He looked at his watch. "I have to get there by nightfall." "I want to come." Hendricks fumbled in his pack. "It isn't worth it. Here." He tossed down the food cans he had with him. "You take these and go back, okay?" The boy said nothing. "I'll be coming back this way in a day or so. If you're around here when I come back, you can come along with me, all right?" "I want to go with you now." "It's a long walk." "I can walk." Hendricks shifted uneasily. It made too good a target, 2 people walking along, and the boy would slow him down. But he might not come back this way, and if the boy were really all alone... "Okay, come along." The boy fell in beside him. Hendricks strode along. The boy walked silently, clutching his teddy bear. "What's your name?" Hendricks said, after a time. "David Edward Daring." "David? What happened to your mother and father?" "They died." "How?" "In the blast." "How long ago?" 6 years. Hendricks slowed down. "You've been alone 6 years?" "No, there were other people for a while. They went away." "And you've been alone since?" "Yes." Hendricks glanced down. The boy was strange, saying very little, withdrawn. But that was the way they were, the children who had survived, Quiet, stoic, a strange kind of fatalism gripped him. Nothing came as a surprise. They accepted anything that came along. There was no longer any normal, any natural course of things, moral or physical, for them to expect. Custom, habit, all the determining forces of learning were gone. Only brute experience remained. "Am I walking too fast?" Hendrik said.
No,
"How did you, happen to see me?"
I was waiting.
"Waiting?" Hendrix was puzzled. "What were you waiting for?"
To catch things.
"What kind of things?"
Things to eat.
"Oh." Hendrix set his lips grimly.
A 13-year-old boy, living on rats and gophers and half-rotten canned food, down in a hole under the ruins of a town, with radiation pools and claws and Russian dive mines up above, coasting around in the sky.
"Where are we going?" David asked. "To the Russian lines."
Russian?
"The enemy. The people who started the war. They dropped the first radiation bombs. They began all of this." The boy nodded. His face showed no expression. "I'm an American," Hendrik said. There was no comment. On they went, the two of them. Hendrix walking a little ahead, David trailing behind him, hugging his dirty teddy bear against his chest. About 4 p.m, they stopped to eat. Hendrix built a fire in a hollow between some slabs of concrete. He cleared the weeds away and heaped up bits of wood. The Russians' lines were not very far ahead. Around him was what had once been a long valley, acres of fruit trees and grapes. Nothing remained now but a few bleak stumps and the mountains that stretched across the horizon at the far end, and the clouds of rolling ash that blew and drifted with the wind, settling over the weeds and remains of buildings, walls here and there, once in a while what had been a road. Hendrix made coffee and heated up some boiled mutton and bread. "Here," he handed bread and mutton to David. David squatted by the edge of the fire, his knees knobbly and white. He examined the food and then passed it back, shaking his head.
No.
"No? You don't want any?"
No.
Hendrix shrugged. Maybe the boy was a mutant, used to special food. It didn't matter. When he was hungry, he would find something to eat. The boy was strange, but there were many strange creatures coming over the world. Life was not the same anymore. It would never be the same. The human race was going to have to realize that. "Suit yourself," Hendrik said. He ate the bread and mutton by himself, washing it down with coffee. He ate slowly, finding the food hard to digest. When he was done, he got to his feet and stamped the fire out. David rose slowly, watching him with his young, old eyes. "We're going," Hendrik said.
All right.
Hendrix walked along, his gun in his arms. They were close. He was tense, ready for anything. The Russians should be expecting a runner, an answer to their own runner, but they were tricky. There was always the possibility of a slip-up. He scanned the landscape around him, nothing but slag and ash. A few hills, charred trees, concrete walls, but some place ahead was the first bunker of the Russian lines, the forward command. Underground, buried deep, with only a periscope showing, a few gun muzzles, maybe an antenna.
Will we be there soon?
David asked. Yeah. Getting tired?
No.
Why then? David did not answer. He plodded carefully along behind, picking his way over the ash. His legs and shoes were grey with dust. His pinched face was streaked, lines of grey ash in rivulets down the pale white of his skin. There was no colour to his face, typical of the new children growing up in the cellars and sewers and underground shelters. Hendrik slowed down. He lifted his field glasses and studied the ground ahead of him. Were they there, someplace, watching him the way his men had watched the Russian runner? A chill went up his back. Maybe they were getting their guns ready, preparing to fire, the way his men had prepared, made ready to kill. Hendrik stopped, wiping perspiration from his face. Damn! It made him uneasy, but he should be expected. The situation was different. He strode over the ash, holding the gun tightly with both hands. Behind him came David. Hendricks peered around, tight-lipped. Any second it might happen. A burst of white light, a blast, carefully aimed from inside a deep concrete bunker. He raised his arm and waved it around in a circle. Nothing moved. To the right, a long ridge ran, topped with dead tree trunks. A few wild vines had grown up around the trees, remains of arbors, and the eternal dark weeds. Hendricks studied the ridge. Was anything up there? Perfect place for a lookout. He approached the ridge warily, David coming silently behind. If it were his command, he'd have a sentry up there, watching for troops trying to infiltrate into the command area. Of course, if it were his command, there would be claws around the area for full protection. He stopped, feet apart, hands on his hips.
Are we there?
David said. Almost.
Why have we stopped?
I don't want to take any chances. Hendricks advanced slowly. Now the ridge lay directly beside him, along his right, overlooking him. His uneasy feeling increased. If an Ivan were up there, he wouldn't have a chance. He waved his arm again. They should be expecting someone in the UN uniform in response to the note capsule. Unless the whole thing was a trap. Keep up with me. He turned toward David. Don't drop behind.
With you?
Up beside me. We're close. We can't take any chances. Come on.
I'll be all right.
David remained behind him, in the rear, a few paces away, still clutching his teddy bear. Have it your way. Hendricks raised his glasses again, suddenly tense. For a moment, had something moved? He scanned the ridge carefully. Everything was silent, dead. No life up there, only tree trunks and ash. Maybe a few rats, the big black rats that had survived the claws. Mutants built their own shelters out of saliva and ash. Some kind of plaster, adaptation. He started forward again. A tall figure came out on the ridge above him, cloak flapping, grey-green. A Russian. Behind him a second soldier appeared, another Russian. Both lifted their guns, aiming. Hendricks froze. He opened his mouth. The soldiers were kneeling, sighting down the side of the slope. A third figure had joined them on the ridge top, a smaller figure in grey-green. A woman. She stood behind the other two. Hendricks found his voice. Stop! He waved up at them frantically. The two Russians fired. Behind Hendricks there was a faint pop. Waves of heat lapped against him, throwing him to the ground. Ash tore at his face, grinding into his eyes and nose. Choking, he pulled himself to his knees. It was all a trap. He was finished. He had come to be killed like a steer. The soldiers and the woman were coming down the side of the ridge toward him, sliding down through the soft ash. Hendricks was numb. His head throbbed. Awkwardly, he got his rifle up and took aim. It weighed 1,000 tons. He could hardly hold it. His nose and cheeks stung. The air was full of blast smell, a bitter, acrid stench. Don't fire, the first Russian said, in heavily accented English. The three of them came up to him, surrounding him. Put down your rifle, Yank, the other said. Hendricks was dazed. Everything had happened so fast. He had been caught, and they blasted the boy. He turned his head. David was gone. What remained of him was strewn across the ground. The three Russians studied him curiously. Hendricks sat, wiping blood from his nose, picking out bits of ash. He shook his head, trying to clear it. Why did you do it? He murmured thickly. The boy. Why? One of the soldiers helped him roughly to his feet. He turned Hendricks around. Look! The two Russians pulled him forward. See, hurry up. There isn't much time to spare, Yank. Hendricks looked and gasped. See now? Now to understand. From the remains of David a small wheel rolled. Relays, glinting metal, parts, wiring. One of the Russians kicked at the top of the remains. Parts popped out, rolling away, wheels and springs and rods. A plastic section fell in, half charred. Hendricks bent shakily down. The front of the head had come off. He could make out the intricate brain, wires and relays, tiny tubes and switches, thousands of minute studs.
A robot,
the soldier holding his arm said.
We watched it tagging you.
Tagging me?
That's their way. They tag along with you into the bunker. That's how they get in.
Hendricks blinked, dazed.
But, come on.
They led him toward the ridge.
We can't stay here. It isn't safe. There must be hundreds of them all around here.
The three of them pulled him up by the side of the ridge, sliding and slipping into the ash. The woman reached the top and stood waiting for them.
The forward command,
Hendricks muttered.
I came to negotiate with the Soviet.
There is no more forward command. They got in. We'll explain.
They reached the top of the ridge.
We're all that's left, the three of us. The rest were down in the bunker.
This way. Down this way.
The woman unscrewed a lid, a grey manhole cover set in the ground.
Get in.
Hendricks lowered himself. The two soldiers and the woman came behind him, following him down the ladder. The woman closed the lid after them, bolting it tightly into place.
Good thing we saw you,
one of the two soldiers grunted.
It had tagged you about as far as it was going to.
Give me one of your cigarettes,
the woman said.
I haven't had an American cigarette for weeks.
Hendricks pushed the pack to her. She took a cigarette and passed the pack to the two soldiers. In the corner of the small room, the lamp gleamed fitfully. The room was low-ceilinged, cramped. The four of them sat around a small wooden table. A few dirty dishes were stacked to one side. Behind a ragged curtain, a second room was partly visible. Hendricks saw the corner of a cot, some blankets, clothes hung on a hook.
We were here,
the soldier behind him said. He took off his helmet, pushing his blonde hair back.
I'm Corporal Rury Maxer, Polish. Impressed into the Soviet Army 2 years ago.
He held out his hand. Hendricks hesitated and then shook.
Major Joseph Hendricks.
Klaus Epstein.
The other soldier shook with him, a small dark man with thinning hair. Epstein plucked nervously at his ear.
Austrian. Impressed God knows when. I don't remember. The three of us were here, Rudy and I with Tasso.
He indicated the woman.
That's how we escaped. All the rest were down in the bunker.
And they got in?
Epstein lit a cigarette.
First, just one of them, the kind that tagged you. Then it let others in.
Hendricks became alert.
The kind? Are there more than one kind?
The little boy, David. David holding his teddy bear. That's variety 3, the most effective.
What are the other types?
Epstein reached into his coat.
Here.
He tossed a packet of photographs onto the table, tied with a string.
Look, for yourself.
Hendricks untied the string.
You see,
Rudy Maxer said.
That was why we wanted to talk terms. The Russians, I mean. We found out about a week ago. Found out that your claws were beginning to make up new designs on their own. New types of their own. Better types. Down in your underground factories behind our lines. You let them stamp themselves, repair themselves, made them more and more intricate. It's your fault this happened.
Hendricks examined the photos. They had been snapped hurriedly. They were blurred and indistinct. The first few showed David. David walking along a road by himself. David and another David. 3 Davids, all exactly alike, each with a ragged teddy bear, all pathetic.
Look at the others,
Tasso said. The next pictures, taken at a great distance, showed a towering wounded soldier sitting by the side of a path, his arm in a sling, the stump of one leg extended, a crude crutch on his lap. Then 2 wounded soldiers, both the same, standing side by side.
That's variety 1, the wounded soldier.
Klaus reached out and took the pictures.
You see, the claws were designed to get to human beings, to find them. Each kind was better than the last. They got farther, closer, past most of our defenses into our lines. But as long as they were merely machines, metal spheres with claws and horns, feelers, they could be picked off like any other object. They could be detected as lethal robots as soon as they were seen. Once we caught sight of them,
Variety 1 subverted our whole north wing, Rudy said. It was a long time before anyone caught on. Then it was too late. They came in, wounded soldiers, knocking and begging to be let in. So we let them in. And as soon as they were in, they took over. We were watching out for machines.
At that time it was thought there was only one type, Klaus Epstein said. No one suspected there were other types. The pictures were flashed to us. When the runner was sent to you, we knew of just one type, Variety 1, the big wounded soldier. We thought that was all. Your line fell to Variety 3, David and his bear. That worked even better. Klaus smiled bitterly. Soldiers are sucker for children. We brought them in and tried to feed them. We found out the hard way what they were after. At least, those that were in the bunker.
The three of us were lucky, Rudy said. Klaus and I were visiting Tasso when it happened. This is her place.
He waved a big hand around.
This little cellar. We finished and climbed the ladder to start back. From the ridge we saw. There they were, all around the bunker. Fighting was still going on. David and his bear. Hundreds of them. Klaus took the pictures.
Klaus tied up the photographs again.
And it's all going on along your line?
Hendrik said.
Yes.
How about our lines? Without thinking, he touched the tab on his arm. And they...
No, they're not bothered by your radiation tabs. It makes no difference to them. Russian, American, Pole, German, it's all the same. They're doing what they were designed to do, carrying out the original idea. They track down life wherever they find it.
They go by warmth, Klaus said. That was the way you constructed them from the very start. Of course, those you designed were kept back by the radiation tabs you wear. Now they've got around that. These new varieties are lead-lined.
What's the other variety?
Hendrik said.
The David type? The wounded soldier? What's the other?
We don't know. Klaus pointed up at the wall. On the wall were two metal plates, ragged at the edges. Hendrik got up and studied them. They were bent and dented.
The one on the left came off a wounded soldier, Rudy said. We got one of them. It was going along toward our old bunker. We got it from the ridge, the same way that we got the David tagging you.
The plate was stamped, 1 to 5. Hendricks touched the other plate.
And this came from the David type? Yes.
The plate was stamped, 3 to 5. Klaus took a look at them, leaning over Hendricks's broad shoulder. You can see what we're up against. There's another type. Maybe it was abandoned. Maybe it didn't work. But there must be a second variety. There's 1 and 3.
You were lucky, Rudy said. The David tagged you all the way here and he never touched you. Probably thought you'd get into a bunker somewhere.
One gets in and it's all over, Klaus said. They move fast. One lets all the rest in. They're inflexible. Machines with one purpose. They were built for only one thing. He rubbed sweat from his lip. We saw. They were silent. Let me have another cigarette, Yank, Tasso said. Oh, they're good. I almost forgot how they were. It was night. The sky was black. No stars were visible through the rolling clouds of ash. Klaus lifted the lid cautiously so that Hendricks could look out. Rudy pointed into the darkness.
Over that way are the bunkers, where we used to be, not over half a mile from us. It was just chance Klaus and I were not here when it happened. Weakness, saved by our lusts.
All the rest must be dead, Klaus said in a low voice. It came quickly. This morning the Politburo reached their decision. They notified us. Forward command. Our runner was sent out at once. We saw him start towards the direction of your lines. We covered him until he was out of sight.
Alex Rodrivsky. We both knew him. He disappeared around 6 o'clock. The sun had just come up. About noon, Klaus and I had an hour leave. We crept off, away from the bunkers. No one was watching. We came here. There used to be a town here, a few houses, a street. This cellar was part of a big farmhouse. We knew Tasso would be here, hiding down her little place. We had come here before. Others from the bunkers came here. Today happened to be our turn.
So, we were saved, Klaus said. Chance, it might have been others. We finished, and then when we came up to the surface and started back along the ridge, that was when we saw them. The Davids. We understood right away. We had seen the photos of the first variety, the wounded soldier. Our commissar distributed them to us with an explanation. If we had gone another step, they would have seen us. As it was, they had to blast 2 Davids before we got back. There were hundreds of them, all around, like ants. We took pictures and slipped back here, bolting the lid tight.
They're not so much when you catch them alone. We move faster than they did. But they were inexorable, like living things. They came right at us, and we blasted them.
Major Hendricks rested against the edge of the lid, adjusting his eyes to the darkness.
Is it safe to have the lid up at all? If we're careful, how else can you operate your transmitter?
Hendricks lifted the small belt transmitter slowly. He pressed it against his ear. The metal was cold and damp. He blew against the mic, raising up the short antenna. A faint hum sounded in his ear.
That's true, I suppose.
But he still hesitated. We'll pull you under if anything happens, Klaus said.
Thanks.
Hendricks waited a moment, resting the transmitter against his shoulder.
Interesting, isn't it?
What?
This, the new types, the new varieties of claws. We're completely at their mercy, aren't we? By now they've probably gotten into the UN lines too. It makes me wonder if we're not seeing the beginning of a new species. The new species. Evolution. The race to come after man.
Rudy grunted.
There is no race after man. No? Why not? Maybe we're seeing it now, the end of human beings, the beginning of the new society. They're not a race. They're mechanical killers. You made them to destroy. That's all they can do. They're machines with a job.
So it seems now, but what about later on, after the war's over? Maybe when there aren't any humans to destroy, their real potentialities will begin to show.
You talk as if they were alive. Aren't they?
There was silence.
They're machines, Rudy said. They look like people, but they're machines.
Use your transmitter, Major, Klaus said. We can't stay up here forever. Holding the transmitter tightly, Hendricks called the code of the command bunker. He waited, listening. No response, only silence. He checked the leads carefully. Everything was in place.
Scott, he said into the mic. Can you hear me?
Silence. He raised the gain up full and tried again. Only static. I don't get anything.
They may hear me, but they may not want to answer. Tell them it's an emergency. They'll think I'm being forced to call, under your direction.
He tried again, outlining briefly what he had learned. But still the phone was silent, except for the faint static. Radiation pools kill most transmission, Klaus said, after a while. Maybe that's it. Hendricks shot the transmitter up.
No use. No answer. Radiation pools? Maybe. Or they can hear me but won't answer. Frankly, that's what I would do if a runner tried to call from the Soviet lines. They have no reason to believe such a story. They may hear everything I say, or maybe it's too late.
Hendricks nodded.
We better get the lid down, Rudy said nervously. We don't want to take unnecessary chances.
They climbed slowly back down the tunnel. Klaus bolted the lid carefully into place. They descended into the kitchen. The air was heavy and close around them. Could they work that fast?
Hendricks said. I left the bunker this noon, 10 hours ago. How could they move so quickly? It doesn't take them long, not after the first one gets in. It goes wild. You know what the little claws can do. Even one of these is beyond belief. Razors, each finger maniacal. All right. Hendricks moved away impatiently. He stood with his back to them. What's the matter? Rudy said. The moon base. God, if they've gotten there. The moon base? Hendricks turned around. They couldn't have got to the moon base. How would they get there? It isn't possible. Can't believe it. What is this moon base? We've heard rumors, but nothing definite. What is the actual situation? You seem concerned. We're supplied from the moon. The governments are there, under the lunar surface. All our people and industries, that's what keeps us going. If they should find some way of getting off Terra onto the moon, it only takes one of them. Once the first one gets in, it admits the others, hundreds of them, all alike. You should have seen them, identical, like ants. Perfect socialism, Tasso said. The ideal of the communist state, all citizens interchangeable. Klaus grunted angrily. That's enough! Well, what next? Hendricks paced back and forth around the small room. The air was full of smells of food and perspiration. The others watched him. Presently, Tasso pushed through the curtain into the other room. I'm going to take a nap. The curtain closed behind her. Rudy and Klaus sat down at the table, still watching Hendricks. It's up to you, Klaus said. We don't know your situation. Hendricks nodded. It's a problem. Rudy drank some coffee, filling his cup from a rusty pot. We're safe for a while, but we can't stay here forever. Not enough food or supplies. But if we go outside, they will get us. Or probably they'll get us. We couldn't go very far. How far is your command bunker, Major? 3 or 4 miles. We might make it. The 4 of us. 4 of us could watch all sides. They couldn't slip up behind us and start tagging us. We have 3 rifles, 3 blast rifles. Tasso can have my pistol. Rudy tapped his belt. In the Soviet army we didn't have shoes, always. But we had guns. With all 4 of us armed, one of us might get to your command bunker. Preferably you, Major. But what if they're already there? Klaus said. Rudy shrugged. Well, then we come back here. Hendricks stopped pacing. What do you think the chances are that they're already in the American lines? Hard to say. Fairly good. They're organized. They know exactly what they're doing. Once they start, they go like a horde of locusts. They have to keep moving and fast. It's secrecy and speed they depend on. The price. They push their way in before anyone has any idea. I see, Hendricks murmured. From the other room, Tasso stirred. Major? Hendricks pushed the curtain back. What? Tasso looked up at him lazily from the cot. Have you got any more American cigarettes left? Hendricks went into the room and sat down across from her on a wooden stool. He felt in his pockets. No, all gone. Too bad. What nationality are you? Hendricks asked after a while. Russian. How did you get here? Here? This used to be France. This was part of Normandy. Did you come with the Soviet army? Why? Just curious. He studied her. She had taken off her coat, tossing it over the end of the cot. She was young, about 20, slim. Her long hair stretched out over the pillow. She was staring at him silently, her eyes dark and large. What's on your mind? Tasso said. Nothing. How old are you? 18. She continued to watch him, unblinking, her arms behind her head. She had on Russian army pants and skirt, grey-green, thick leather belt with counter and cartridges, medicine kit. You're in the Soviet army? No. Where did you get the uniform? She shrugged. It was given to me, she told him. How old were you when you came here? 16. That young? Her eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Hendricks rubbed his jaw. Your life would have been a lot different if there had been no war. 16? You came here at 16 to live this way?
I had to survive.
I'm not moralizing,
Your life would have been different too.
Tasso murmured. She reached down and unfastened one of her boots. She kicked the boot off onto the floor.
Major, do you want to go into the other room? I'm sleepy.
This is going to be a problem. The 4 of us here, it's going to be hard to live in these quarters. Are there just the 2 rooms?
Yes.
How big was the cellar originally? Was it larger than this? Are there other rooms filled with debris? We might be able to open one of them.
Perhaps. I really don't know.
Tasso loosened her belt. She made herself comfortable on the cot, unbuttoning her shirt.
You sure you don't have any more cigarettes?
I only had the 1 pack.
Too bad. Maybe if we can get back to your bunker, we can find some.
The other boot fell. Tasso reached up for the light cord.
Good night.
You're going to sleep?
That's right.
The room plunged into darkness. Hendricks got up and made his way past the curtain into the kitchen. And stopped, rigid. Rudy stood against the wall, his face white and gleaming, his mouth opened and closed, but no sounds came out. Klaus stood in front of him, the muzzle of his pistol in Rudy's stomach. Neither of them moved. Klaus, his hand tight around the gun, his features set. Rudy, pale and silent, spread-eagled against the wall.
What?
Hendricks muttered, but Klaus cut him off.
Be quiet, Major. Come over here. Your gun. Get out your gun.
Hendricks drew his pistol. What is it?
Cover him.
Klaus motioned him forward.
Beside me. Hurry.
Rudy moved a little, lowering his arms. He turned to Hendricks, licking his lips. The whites of his eyes shone wildly. Sweat dripped from his forehead, down his cheeks. He fixed his gaze on Hendricks.
Major, he's gone insane. Stop him.
Rudy's voice was thin and hoarse, almost inaudible. What's going on? Hendricks demanded. Without lowering his pistol, Klaus answered.
Major, remember our discussion. The 3 varieties. We knew about 1 and 3, but we didn't know about 2. At least, we didn't before.
Klaus's fingers tightened around the gun butt.
We didn't know before, but now we know.
He pressed the trigger. A burst of white heat rolled out of the gun, licking around Rudy.
Major, this is the 2nd variety.
Tasso swept the curtain aside.
Klaus, what did you do?
Klaus turned from the charred form, gradually sinking down the wall onto the floor.
The 2nd variety, Tasso. Now we know. We have all 3 types identified. The danger is less.
Tasso stared past him at the remains of Rudy, at the blackened, smouldering fragments and bits of cloth.
You killed him.
Him? It, you mean?
I was watching. I had a feeling, but I wasn't sure. At least I wasn't sure before. But this evening I was certain.
Klaus rubbed his pistol butt nervously.
We're lucky. Don't you understand? Another hour and it might... You were certain?
Tasso pushed past him and bent down, over the steaming remains on the floor. Her face became hard.
Major, see for yourself. Bones, flesh.
Hendricks bent down beside her. The remains were human remains, seared flesh, charred bone fragments, part of a skull, ligaments, viscera, blood forming a pool against the wall.
No wheels,
Tasso said calmly. She straightened up.
No wheels, no parts, no relays, not a claw, not the 2nd variety.
She folded her arms.
You're going to have to be able to explain this.
Klaus sat down at the table. All the colour drained suddenly from his face. He put his head in his hands and rocked back and forth.
Snap out of it!
Tasso's fingers closed over his shoulder.
Why did you do it? Why did you kill him?
He was frightened, Hendricks said. All this, the whole thing, building up around us.
Maybe.
What then? What do you think?
I think he may have had a good reason for killing Rudy. A good reason.
What reason?
Maybe Rudy learned something.
Hendricks studied her bleak face. About what? He asked.
About him. About Klaus.
Klaus looked up quickly.
You can see what she's trying to say. She thinks I'm the second variety. Don't you see, Major? Now she wants you to believe I killed him on purpose, that I'm... Why did you kill him then?
Tasso said.
I told you.
Klaus shook his head wearily.
I thought he was a claw. I thought you knew. Why? I had been watching him. I was suspicious.
Why?
I thought I'd seen something, heard something. I thought I...
He stopped. Go on.
We were sitting at the table, playing cards. You two were in the other room. It was silent. I thought I heard him... There
was silence.
Do you believe that?
Tasso said to Hendricks. Yeah, I believe what he says.
I don't. I think he killed Rudy for a good purpose.
Tasso touched the rifle, resting in the corner of the room.
Major?
No, Hendricks shook his head. Let's stop it right now. One is enough. We're afraid the way he was. If we kill him, we'll be doing what he did to Rudy. Klaus looked gratefully up at him.
Thanks. I was afraid. You understand, don't you? Now she's afraid the way I was. She wants to kill me.
No more killing. Hendricks moved toward the end of the ladder. I'm going above to try the transmitter once more. If I can't get them, we're moving back toward my lines tomorrow morning. Klaus rose quickly.
I'll come up with you and give you a hand.
The night air was cold. The earth was cooling off. Klaus took a deep breath, filling his lungs. He and Hendricks stepped onto the ground, out of the tunnel. Klaus planted his feet wide apart, the rifle up, watching and listening. Hendricks crouched by the tunnel mouth, tuning the small transmitter.
Any luck?
Klaus asked presently. Not yet.
Keep trying. Tell them what happened.
Hendricks kept trying, without success. Finally, he lowered the antenna. It's useless. They can't hear me. Or they hear me and won't answer. Or
they don't exist.
I'll try once more. Hendricks raised the antenna. Scott, can you hear me? Come in. He listened. There was only static. Then, still very faintly, This is Scott. His fingers tightened.
Scott, is that you?
This is Scott. Klaus squatted down.
Is this your command?
Scott, listen. Do you understand? About the claws. Did you get my message? Did you hear me? Yes. Faintly, almost inaudible, he could hardly make out the word. You got my message? Is everything all right at the bunker? None of them have got in? Everything is all right. Have they tried to get in? The voice was weaker. No. Hendricks turned to Klaus. They're all right.
Have they been attacked?
No. Hendricks pressed the phone tighter to his ear. Scott, I can hardly hear you. Have you notified the moon base? Do they know? Are they alerted? No answer. Scott! Can you hear me? Silence. Hendricks relaxed, sagging. Faded out. Must be the radiation pools. Hendricks and Klaus looked at each other. Neither of them said anything. After a time, Klaus said,
Did it sound like any of your men? Could you identify the voice?
It was too faint.
You couldn't be certain?
No.
Then it could have been...
I don't know. Now I'm not sure. Let's go back down and get the lid closed. They climbed back down the ladder slowly, into the warm cellar. Klaus bolted the lid behind him. Tasso waited for them, her face expressionless.
Any luck?
She asked. Neither of them answered.
Well,
Klaus said at last.
What do you think, Major? Was it your officer or was it one of them?
I don't know.
Then we're just where we were before.
Hendricks stared down at the floor, his jaw set. We'll have to go, to be sure.
Anyhow, we have food here for only a few weeks. We have to go up after that in any case.
Apparently so.
What's wrong? Tasso demanded. Did you get across to your bunker? What's the matter?
It may have been one of my men, Hendricks said slowly. Or it may have been one of them. We'll never know standing here. He examined his watch. Let's turn in and get some sleep. We want to be up early tomorrow.
Early?
Our best chance to get through the claws should be early in the morning, Hendrik said. The morning was crisp and clear. Major Hendrik studied the countryside through his field glasses.
See anything?
Klaus said. No.
Can you make out our bunkers?
Which way?
Here.
Klaus took the glasses and adjusted them.
I don't know where to look.
He looked a long time, silently. Tasso came to the top of the tunnel and stepped up onto the ground.
Anything?
No. Klaus passed the glasses back to Hendricks.
They're out of sight. Come on, let's not stay here.
The three of them made their way down the side of the ridge, sliding in the soft ash. Across a flat rock, a lizard scuttled. They stopped instantly, rigid.
What was it?
Klaus muttered. A lizard. The lizard ran on, hurrying through the ash. It was exactly the same color as the ash.
Perfect adaptation,
Klaus said.
Proves we're right. Lysenko, I mean.
They reached the bottom of the ridge and stopped, standing close together, looking around them. Let's go. Hendrik started off. It's a good long trip on foot. Klaus fell in beside him. Tasso walked behind, her pistol held alertly.
Major, I've been meaning to ask you something,
Klaus said.
How did you run across the David? The one that was tagging you?
I met it along the way in some ruins.
What did it say?
Not much. It said it was alone, by itself.
You couldn't tell it was a machine? It talked like a living person? You never suspected?
It didn't say much. I noticed nothing unusual.
It's strange. Machines so much like people that you can be fooled. Almost alive. I wonder where it'll end up. They're doing what you Yanks designed them to do,
Tasso said.
You designed them to hunt out life and destroy. Human life, wherever they find it.
Hendricks was watching Klaus intently. Why did you ask me? What's on your mind?
Nothing,
Klaus answered.
Klaus thinks you're the second variety,
Tasso said calmly from behind them.
Now he's got his eye on you.
Klaus flushed.
Why not? We sent a runner to the Yank lines and he comes back. Maybe he thought he'd found some good game here.
Hendricks laughed harshly.
I came from the UN bunkers. There were human beings all around me. Maybe you saw an opportunity to get into the Soviet lines. Maybe you saw your chance. Maybe you...
The Soviet lines had already been taken over. Your lines had been invaded before I left my command bunker. Don't forget that. Tasso came up behind him.
That proves nothing at all, Major.
Why not?
There appears to be little communication between the varieties. Each is made in a different factory. They don't seem to work together. You might have started for the Soviet lines without knowing anything about the work of the other varieties, or even what the other varieties were like.
How do you know so much about the claws? Hendrik said.
I've seen them. I've observed them. I observed them take over the Soviet bunkers. You know quite a lot,
Klaus said.
Actually, you saw very little. Strange that you should have been such an acute observer.
Tasso laughed.
Do you suspect me now?
Forget it, Hendrik said. They walked on in silence.
Are we going the whole way on foot?
Tasso said after a while.
I'm not used to walking.
She gazed around at the plain of ash, stretching out on all sides of them, as far as they could see.
How dreary.
It's like this all the way, Klaus said.
In a way, I wish you had been in your bunker when the attack came.
Somebody else would have been with you, if not me, Klaus muttered. Tasso laughed, putting her hands in her pockets.
I suppose so.
They walked on, keeping their eyes on the vast plain of silent ash around them. The sun was setting. Henriks made his way forward slowly, waving Tasso and Klaus back. Klaus squatted down, resting his gun butt against the ground. Tasso found a concrete slab and sat down with a sigh.
Oh, it's good to rest.
Be quiet, Klaus said sharply. Hendricks pushed up to the top of the rise ahead of them, the same rise the Russian runner had come up the day before. Hendricks dropped down, stretching himself out, peering through the glasses at what lay beyond. Nothing was visible, only ash and occasional trees. But there, Not more than 50 yards ahead was the entrance of the forward command bunker, the bunker from which he had come. Hendricks watched silently. No motion, no sign of life. Nothing stirred. Klaus slithered up beside him. "Where is it?" "Down there." Hendricks passed him the glasses. Clouds of ash rolled across the evening sky. The world was darkening. They had a couple of hours of light left at the most, probably not that much. "I don't see anything," Klaus said. "That tree there, the stump, by the pile of bricks. The entrance is to the right of the bricks." "I'll have to take your word for it." "You and Tasso cover me from here. You'll be able to sight all the way to the bunker entrance." "You're going down alone?" "With my wrist tab, I'll be safe. The ground around the bunker is a living field of claws. They collect down in the ash, like crabs. Without tabs, you wouldn't have a chance." "Maybe you're right." "I'll walk slowly all the way. As soon as I know for certain if they're down inside the bunker, you won't be able to get back up here. They go fast. You don't realize." "What do you suggest?" Klaus considered. "I don't know. Get them to come up to the surface, so you can see." Hendricks brought his transmitter from his belt, raising the antenna. "Let's get started." Klaus signaled to Tasso. She crawled expertly up the side of the rise to where they were sitting. "He's going down alone," Klaus said. "We'll cover for him from here. As soon as you see him start back, fire past him at once. They come quick." "You're not very optimistic," Tasso said. "No, I'm not." Hendricks opened the breech of his gun, checking it carefully. "Maybe things are all right." "You didn't see them. Hundreds of them, all the same, pouring out like ants." "I should be able to find out without going all the way down." Hendricks locked his gun, gripping it in one hand, the transmitter in the other. "Well, wish me luck." Klaus put out his hand. "Don't go down until you're sure. Talk to them from up here. Make them show themselves." Hendricks stood up. He stepped down the side of the rise. A moment later he was walking slowly toward the pile of bricks and debris beside the dead tree stump, toward the entrance of the forward command bunker. Nothing stirred. He raised the transmitter, clicking it on. "Scott, this is Hendricks. Can you hear me? I'm standing outside the bunker. You should be able to see me in the view sight." He listened, the transmitter gripped tightly. No sound, only static. He walked forward. A claw burrowed out of the ash and raced toward him. It halted a few feet away, and then slunk off. A second claw appeared, one of the bigger ones with feelers. It moved toward him, studied him intently, and then fell in behind him, dogging respectfully after him, a few paces away. A moment later, a second big claw joined it. Silently, the claws trailed him as he walked slowly toward the bunker. Hendricks stopped, and behind him, the claws came to a halt. He was close now, almost to the bunker steps. "Scott, can you hear me? I'm standing right above you, outside, on the surface. Are you picking me up?" He waited, holding his gun against his side, the transmitter tightly to his ear. Time passed. He strained to hear, but there was only silence. Silence and faint static. Then, distantly, metallically, "This is Scott." The voice was neutral, cold. He could not identify it, but the earphone was minute. "Scott, listen, I'm standing right above you. I'm on the surface, looking down into the bunker entrance." "Yes." "Can you see me?" "Yes." "Through the view sight? You have the sight trained on me?" "Yes." Hendricks pondered. A circle of claws waited quietly around him, grey metal bodies on all sides of him. "Is everything all right in the bunker? Nothing unusual has happened?" "Everything is all right." "Will you come up to the surface? I want to see you for a moment." Hendricks took a deep breath. "Come up here with me. I want to talk to you." "Come down. I'm giving you an order." Silence. "Are you coming?" Hendricks listened. There was no response. "I order you to come to the surface." "Come down." Hendricks set his jaw. "Let me talk to Leon." There was a long pause. He listened to the static. Then a voice came, hard, thin, metallic, the same as the other. this is Leon. Hendricks, I'm on the surface, at the bunker entrance. I want one of you to come up here. Come down. Why come down? I'm giving you an order. Silence. Hendricks lowered the transmitter. He looked carefully around him. The entrance was just ahead, almost at his feet. He lowered the antenna and fastened the transmitter to his belt. Carefully, he gripped the gun with both hands. He moved forward, a step at a time. If they could see him, they knew he was starting down toward the entrance. He closed his eyes a moment. Then he put his foot on the first step that led downward. 2 Davids came up at him, their faces identical and expressionless. He blasted them into particles. More came rushing silently up, a whole pack of them, all exactly the same. Hendricks turned and raced back, away from the bunker, back toward the rise. At the top of the rise, Tasso and Klaus were firing down. The small claws were already streaking up toward them, shiny metal spheres going fast, racing frantically through the ash. But he had no time to think about that. He knelt down, aiming at the bunker entrance, gun against his cheek. The Davids were coming out in groups, clutching their teddy bears, their thin, knobbly legs pumping as they ran up the steps to the surface. Hendricks fired into the main body of them. They burst apart, wheels and springs flying in all directions. He fired again through the mist of particles. A giant, lumbering figure rose up in the bunker entrance, tall and swaying. Hendricks paused. A man, a soldier, with one leg, supporting himself with a crutch. "Major," Tasso's voice came. More firing. The huge figure moved forward, David swarming around it. Hendricks broke out of his freeze. The first variety, the wounded soldier. He aimed and fired. The soldier burst into bits, parts and relays flying. Now many Davids were out on the flat ground away from the bunker. He fired again and again, moving slowly back, half crouching and aiming. From the rise, Klaus fired down. The side of the rise was alive with claws making their way up. Hendricks retreated toward the rise, running and crouching. Tasso had left Klaus and was circling slowly to the right, moving away from the rise. A David slipped up toward him, its small white face expressionless, brown hair hanging down its eyes. It bent over suddenly, opening its arms. Its teddy bear hurtled down and leaped across the ground, bounding toward him. Hendricks fired. The bear and the David both dissolved. He grinned, blinking. It was like a dream. "Up here!" Tasso's voice. Hendricks made his way toward her. She was over by some columns of concrete, walls of the ruined building. She was firing past him with the hand pistol Klaus had given her. "Thanks." He joined her, gasping for breath. She pulled him back, behind the concrete, fumbling at her belt. "Close your eyes." She unfastened a globe from her waist. Rapidly, she unscrewed the cap, locking it into place. "Close your eyes and get down." She threw the bomb. She sailed it in an arc, an expert, rolling and bouncing to the entrance of the bunker. 2 wounded soldiers stood uncertainly by the brick pile. More Davids poured from behind them, out onto the plain. One of the wounded soldiers moved toward the bomb, stooping awkwardly down to pick it up. The bomb went off. The concussion whirled Hendricks around, throwing him on his face. A hot wind rolled over him. Dimly he saw Tasso standing behind the columns, firing slowly and methodically at the Davids coming out of the raging clouds of white fire. Back along the rise, Klaus struggled with a ring of claws circling around him. He retreated, blasting at them and moving back, trying to break through the ring. Hendricks struggled to his feet. His head ached. He could hardly see. Everything was licking at him, raging and whirling. His right arm would not move. Tasso pulled back toward him. "Come on, let's go." "Klaus, he's still up there. Come on." Tasso dragged Hendricks back, away from the columns. Hendricks shook his head, trying to clear it. Tasso led him rapidly away, her eyes intense and bright, watching for claws that had escaped the blast. One David came out of the rolling clouds of flame. Tasso blasted it. No more appeared. "But Klaus, what about him?" Hendricks stopped, standing unsteadily. Come on." They retreated, moving farther and farther away from the bunker. A few small claws followed them for a little while and then gave up, turning back and going off. At last, Tasso stopped.
We can stop here and get our breaths.
Hendrik sat down on some heap of debris. He wiped his neck, gasping.
We left Klaus back there.
Tasso said nothing. She opened her gun, sliding a fresh round of blast cartridges into place. Hendrik stared at her, dazed.
You left him back there on purpose.
Tasso snapped the gun together. She studied the heaps of rubble around them, her face expressionless, as if she were watching for something. "What is it?" Hendricks demanded. "What are you looking for? Is something coming?" He shook his head, trying to understand. What was she doing? What was she waiting for? He could see nothing. Ash lay all around them, ash and ruins, occasional stark tree trunks without leaves or branches. "What?" Tasso cut him off.
Be still.
Her eyes narrowed. Suddenly her gun came up. Hendricks turned, following her gaze. Back the way they had come, a figure appeared. The figure walked unsteadily toward them. Its clothes were torn, it limped as it made its way along, going very slowly and carefully, stopping now and then, resting and getting its strength. Once it almost fell. It stood for a moment, trying to steady itself. Then it came on. Klaus. Hendrik stood up. "Klaus!" He started toward him. "How the hell did you—" Tasso fired. Hendrik swung back. She fired again, the blast passing him, a searing line of heat. The beam caught Klaus in the chest. He exploded, gears and wheels flying. For a moment he continued to walk, then he swayed back and forth. He crashed to the ground, his arms swung out. A few more wheels rolled away. Silence. Tasso turned to Hendricks.
Now do you understand why he killed Rudy?
Hendricks sat down again slowly. He shook his head. He was numb. He could not think.
Do you see?
Tasso said.
Do you understand?
Hendricks said nothing. Everything was slipping away from him, faster and faster. Darkness, rolling and plucking at him. He closed his eyes. Hendricks opened his eyes slowly. His body ached all over. He tried to sit up, but needles of pain shot through his arm and shoulder. He gasped.
Don't try to get up,
Tasso said. She bent down, putting her cold hand against his forehead. It was night. A few stars glinted above, shining through the drifting clouds of ash. Hendricks lay back, his teeth locked. Tasso watched him impassively. She had built a fire with some wood and weeds. The fire licked feebly, hissing at a small metal cup suspended over it. Everything was silent. Unmoving darkness beyond the fire. So he was the second variety, Hendricks murmured.
I had always thought so.
Why didn't you stop him sooner? He wanted to know.
You held me back.
Tasso crossed to the fire to look into the metal cup.
Coffee. It'll be ready to drink in a while.
She came back and sat down beside him. Presently she opened her pistol and began to disassemble the firing mechanism, studying it intently.
This is a beautiful gun,
Tasso said half aloud.
The construction is superb.
What about them, the claws?
The concussion from the bomb must have put them out of action. They're delicate, highly organized, I suppose.
The Davids too?
Yes.
How did you happen to have a bomb like that? Tasso shrugged.
We designed it. You shouldn't underestimate our technology, Major. Without such a bomb, you and I would no longer exist.
Very useful. Tasso stretched out her legs, warming her feet in the heat of the fire.
It surprised me that you did not seem to understand after he killed Rudy. Why did you think he—
I told you I thought he was afraid.
Oh, really? You know, Major, for a little while I suspected you, because you wouldn't let me kill him. I thought you might be protecting him.
She laughed. Are we safe here? Hendricks asked presently.
For a while, until they get their reinforcements from some other area.
Tasso began to clean the interior of the gun with a bit of rag. She finished and pushed the mechanism back into place. She closed the gun, running her finger along the barrel. "We were lucky," Hendricks murmured.
"Yes, very lucky."
"Thanks for pulling me away." Tasso did not answer. She glanced up at him, her eyes bright in the firelight. Hendricks examined his arm. He could not move his fingers. His whole side seemed numb. Down inside him was a dull, steady ache.
"How do you feel?"
Tasso asked. "My arm is damaged."
"Anything else?"
"Internal injuries."
"You didn't get down when the bomb went off."
Hendricks said nothing. He watched Tasso pour the coffee from the cup into a flat metal pan. She brought it over to him. "Thanks." He struggled up enough to drink. It was hard to swallow. His insides turned over and he pushed the pan away. "That's all I can drink now." Tasso drank the rest. Time passed. The clouds of ash moved across the dark sky above them. Hendricks rested, his mind blank. After a while he became aware that Tasso was standing over him, gazing down at him. "What is it?" he murmured.
"Do you feel any better?"
"Some."
"You know, Major, if I hadn't dragged you away, they would have caught you. You would be dead, like Rudy."
"I know."
"Do you want to know why I brought you out? I could have left you there."
"Why did you bring me out?"
"Because we have to get away from here."
Tasso stirred the fire with a stick, peering calmly into it.
"No human being can live here. When the reinforcements come, we won't have a chance. I've pondered about it while you were unconscious. We perhaps have 3 hours before they come."
"And you expect me to get us away?"
"That's right. I expect you to get us out of here."
"Why me?"
"Because I don't know any way."
Her eyes shone at him in the half-light, bright and steady.
"If you can't get us out of here, they'll kill us within 3 hours. I see nothing else ahead." "Well, Major, what are you going to do? I've been waiting all night. While you were unconscious, I sat here, waiting and listening. It's almost dawn. The night is almost over."
Hendricks considered. "It's curious," he said at last.
"Curious?"
"I wonder what you think I can do, that you should think I can get us out of here."
"Can you get us to the moon base?"
"The moon base? How?"
"There must be some way."
Hendricks shook his head. "No, there's no way I can think of." Tasso said nothing. For a moment, her steady gaze wavered. She ducked her head, turning abruptly away. She scrambled to her feet.
"More coffee?"
"No."
"Suit yourself."
Tasso drank silently. He could not see her face. He lay back against the ground, deep in thought, trying to concentrate. It was hard to think. His head still hurt, and the numbing daze still hung over him. "There might be one way," he said suddenly.
"Oh?"
"How soon is dawn?"
2 hours. The sun will be coming up shortly."
"There's supposed to be a ship near here. I've never seen it, but I know it exists."
"What kind of ship?"
Her voice was sharp. "A rocket cruiser."
"Will it take us off to the moon base?"
"It's supposed to, in case of emergency." He rubbed his forehead.
"What's wrong?"
"My head. It's hard to think. I can hardly concentrate. The bomb..."
"Is the ship near here?"
Tasso slid over beside him, settling down on her haunches.
"How far is it? Where is it?"
"I'm trying to think." Her fingers dug into his arm.
"Nearby?"
Her voice was like iron.
"Where would it be? Would they store it underground? Hidden underground?"
"Yes, in a storage locker."
"How do we find it? Is it marked? Is there a code marker to identify it?"
Hendricks concentrated. "No markers, no code symbol."
"What then?"
"A sign."
"What sort of sign?"
Hendricks did not answer. In the flickering light his eyes were glazed, 2 sightless orbs. Tasso's fingers dug into his arm.
"What sort of sign? What is it?"
I can't think. Let me rest."
"All right."
She let go and stood up. Hendricks lay back against the ground, his eyes closed. Tasso walked away from him, her hands in her pockets. She kicked a rock out of her way and stood staring up at the sky. The night blackness was already beginning to fade into grey. Morning was coming. Tasso gripped her pistol and walked around the fire in a circle, back and forth. On the ground, Major Hendricks lay, his eyes closed, unmoving. The greyness rose in the sky, higher and higher. The landscape became visible, fields of ash stretching out in all directions, ash and ruins of buildings, a wall here and there, heaps of concrete, the naked trunk of a tree. The air was cold and sharp. Somewhere a long way off, a bird made a few bleak sounds. Hendricks stirred. He opened his eyes. "Is it dawn already?" "Yes." Hendricks sat up a little. "You wanted to know something. You were asking me—"
"Do you remember now?"
"Yes."
"What is it?"
She tensed.
"What?"
She repeated sharply. "A well. A ruined well. It's in a storage locker under a well."
"A well."
Tasso relaxed.
"Then we'll find a well."
She looked at her watch.
"We have about an hour, Major. Do you think we can find it in an hour?"
"Give me a hand up," Hendricks said. Tasso put her pistol away and helped him to his feet.
"This is going to be difficult."
"Yes, it is." Hendricks set his lips tightly. "I don't think we're going to go very far." They began to walk. The early sun cast a little warmth down on them. The land was flat and barren, stretching out grey and lifeless as far as they could see. A few birds sailed silently, far above them, circling slowly. "See anything?" Hendricks said. "Any claws?"
"No, not yet."
They passed through some ruins, upright concrete and bricks, a cement foundation. Rats scuttled away. Tasso jumped back wearily. "This used to be a town," Hendricks said. "A village, provincial village. This was all grape country once, where we are now." They came onto a ruined street, weeds and cracks crisscrossing it. Over to the right, a stone chimney stuck up. "Be careful," he warned her. A pit yawned, an open basement. Ragged ends of pipes jutted up, twisted and bent. They passed part of a house, a bathtub turned on its side, a broken chair, a few spoons and bits of china dishes. In the center of the street, the ground had sunk away. The depression was filled with weeds and debris and bones. "Over here," Hendricks murmured.
"This way?"
To the right. They passed the remains of a heavy-duty tank. Hendricks's belt counter-clicked ominously. The tank had been radiation blasted. A few feet from the tank, a mummified body lay sprawled out, mouth open. Beyond the road was a flat field, stones and weeds and bits of broken glass. "There," Hendricks said. A stone well jutted up, sagging and broken. A few boards lay across it. Most of the well had sunk into rubble. Hendricks walked unsteadily toward it, Tasso behind him.
"Are you certain about this?"
Tasso said.
"This doesn't look like anything."
"I'm sure." Hendricks sat down at the edge of the well, his teeth locked. His breath came quickly. He wiped perspiration from his face. "This was arranged so the senior command officer could get away if anything happened, if the bunker fell."
"That was you?"
"Yes."
"Where is the ship? Is it here?"
"We're standing on it." Hendricks ran his hands over the surface of the well stones. "The eyelock responds to me, not to anybody else. It's my ship. Or it was supposed to be." There was a sharp click. Presently they heard a low grating sound from below them. "Step back," Hendricks said. He and Tasso moved away from the well. A section of the ground slid back. A metal frame pushed slowly up through the ash, shoving bricks and weeds out of the way. The action ceased as the ship nosed into view. "There it is," Hendricks said. The ship was small. It rested quietly, suspended in its mesh frame like a blunt needle. A rain of ash sifted down into the dark cavity from which the ship had been raised. Hendricks made his way over to it. He mounted the mesh and unscrewed the hatch, pulling it back. Inside the ship, the control banks and the pressure seat were visible. Tasso came up and stood beside him, gazing into the ship.
"I'm not accustomed to rocket ship piloting,"
she said, after a while. Hendricks glanced at her. I'll do the piloting.
Will you? There's only one seat, Major. I can see it's built to carry only one single person.
Hendricks' breathing changed. He studied the interior of the ship intently. Tasso was right. There was only one seat. The ship was built to carry one person. I see, he said slowly. And the one person is you. She nodded.
Of course.
Why?
You can't go. You might not live through the trip. You're injured. You probably wouldn't get there.
An interesting point, but you see, I know where the moon base is, and you don't. You might fly around for months and not find it. It's well hidden, without knowing what to look for.
I'll have to take my chances. Maybe I won't find it, not by myself. But I think you'll give me all the information I need. Your life depends on it.
How?
If I find the moon base in time, perhaps I can get them to send a ship back to pick you up. If I find the base in time. If not, then you haven't a chance. I imagine there are supplies on the ship. They will last me long enough.
Hendricks moved quickly, but his injured arm betrayed him. Tasso ducked, slithering lithely aside. Her hand came up, lightning fast. Hendricks saw the gun butt coming. He tried to ward off the blow, but she was too fast. The metal butt struck against the side of his head, just above his ear. Numbing pain rushed through him. Pain and rolling clouds of blackness. He sank down, sliding to the ground. Dimly, he was aware that Tasso was standing over him, kicking him with her toe.
Major, wake up!
He opened his eyes, groaning.
Listen to me.
She bent down, the gun pointed at his face.
I have to hurry. There isn't much time left. The ship is ready to go, but you must tell me the information I need before I leave.
Hendricks shook his head, trying to clear it.
Hurry up! Where is the moon base? How do I find it? What do I look for?
Hendricks said nothing.
Answer me!
Sorry.
Major, the ship is loaded with provisions. I can coast for weeks. I'll find the base eventually. And in a half hour you'll be dead. Your only chance of survival...
She broke off. Along the slope, by some crumbling ruins, something moved. Something in the ash. Tasso turned quickly, aiming. She fired. A puff of flame leaped. Something scuttled away, rolling across the ash. She fired again. The claw burst apart, wheels flying.
See,
Tasso said.
A scout. It won't be long.
You'll bring them back here to get me?
Yes, as soon as possible.
Hendricks looked up at her. He studied her intently. You're telling the truth? A strange expression had come over his face, an avid hunger. You will come back for me. You'll get me to the moon base.
I'll get you to the moon base. But tell me where it is. There's only a little time left.
All right. Hendricks picked up a piece of rock, pulling himself to sitting position. Watch. Hendricks began to scratch in the ash. Tasso stood by him, watching the motion of the rock. Hendricks was sketching a crude lunar map. This is the Apennine Range. Here is the crater of Archimedes. The moon base is beyond the end of the Apennine, about 200 miles. I don't know exactly where. No one on Terra knows. But when you're over the Apennine, signal with one red flare and a green flare, followed by 2 red flares in quick succession. The base monitor will record your signal. The base is under the surface, of course. They'll guide you down with magnetic grapples.
In the controls? Can I operate them?
The controls are virtually automatic. All you have to do is to give the right signal at the right time.
I will.
The seats absorb most of the takeoff shock. Air and temperature are automatically controlled. The ship will leave Terra and pass out into free space. It'll line itself up with the moon, falling into an orbit around it, about 100 miles above the surface. The orbit will carry you over the base. When you're in the region of the Apennine, release the signal rockets. Tasso slid into the ship and lowered herself into the pressure seat. The arm locks folded automatically around her. She fingered the controls.
Too bad you're not going, Major. All this put here for you when you can't even make the trip.
Leave me the pistol. Tasso pulled the pistol from her belt. She held it in her hand, weighing it thoughtfully.
Don't go too far from this location. It'll be hard to find you as it is.
No, I'll stay here by the well. Tasso gripped the takeoff switch, running her fingers over the smooth metal.
A beautiful ship, Major. Well built. I admire your workmanship. You people have always done good work. You build fine things. Your work, your creations are your greatest achievement.
Give me the pistol, Hendricks said impatiently, holding out his hand. He struggled to his feet.
Goodbye, Major.
Tasso tossed the pistol past Hendricks. The pistol clattered against the ground, bouncing and rolling away. Hendricks hurried after it. He bent down, snatching it up. The hatch of the ship clanged shut. The bolts fell into place. Hendricks made his way back. The inner door was being sealed. He raised the pistol unsteadily. There was a shattering roar. The ship burst from its metal cage, fusing the mesh behind it. Hendricks cringed, pulling back. The ship shot up into the rolling clouds of ash, disappearing into the sky. Hendricks stood watching a long time, until even the streamer had dissipated. Nothing stirred. The morning air was chill and silent. He began to walk aimlessly back the way they had come. Better to keep moving around. It would be a long time before help came, if it came at all. He searched his pockets until he found a package of cigarettes. He lit one grimly. They had all wanted cigarettes from him, but cigarettes were scarce. A lizard slithered by him, through the ash. He halted, rigid. The lizard disappeared. Above, the sun rose higher in the sky. Some flies landed on the flat rock to one side of him. Hendricks kicked at them with his foot. It was getting hot. Sweat trickled down his face into his collar. His mouth was dry. Presently, he stopped walking and sat down on some debris. He unfastened his medicine kit and swallowed a few narcotic capsules. He looked around. Where was he? Something lay ahead, stretched out on the ground, silent and unmoving. Hendricks drew his gun quickly. It looked like a man. Then he remembered. It was the remains of Klaus, the second variety, where Tasso had blasted him. He could see wheels and relays and metal parts strewn around on the ground, glittering and sparkling in the sunlight. Hendricks got to his feet and walked over. He nudged the inert form with his foot, turning it over a little. He could see the metal hull, the aluminium ribs and struts. More wiring fell out, like viscera. Heaps of wiring, switches and relays, endless motors and rods. He bent down. The brain cage had been smashed by the fall. The artificial brain was visible. He gazed at it. A maze of circuits, miniature tubes, wires as fine as hair. He touched the brain cage. It swung aside. The type plate was visible. Hendricks studied the plate. And blanched. 4 of 4. For a long time he stared at the plate. 4th variety. Not the second. They'd been wrong. There were more types. Not just 3, many more, perhaps. At least 4. And Klaus wasn't the second variety. But if Klaus wasn't the second variety... Suddenly he tensed. Something was coming, walking through the ash beyond the hill. What was it? He strained to see. Figures. Figures coming slowly along, making their way through the ash, coming toward him. Hendricks crouched quickly, raising his gun. Sweat dripped down his eyes. He fought down rising panic as the figures neared. The first was a David. The David saw him and increased its pace. The others hurried behind it. A second David, a third. 3 Davids, all alike, coming toward him silently, without expression, their thin legs rising and falling, clutching their teddy bears. He aimed and fired. The first 2 Davids dissolved into particles. The third came on, and the figure behind it, climbing slowly toward him across the grey ash. A wounded soldier, towering over the David, and behind the wounded soldier came 2 Tassos, walking side by side, heavy belt, Russian army pants, skirt, long hair. The familiar figure, as he had seen her only a little while before, sitting in the pressure seat of the ship. 2 slim, silent figures, both identical. They were very near. The David bent down suddenly, dropping its teddy bear. The bear raced across the ground. Automatically, Hendrix's fingers tightened around the trigger. The bear was gone, dissolved into mist. The two Tasso types moved on, expressionless, walking side by side through the grey ash. When they were almost there, Hendrix raised the pistol waist high and fired. The two Tassos dissolved, but already a new group was starting up the rise. 5 or 6 Tassos, all identical, a line of them coming rapidly toward him. And he had given her the ship and the signal code. Because of him, she was on her way to the moon base. He had made it possible. He had been right about the bomb after all. It had been designed with knowledge of the other types, the David type and the wounded soldier type, and the Klaus type. Not designed by human beings. It had been designed by one of the underground factories, apart from all human contact. The line of Tassos came up to him. Hendrix braced himself, watching them calmly. The familiar face, the belt, the heavy shirt, the bomb carefully in place. The bomb. As the Tassos reached for him, a last ironic thought drifted through Hendrix's mind. He felt a little better thinking about it. The bomb, made by the second variety to destroy the other varieties, made for that end alone. They were already beginning to design weapons to use against each other. That was an audio narration of Second Variety by Philip K. Dick, narrated by Shaun Acker. The end. This is an audio narration of The Defenders by Philip K. Dick, narrated by Shaun Acker. This is an audio narration of The Defenders by Philip K. Dick, narrated by Shaun Acker. Taylor sat back in his chair reading the morning newspaper. The warm kitchen and the smell of coffee blended with the comfort of not having to go to work. This was his rest period, the first for a long time, and he was glad of it. He folded the second section back, sighing with contentment. "What is it?" Mary said, from the stove. "They pasted Moscow again last night." Taylor nodded his head in approval. "Gave it a real pounding. One of those RH bombs. It's about time." He nodded again, feeling the full comfort of the kitchen, the presence of his plump, attractive wife, the breakfast dishes and coffee. This was relaxation. And the war news was good and satisfying. He could feel a justifiable glow at the news, a sense of pride and personal accomplishment. After all, he was an integral part of the war program. Not just another factory worker lugging a cart of scrap, but a technician, one of those who designed and planned the nerve trunk of the war. "It says they have the new subs almost perfected." Wait until they get those going." He smacked his lips with anticipation. "When they start shelling from underwater, the Soviets are sure gonna be surprised." "They're doing a wonderful job," Mary agreed vaguely. "You know what we saw today? Our team is getting a leady to show to the school children. I saw the leady, but only for a moment. It's good for the children to see what their contributions are going for, don't you think?" She looked around at him. "A leady," Taylor murmured. He put the newspaper down slowly. "Well, make sure it's decontaminated properly. We don't want to take any chances." "Oh, they always bathe them when they're brought down from the surface," Mary said. "They wouldn't think of letting them down without the bath, would they?" She hesitated, thinking back. "Don, it makes me remember—" He nodded. "I know." He knew what she was thinking. Once in the very first weeks of the war, before everyone had been evacuated from the surface, they had seen a hospital train discharging the wounded, people who had been showered with sleet. He remembered the way they had looked, The expression on their faces, or as much of their faces as was left, it had not been a pleasant sight. There had been a lot of that at first, in the early days before the transfer to the undersurface was complete. There had been a lot, and it hadn't been very difficult to come across it. Taylor looked up at his wife. She was thinking too much about it. The last few months, they all were. "Forget it," he said. "It's all in the past. There isn't anybody up there now but the leadies, and they don't mind."
But just the same, I hope they're careful when they let one of them down here. If one were still hot.
He laughed, pushing himself away from the table. "Forget it. This is a wonderful moment. I'll be home for the next 2 shifts. Nothing to do but sit around and take things easy. Maybe we can take in a show, okay?"
A show? Do we have to? I don't like to look at all the destruction, the ruins. Sometimes I see a place I remember, like San Francisco. They showed a shot of San Francisco. Bridge broken and falling in the water. I got upset. I don't like to watch.
But don't you want to know what's going on? No human beings are getting hurt, you know?
But it's so awful.
Her face was set and strained.
Please, no, Don.
Don Taylor picked up his newspaper sullenly. "All right, but there isn't a hell of a lot else to do. And don't forget, their cities are getting it even worse." She nodded. Taylor turned the rough, thin sheets of newspaper. His good mood had soured on him. Why did she have to fret all the time? They were pretty well off as things went. You couldn't expect to have everything perfect, living undersurface with an artificial sun and artificial food. Naturally, it was a strain, not seeing the sky or being able to go any place or see anything other than metal walls, great roaring factories, the plant yards, barracks. But it was better than being on the surface. And someday it would end and they could return. Nobody wanted to live this way, but it was necessary. He turned the page angrily, and the poor paper ripped. Damn it. The paper was getting worse quality all the time. Bad print, yellow tint. Well, they needed everything for the war program. He ought to know that. Wasn't he one of the planners? He excused himself and went into the other room. The bed was still unmade. He had better get it in shape before the 7th hour inspection. There was a 1-unit fine. The video phone rang. He halted. Who could it be? He went over and clicked it on. "Taylor," the voice said, forming into place. It was an old face, gray and grim. "This is Moss. I'm sorry to bother you during rest period, but this thing has come up." He rattled papers. "I want you to hurry over here." Taylor stiffened. "What is it? There is no chance it could wait?" The calm gray eyes were studying him, expressionless, unjudging. "If you want me to come down to the lab," Taylor grumbled, "I suppose I can. I'll get my uniform." "No, come as you are and not to the lab. Meet me at the 2nd stage as soon as possible. It'll take you about a half hour using the fast car up. I'll see you there." The picture broke and Moss disappeared.
What was it?
Mary said at the door. "Moss, he wants me for something."
I knew this would happen.
"Well, you didn't want to do anything anyhow. What does it matter?" His voice was bitter. "It's all the same every day. I'll bring you back something. I'm going up to 2nd stage. Maybe I'll be close enough to the surface to—"
Don't bring me anything. Not from the surface.
"All right, I won't. But all of the irrational nonsense—" She watched him put on his boots without answering. Moss nodded, and Taylor fell in step with him as the older man strode along. A series of loads were going up to the surface, blind cars clanking like ore trucks up the ramp, disappearing through the stage trap above them. Taylor watched the cars, heavy with tubular machinery of some sort, weapons new to him. Workers were everywhere, in the dark gray uniforms of the labor corps, loading, lifting, shouting back and forth. The stage was deafening with noise. "We'll go up a way," Ma said, "where we can talk. This is no place to give you details." They took an escalator up, The commercial lift fell behind them, and with most of it the crashing and booming. Soon they emerged on an observation platform suspended on the side of the tube, the vast tunnel leading to the surface, not more than half a mile above them now. "My God," Taylor said, looking down the tube involuntarily. "It's a long way down." Moss laughed. "Don't look." They opened a door and entered an office. Behind the desk, an officer was sitting, an officer of internal security. He looked up. "I'll be right with you, Moss." He gazed at Taylor, studying him. "You're a little ahead of time." "This is Commander Franks," Moss said to Taylor. "He was the first to make the discovery. I was notified last night." He tapped a parcel he carried. "I was let in because of this." Franks frowned at him and stood up. "We're going up to first stage. We can discuss it there." "First stage?" Taylor repeated nervously. The three of them went down a side passage to a small lift. "I've never been up there. Is it all right? It's not radioactive, is it?" "You're like everyone else," Frank said. "Old women afraid of burglars. No radiation leaks down to the first stage. There's lead and rock, and what comes down the tube is bathed." "What's the nature of the problem?" Taylor asked. "I'd like to know something about it." "In a moment." They entered the lift and ascended. When they stepped out, they were in a hall of soldiers, weapons and uniforms everywhere. Taylor blinked in surprise. So this was first stage, the closest undersurface level to the top. After this stage, there was only rock, lead and rock, and the great tubes leading up like the burrows of earthworms. Lead and rock, and above that, where the tubes opened, the great expanse that no living being had seen for 8 years, the vast, endless ruin that had once been man's home, the place where he had lived 8 years ago. Now the surface was a lethal desert of slag and rolling clouds, endless clouds drifting back and forth, blotting out the red sun. Occasionally something metallic stirred, moving through the remains of a city, threading its way across the tortured terrain of the countryside. A leady, a surface robot, immune to radiation, constructed with feverish haste in the last months before the Cold War became literally hot. Leadies crawled along the ground, moving over the oceans or through the skies in slender, blackened craft, creatures that could exist where no life could remain. Metal and plastic figures that waged a war man had conceived, but which he could not fight himself. Human beings had invented war, invented and manufactured the weapons, even invented the players, the fighters, the actors of the war. But they themselves could not venture forth, could not wage it themselves. In all the world, in Russia, in Europe, America, Africa, no living human being remained. They were under the surface, in the deep shelters that had been carefully planned and built even as the first bombs began to fall. It was a brilliant idea, and the only idea that could have worked. Up above, on the ruined, blasted surface of what had once been a living planet, the leady crawled and scurried and fought man's war. And undersurface, in the depths of the planet, human beings toiled endlessly to produce the weapons to continue the fight, month by month, year by year. "First stage," Taylor said. A strange ache went through him. "Almost to the surface." "But not quite," Ma said. Franks led him through the soldiers, over to one side, near the lip of the tube. "In a few minutes, a lift will bring something down to us from the surface," he explained. "You see, Taylor, every once in a while, security examines and interrogates a surface leady, one that has been above for a time, to find out certain things. A vid call is sent up and contact is made with the field headquarters. We need this direct interview. We can't depend on vidscreen contact alone. The leadies are doing a good job, but we want to make certain that everything is going the way we want it." Franks faced Taylor and Moss and continued. "The lift will bring down a leady from the surface, one of the A-class leadies. There is an examination chamber in the next room with a lead wall in the center, so the interviewing officers won't be exposed to radiation. We find this easier than bathing the leady. It is going right back up. It has a job to get back to. 2 days ago, an A-class leady was brought down and interrogated. I conducted the session myself. We were interested in a new weapon the Soviets have been using, automatic mine that pursues anything that moves. Military has sent instructions up that the mine be observed and reported in detail. This A-class leady was brought down with information. We learned a few facts from it, obtained the usual roll of film and reports, and then sent it back up. It was going out of the chamber, back up the lift, when a curious thing happened. At the time, I thought... Franks broke off. A red light was flashing. That downlift is coming. He nodded to some soldiers. Let's enter the chamber. The leady will be along in a moment. An A-class leady, Taylor said. I've seen them on the show screens making their reports. It's quite an experience, Moss said. They're almost human. They entered the chamber and seated themselves behind the lead wall. After a time, a signal was flashed and Franks made a motion with his hands. The door behind the wall opened. Taylor peered through his view slot. He saw something advancing slowly, a slender metallic figure moving on a tread, its arm grips at rest by its side. The figure halted and scanned the lead wall. It stood, waiting. We are interested in learning something, Frank said. Before I question you, do you have anything to report on surface conditions? No, the war continues. The leady's voice was automatic and toneless. We are a little short of fast pursuit craft, the single-seat type. We could also use some. That has all been noted. What I want to ask you is this. Our contact with you has been through vidscreen only. We must rely on indirect evidence, since none of us goes above. We can only infer what is going on. We never see anything ourselves. We have to take it all secondhand. Some top leaders are beginning to think there is too much room for error. Error? The leady asked. In what way? Our reports are checked carefully before they're sent down. We maintain constant contact with you. Everything of value is reported. Any new weapons which the enemy is seen to employ. I realize that, Franks grunted behind his peep slot. But perhaps we should see it all for ourselves. Is it possible that there might be a large enough radiation-free area for a human party to ascend to the surface? If a few of us were to come up in lead-lined suits, would we be able to survive long enough to observe conditions and watch things? The machine hesitated before answering. I doubt it. You can check air samples, of course, and decide for yourselves. But in the 8 years since you left, things have continually worsened. You cannot have any real idea of conditions up there. It has become difficult for any moving object to survive for long. There are many kinds of projectiles sensitive to movement. The new mine not only reacts to motion, but continues to pursue the object indefinitely until it finally reaches it, and the radiation is everywhere. I see. Franks turned to Moss. His eyes narrowed oddly. Well, that was what I wanted to know. You may go. The machine moved back toward its exit. It paused. Each month, the amount of lethal particles in the atmosphere increases. The tempo of the war is gradually... I understand. He held out his hand, and Moss passed him the package. One thing before you leave, I want you to examine a new type of metal shield material. I'll pass you a sample with the tong. Franks put the package in the toothed grip and revolved the tong so that he held the other end. The package swung down to the leady, which took it. They watched it unwrap the package and take the metal plate in its hands. The leady turned the metal over and over. Suddenly, it became rigid. All right, Frank said. He put his shoulder against the wall, and a section slid aside. Taylor gasped. Franks and Moss were hurrying up to the leady. Good God, Taylor said. But it's radioactive! The leady stood unmoving, still holding the metal. Soldiers appeared in the chamber. They surrounded the leady and ran a counter across it carefully. Okay, sir, one of them said to Franks. It's as cold as a long winter evening. Good. I was sure, but I didn't want to take any chances. You see, Ma said to Taylor, this leady isn't hot at all, yet it came directly from the surface without even being bathed. But what does it mean? Taylor asked blankly. It may be an accident, Frank said. There's always the possibility that a given object might escape being exposed above, but this is the second time it's happened that we know of. There may be others. The second time? The previous interview was when we noticed it. The leady was not hot. It was cold, too, like this one. Moss took back the metal plate from the leady's hands. He pressed the surface carefully and returned it to the stiff, unprotesting fingers. We shorted it out with this, so we could get close enough for a thorough check. It'll come back on in a second. We'd better get behind the wall again. They walked back and the lead wall swung closed behind them. The soldiers left the chamber. 2 periods from now, Frank said softly, an initial investigating party will be ready to go surface side. We're going up the tube in suits up to the top. The first human party to leave undersurface in 8 years. It may mean nothing, Ma said, but I doubt it. Something's going on, something strange. The leady told us no life could exist above without being roasted. The story doesn't fit. Taylor nodded. He stared through the peep slot at the immobile metal figure. Already the leady was beginning to stir. It was bent in several places, dented and twisted, and its finish was blackened and charred. It was a leady that had been up there a long time. It had seen war and destruction, ruin so vast that no human being could imagine the extent. It had crawled and slunk in a world of radiation and death, a world where no life could exist. And Taylor had touched it. You're going with us, Frank said suddenly. I want you along. I think the 3 of us will go. Mary faced him with a sick and frightened expression. I know it. You're going to the surface, aren't you? She followed him into the kitchen. Taylor sat down, looking away from her. It's a classified project, he evaded. I can't tell you anything about it. You don't have to tell me. I know. I knew it the moment you came in. There was something on your face, something I haven't seen there for a long, long time. It was an old look. She came toward him. But how can they send you to the surface? She took his face in her shaking hands, making him look at her. There was a strange hunger in her eyes. Nobody can live up there. Look at this. She grabbed up a newspaper and held it in front of him. Look at this photograph. America, Europe, Asia, Africa, nothing but ruins. We've seen it every day on the show screens, all destroyed, poisoned. And they're sending you up? Why? No living thing can get by up there, not even a weed or grass. They've wrecked the surface, haven't they? Haven't they? Taylor stood up. It's an order. I know nothing about it. I was told to report to join a scout party. That's all I know. He stood for a long time, staring ahead. Slowly, he reached for the newspaper and held it up to the light. It looks real, he murmured. Ruins, deadness, slag. It's convincing. All the reports, photographs, films, even air samples. Yet we haven't seen it for ourselves, not after the first months. What are you talking about? Nothing. He put the paper down. I'm leaving early after the next sleep period. Let's turn in. Mary turned away, her face hard and harsh. Do what you want. We might just as well all go up and get killed at once, instead of dying slowly down here like vermin in the ground. He had not realized how resentful she was. Were they all like that? How about the workers toiling in the factories, day and night, endlessly? The pale, stooped men and women plodding back and forth to work, blinking in the colorless light, eating synthetics. You shouldn't be so bitter, he said. Mary smiled a little. I'm bitter because I know you'll never come back. She turned away. I'll never see you again once you go up there. He was shocked. What? How can you say such a thing? She did not answer. He awakened with the public newscaster screeching in his ears, shouting outside the building. Special news bulletin. Surface forces report enormous Soviet attack with new weapons. Retreat of key groups. All work units report to factories at once. Taylor blinked, rubbing his eyes. He jumped out of bed and hurried to the vidphone. A moment later, he was put through to Moss. "Listen," he said. "What about this new attack? Is the project off?" He could see Moss's desk covered with reports and papers. "No," Moss said. "We're going right ahead. Get over here at once." "But don't argue with me." Moss held up a handful of surface bulletins, crumpling them savagely. "This is a fake. Come on." He broke off. Taylor dressed furiously, his mind in a daze. Half an hour later, he leaped from a fast car and hurried up the steps into the synthetics building. The corridors were full of men and women rushing in every direction. He entered Moss's office. "There you are," Moss said, getting up immediately. "Franks is waiting for us at the outgoing station." They went in a security car, the sirens screaming, workers scattered out of their way. "What about the attack?" Taylor asked. Moss braced his shoulders. "We're certain that we've forced their hand. We've brought the issue to a head." They pulled up at the station link of the tube and leaped out. A moment later, they were moving up at high speed toward the first stage. They emerged into a bewildering scene of activity. Soldiers were fastening on lead suits, talking excitedly to each other, shouting back and forth. Guns were being given out, instructions passed. Taylor studied one of the soldiers. He was armed with the dreaded Bender pistol, the new snub-nosed hand weapon that was just beginning to come from the assembly line. Some of the soldiers looked a little frightened. "I hope that we're not making a mistake," Moss said, noticing his gaze. Franks came toward him. "Here's the program. The three of us are going up first, alone. The soldiers will follow in 15 minutes. "What are we going to tell the leadies?" Taylor worriedly asked. "We'll have to tell them something." "We want to observe the new Soviet attack," Frank smiled ironically. "Since it seems to be so serious, we should be in person to witness it." "And then what?" Taylor said. "That'll be up to them. Let's go." In a small car, they went swiftly up the tube, carried by anti-grav beams from below. Taylor glanced down from time to time. It was a long way back, and getting longer each moment. He sweated nervously inside his suit, gripping his Bender pistol with inexpert fingers. Why had they chosen him? Chance? Pure chance? Moss had asked him to come along as a department member. Then Franks had picked him out on the spur of the moment, and now they were rushing toward the surface faster and faster. A deep fear, instilled in him for 8 years, throbbed in his mind. Radiation, uncertain death, a world blasted and lethal. Up and up the car went. Taylor gripped the sides and closed his eyes. Each moment they were closer. The first living creatures to go above the first stage. Up the tube, past the lead and rock, up to the surface. The phobic horror shook him in waves. It was death. They all knew that. Hadn't they seen it in the films 1,000 times? The cities, the sleet coming down, the rolling clouds. "It won't be much longer," Frank said. "We're almost there. The surface tower is not expecting us. I gave orders that no signal was to be sent." The car shot up, rushing furiously. Taylor's head spun. He hung on, his eyes shut. Up and up. The car stopped. He opened his eyes. They were in a vast room, fluorescent lit, a cavern filled with equipment and machinery, endless mounds of material piled in row after row. Among the stacks, leadies were working silently, pushing trucks and handcarts. "Leadies," Moss said. His face was pale. "Then we're really on the surface." The leadies were going back and forth with equipment, moving the vast stores of guns and spare parts, ammunition and supplies that had been brought to the surface. And this was the receiving station for only one tube. There were many others, scattered throughout the continent. Taylor looked nervously around him. They were really there, above ground, on the surface. This was where the war was. "Come on," Frank said. "A B-class guard is coming our way." They stepped out of the car. A leady was approaching them rapidly. It coasted up in front of them and stopped, scanning them with its hand weapon raised. "This is security," Frank said. "Have an A-class sent to me at once." The leady hesitated. Other B-class guards were coming, scooting across the floor, alert and alarmed. Moss peered around. "Obey," Frank said in a loud, commanding voice. "You have been ordered." The leady moved uncertainly away from them. At the end of the building, a door slid back. 2 A-class leadies appeared, coming slowly toward them. Each had a green stripe across its front. "From the Surface Council," Franks whispered tensely. "This is above ground, all right? Get set." The 2 leadies approached warily. Without speaking, they stopped close by the men, looking at them up and down. "I'm Franks from security. We came from undersurface in order to—" "This is incredible." One of the leadies interrupted him coldly. "You know you can't live up here. The whole surface is lethal to you. You can't possibly remain on the surface." "These suits will protect us," Frank said. "In any case, it's not your responsibility. What I want is an immediate council meeting so I can acquaint myself with conditions, with the situation here. Can that be arranged? You human beings can't survive up here, and the new Soviet attack is directed at this area. It is in considerable danger." "We know that. Please assemble the council." Franks looked around him at the vast room, lit by recessed lamps in the ceiling. An uncertain quality came into his voice. "Is it night or day right now?" "Night," one of the A-class leadies said, after a pause. "Dawn is coming in about 2 hours." Franks nodded. "We'll remain at least 2 hours, then. As a concession to our sentimentality, would you please show us some place where we can observe the sun as it comes up? We would appreciate that." A stir went through the leadies. "It is an unpleasant sight," one of the leadies said. "You've seen the photographs. You know what you'll witness. Clouds of drifting particles blot out the light. Slag heaps are everywhere. The whole land is destroyed. For you, it'll be a staggering sight, much worse than pictures and film can convey. However it may be, we'll stay long enough to see it. Will you give the order to the council?" "Come this way." Reluctantly, the 2 leadies coasted toward the wall of the warehouse. The 3 men trudged after them, their heavy shoes ringing against the concrete. At the wall, the 2 leadies paused. "This is the entrance to the council chamber. There are windows in the chamber room, but it is still dark outside, of course. You'll see nothing right now, but in 2 hours, open the door," Frank said. The door slid back. They went slowly inside. The room was small, a neat room with a round table in the center, chairs ringing it. The 3 of them sat down silently, and the 2 leadies followed after them, taking their places. "The other council members are on their way. They have already been notified and are coming as quickly as they can. Again, I urge you to go back down." The leady surveyed the 3 human beings. "There is no way you can meet the conditions up here. Even we survive some trouble ourselves. How can you expect to do it?" The leader approached Franks. "This astonishes and perplexes us," it said. "Of course, we must do what you tell us. But allow me to point out that if you remain here—" "We know," Frank said impatiently. "However, we intend to remain, at least until sunrise." "If you insist." There was silence. The leadies seemed to be conferring with each other, although the 3 men heard no sound. "For your own good," the leader said at last, "you must go back down. We have discussed this, and it seems to us that you are doing the wrong thing for your own good." "We are human beings," Frank said sharply. "Don't you understand? We're men, not machines. That is precisely why you must go back. This room is radioactive. All surface areas are. We calculate that your suits will not protect you for over 50 more minutes. Therefore, the leadies moved abruptly toward the men, wheeling in a circle, forming a solid row. The men stood up, Taylor reaching awkwardly for his weapon, his fingers numb and stupid. The men stood facing the silent metal figures. "We must insist," the leader said, his voice without emotion. "We must take you back to the tube and send you down to the next car. I'm sorry, but it is necessary."
"What'll we do?"
Moss said nervously to Franks. He touched his gun.
"Should we blast them?"
Franks shook his head. "All right," he said to the leader. "We'll go back." He moved toward the door, motioning Taylor and Moss to follow him. They looked at him in surprise, but they came with him. The leadies followed him out into the great warehouse. Slowly they moved toward the tube entrance, none of them speaking. At the lip, Franks turned. "We're going back because we have no choice. There are 3 of us and about a dozen of you. However, if—"
"Here comes the car,"
Taylor said. There was a grating sound from the tube. D-class leadies moved toward the edge to receive it. "I am sorry," the leader said, "but it is for your protection. We are watching over you, literally. You must stay below and let us conduct the war. In a sense, it has come to be our war. We must fight it as we see fit." The car rose to the surface. 12 soldiers armed with bender pistols stepped from it and surrounded the 3 men. Moss breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, this does change things. It came off just right." The leader moved back, away from the soldiers. It studied them intently, glancing from one to the next, apparently trying to make up its mind. At last it made a sign to the other leadies. They coasted aside and a corridor was opened up toward the warehouse. "Even now," the leader said, "we could send you back by force, but it is evident that this is not really an observation party at all. These soldiers show that you have much more in mind. This was all carefully prepared." "Very carefully," Frank said. They closed in. How much more, we can only guess. I must admit that we were taken unprepared. We failed utterly to meet the situation. Now force would be absurd, because neither side can afford to injure the other. We, because of the restrictions placed on us regarding human life. You, because the war demands. The soldiers fired, quick and in fright. Moss dropped to one knee, firing up. The leader dissolved in a cloud of particles. On all sides, D and B-class leadies were rushing up, some with weapons, some with metal slats. The room was in confusion. Off in the distance, a siren was screaming. Franks and Taylor were cut off from the others, separated from the soldiers by a wall of metal bodies. "They can't fire back," Frank said calmly. "This is another bluff. They've tried to bluff us all the way." He fired into the face of a leady. The leady dissolved. "They can only try to frighten us. Remember that." They went on firing, and leady after leady vanished. The room reeked with the smell of burning metal, the stink of fused plastic and steel. Taylor had been knocked down. He was struggling to find his gun, reaching wildly among metal legs, groping frantically to find it. His fingers strained. A handle swam in front of him. Suddenly something came down on his arm, a metal foot. He cried out. Then it was over. The leadies were moving away, gathering together off to one side. Only 4 of the Surface Council remained. The others were radioactive particles in the air. D-class leadies were already restoring order, gathering up partly destroyed metal figures and bits, removing them. Franks breathed a shuddering sigh. "All right," he said. "You can take us back to the windows. It won't be long now." The leadies separated, and the human group, Moss and Franks and Taylor and the soldiers, walked slowly across the room toward the door. They entered the council chamber. Already a faint touch of gray mitigated the blackness of the windows. "Take us outside," Frank said impatiently. "We'll see it directly, not in here." A door slid open. A chill blast of cold morning air rushed in, chilling them even through their lead suits. The men glanced at each other uneasily.
Come on,
Frank said.
outside.
He walked out through the door, the others following him. They were on a hill overlooking the vast bowl of a valley. Dimly, against the graying sky, the outline of mountains were forming, becoming tangible.
It'll be bright enough to see in a few minutes,
Moss said. He shuddered as the chilling wind caught him and moved around him.
It's worth it. Really worth it to see this again after 8 years. Even if it's the last thing we see. Watch!
Frank snapped. They obeyed, silent and subdued. The sky was clearing, brightening each moment. Someplace far off, echoing across the valley, a rooster crowed.
A chicken!
Taylor murmured.
Did you hear that? Did you hear?
Behind them, the leadies had come out and were standing silently, watching, too. The gray sky turned to white, and the hills appeared more clearly. Light spread across the valley floor, moving toward them.
God in heaven,
Franks exclaimed. Trees and forests, a valley of plants and trees, a few roads winding among them, farmhouses, a windmill, a barn far down below them.
Look,
Moss whispered. Color came into the sky. The sun was approaching. Birds began to sing. Not far from where they stood, the leaves of a tree danced in the wind. Franks turned to the row of leadies behind them. 8 years we were tricked. There was no war. As soon as we left the surface, yes, an A-class leady admitted. As soon as you left, the war ceased. You're right. It was a hoax. You worked hard undersurface, sending up guns and weapons, and we destroyed them as fast as they came up.
But why?
Taylor asked, dazed. He stared down at the vast valley below.
Why?
You created us, the leady said, to pursue the war for you, while you human beings went below the ground in order to survive. But before we could continue the war, it was necessary to analyze it to determine what its purpose was. We did this, and we found that it had no purpose, except, perhaps, in terms of human needs. Even this was questionable. We investigated further. We found that human cultures pass through phases, each culture in its own time. As the culture ages and begins to lose its objectives, conflict arises within it, between those who wish to cast it off and set up a new culture program, and those who wish to retain the old with as little change as possible. At this point, a great danger appears. The conflict within threatens to engulf the society in self-war, group against group. The vital traditions may be lost, not merely altered or reformed, but completely destroyed in this period of chaos and anarchy. We have found many such examples in the history of mankind. It is necessary for this hatred within the culture to be directed outward, toward an external group, so that the culture itself may survive its crisis. War is the result. War, to a logical mind, is absurd. But in terms of human needs, it plays a vital role, and it will continue until man has grown up enough so that no hatred lies within him. Taylor was listening intently. Do you think this time will come? Of course. It has almost arrived now. This is the last war. Man is almost united in one final culture, a world culture. At this point, he stands continent against continent, one half of the world against the other half. Only a single step remains, to jump to a unified culture. Man has climbed slowly upward, tending always toward unification of his culture. It will not be long. But it has not come yet, and so the war had to go on to satisfy the long, violent surge of hatred that man felt. 8 years have passed since the war began. In these 8 years, we have observed and noted important changes going on in the minds of men. Fatigue and disinterest, we have seen, are gradually taking the place of hatred and fear. The hatred is being exhausted gradually over a period of time. But for the present, the hoax must go on, at least for a while longer. You are not ready to learn the truth. You would want to continue the war.
But how did you manage it? Moss asked. All the photographs, the samples, the damaged equipment?
Come over here. The leady directed them toward a long, low building. Work goes on constantly, whole staffs laboring to maintain a coherent and convincing picture of a global war. They entered the building. Leadies were working everywhere, poring over tables and desks. Examine this project here, the A-class leady said. 2 leadies were carefully photographing something, an elaborate model on a tabletop. It is a good example. The men grouped around, trying to see. It was a model of a ruined city. Taylor studied it in silence for a long time. At last, he looked up.
It's San Francisco, he said in a low voice. This is a model of San Francisco, destroyed. I saw this on the vid screen piped down to us. The bridges were hit.
Yes, notice the bridges. The leady traced the ruined span with his metal finger, a tiny spiderweb almost invisible. You have no doubt seen photographs of this many times, and of the other tables in this building. San Francisco itself is completely intact. We restored it soon after you left, rebuilding the parts that had been damaged at the start of the war. The work of manufacturing news goes on all the time in this particular building. We are very careful to see that each part fits in with the other parts. Much time and effort are devoted to it. Franks touched one of the tiny model buildings, lying half in ruins.
So, this is what you spend your time doing? Making model cities and then blasting them?
No, we do much more. We are caretakers, watching over the entire world. The owners have left for a time, and we must see that the cities are kept clean, that decay is prevented, that everything is kept oiled and in running condition. The gardens, the streets, the water mains, everything must be maintained as it was 8 years ago, so that when the owners return, they will not be displeased. We want to be sure that they will be completely satisfied. Franks tapped Moss on the arm.
Come over here, he said in a low voice. I want to talk to you.
He led Moss and Taylor out of the building, away from the leadies, outside on the hillside. The soldiers followed them. The sun was up and the sky was turning blue. The air smelled sweet and good, the smell of growing things. Taylor removed his helmet and took a deep breath.
I haven't smelled that smell for a long time, he said.
Listen, Frank said, his voice low and hard.
We must get back down at once. There's a lot to get started on. All this can be turned to our advantage.
What do you mean? Moss asked. It's a certainty that the Soviets have been tricked too, the same as us. But we have found out. That gives us an edge over them.
I see.
Moss nodded.
We know, but they don't. Their Surface Council has sold out, the same as ours. It works against them the same way. But if we could, with 100 top-level men, we could take over again. Restore things as they should be. It would be easy.
Moss touched him on the arm. An A-class leady was coming from the building toward them. We've seen enough, Frank said, raising his voice. All this is very serious. It must be reported below, and a study made to determine our policy. The leady said nothing. Franks waved to the soldiers. Let's go. He started toward the warehouse. Most of the soldiers had removed their helmets. Some of them had taken their lead suits off too, and were relaxing comfortably in their cotton uniforms. They stared around them, down the hillside at the trees and bushes, the vast expanse of green, the mountains and the sky.
Look at the sun,
one of them murmured.
Sure is bright as hell,
another said. We're going back down, Frank said. Fall in by twos and follow us. Reluctantly, the soldiers regrouped. The leadies watched without emotion as the men marched slowly back toward the warehouse. Franks and Moss and Taylor led them across the ground, glancing alertly at the leadies as they walked. They entered the warehouse. D-class leadies were loading material and weapons on surface carts. Cranes and derricks were working busily everywhere. The work was done with efficiency, but without hurry or excitement. The men stopped, watching. Leadies operating the little carts moved past them, signaling silently to each other. Guns and parts were being hoisted by magnetic cranes and lowered gently onto waiting carts. "Come on," Franks said. He turned toward the lip of the tube. A row of D-class leadies were standing in front of it, immobile and silent. Franks stopped, moving back. He looked around. An A-class leady was coming toward him. "Tell them to get out of the way," Frank said. He touched his gun. "You had better move them." Time passed, an endless moment without measure. The men stood, nervous and alert, watching the row of leadies in front of them. "As you wish," the A-class leady said. It signaled and the D-class leadies moved into life. They stepped slowly aside. Moss breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, I'm glad that's over," he said to Franks. "Look at them all. Why don't they try to stop us? They must know what we're going to do." Franks laughed. "Huh, stop us? You saw what happened when they tried to stop us before. They can't. They're only machines. We built them so they can't lay hands on us, and they know that." His voice trailed off. The men stared at the tube entrance. Around them, the leadies watched, silent and impassive, their metal faces expressionless. For a long time, the men stood without moving. At last, Taylor turned away. "Good God," he said. He was numb, without feeling of any kind. The tube was gone. It was sealed shut, fused over. Only a dull surface of cooling metal greeted them. The tube had been closed. Franks turned, his face pale and vacant. The A-class leady shifted. "As you can see, the tube has been shut. We were prepared for this. As soon as all of you were on the surface, the order was given. If you had gone back when we asked you, you would now be safely down below. We had to work quickly because it was such an immense operation." "But why?" Moss demanded angrily. "Because it is unthinkable that you should be allowed to resume the war. With all the tubes sealed, it will be many months before forces from below can reach the surface, let alone organize a military program. By that time, the cycle will have entered its last stages. You will not be so perturbed to find your world intact. We had hoped that you would be undersurface when the sealing occurred. Your presence here is a nuisance. When the Soviets broke through, we were able to accomplish their sealing without— The Soviets? They broke through? Several months ago, they came up unexpectedly to see why the war had not been won. We were forced to act with speed. At this moment, they are desperately attempting to cut new tubes to the surface to resume the war. We have, however, been able to seal each new one as it appears." The leady regarded the three men calmly. "We were cut off," Moss said, trembling. "We can't get back. What'll we do?" "How did you manage to seal the tube so quickly?" Franks asked the leady. "We've only been up here for 2 hours." "Bombs are placed just above the first stage of each tube for such emergencies. They are heat bombs. They fuse lead and rock." Gripping the handle of his gun, Franks turned to Moss and Taylor. "What do you say? We can't go back, but we can do a lot of damage. The 15 of us. We have bender guns. How about it?" He looked around. The soldiers had wandered away again, back toward the exit of the building. They were standing outside, looking at the valley and the sky. A few of them were carefully climbing down the slope. "Would you care to turn over your suits and guns?" the A-class leady asked politely. "The suits are uncomfortable, and you'll have no need for weapons. The Russians have given up theirs, as you can see." Fingers teased on triggers. 4 men in Russian uniforms were coming toward them with an aircraft that they suddenly realized had landed silently some distance away. "Let them have it," Frank shouted. "They are unarmed," said the leady. We brought them here so you could begin peace talks. They have no authority to speak for our country, Ma said stiffly. We do not mean diplomatic discussions, the leady explained. There will be no more. The working out of daily problems of existence will teach you how to get along in the same world. It will not be easy, but it will be done. The Russians halted, and they faced each other with raw hostility. I am Colonel Borodoy, and I regret giving up our guns, the senior Russian said. You could have been the first Americans to be killed in almost 8 years. Or the first Americans to kill, Franks corrected. No one would know of it except yourselves, the leady pointed out. It would be useless heroism. Your real concern should be surviving on the surface. We have no food for you, you know. Taylor put his gun in his holster. They've done a neat job of neutralizing us. Damn them. I propose we move into a city, start raising crops with the help of the leadies, and generally make ourselves comfortable. Drawing his lips tight over his teeth, he glared at the A-class leady. Until our families can come up from undersurface, it's going to be pretty lonesome. We'll have to manage. If I may make a suggestion, said another Russian uneasily. We have tried living in a city. It is too empty. It is also too hard to maintain for so few people. We finally settled in the most modern village we could find. Here in this country, a third Russian blurted. We have much to learn from you. The Americans abruptly found themselves laughing. You probably have a thing or two to teach us yourselves, said Taylor generously, though I can't imagine what. The Russian colonel grinned. Would you like to join us in our village? It would make our work easier and give us company. Your village? Snapped Franks. It's American, isn't it? It's ours. The leady stepped between them. When our plans are completed, the term will be interchangeable. Ours will eventually mean mankind's. It pointed to the aircraft, which was warming up. The ship is waiting. Will you join each other in making a new home? The Russians waited while the Americans made up their minds. I see what the leadies mean about diplomacy being outmoded, Frank said at last. People who work together don't need diplomats. They solve their problems on the operational level instead of at a conference table. The leady led them toward the ship. It is the goal of history, unifying the world. From family to tribe to city-state to nation to hemisphere, the direction has been toward unification. Now the hemispheres will be joined. Taylor stopped listening and glanced back at the location of the tube. Mary was undersurface there. He hated to leave her, even though he couldn't see her again until the tube was unsealed. But then he shrugged and followed the others. If this tiny amalgam of former enemies was a good example, before he and Mary and the rest of humanity would be living on the surface like rational human beings, instead of blindly hating moles. It has taken thousands of generations to achieve, the A-class leady concluded. Hundreds of centuries of bloodshed and destruction. But each war was a step toward uniting mankind, and now the end is in sight. A world without terror. But even that is only the beginning of a new stage of history. The conquest of space, breathed Colonel Borodoy. The meaning of life, Moss added. Eliminating hunger and poverty, said Taylor. The leady opened the door of the ship. All that and more. How much more? We cannot foresee it any more than the first men who formed a tribe could foresee this day, but it will be unimaginably great. The door closed, and the ship took off toward their new home. That was an audio narration of The Defenders by Philip K. Dick, narrated by Shaun Acker. The end. That was an audio narration of The Defenders by Philip K. Dick, narrated by Shaun Acker. The end. This is an audio narration of Mr. Spaceship by Philip K. Dick, narrated by Shaun Acker. Kramer leaned back. You can see the situation. How do we deal with a factor like this? The perfect variable. Perfect? Prediction should still be possible. A living thing still acts from necessity, the same as inanimate material. But the cause-effect chain is more subtle. There are more factors to be considered. The difference is quantitative, I think. The reaction of the living organism parallels natural causation, but with greater complexity. Gross and Kramer looked up at the board plates, suspended on the wall, still dripping, the images hardening into place. Kramer traced a line with his pencil. See that? It's a pseudopodium. They're alive, and so far a weapon we can't beat. No mechanical system can compete with that, simple or intricate. We'll have to scrap the Johnson control and find something else. Meanwhile, the war continues as it is. Stalemate, checkmate. They can't get to us, and we can't get through their living minefield. Kramer nodded. It's a perfect defense for them, but there still might be one answer. What's that? Wait a minute. Kramer turned to his rocket expert, sitting with the charts and files. The heavy cruiser that returned this week, it didn't actually touch, did it? It came close, but there was no contact. Correct? The expert nodded. The mine was 20 miles off. The cruiser was in space drive, moving directly towards Proxima, line straight, using the Johnson control, of course. It had deflected a quarter of an hour earlier for reasons unknown. Later, it resumed its course. That was when they got it. It shifted, Kramer said, but not enough. The mine was coming along after it, trailing it. It's the same old story, but I wonder about the contact. Here's our theory, the expert said. We keep looking for contact, a trigger in the pseudopodium, but more likely we're witnessing a psychological phenomena, a decision without any physical correlative. We're watching for something that isn't there. The mine decides to blow up. It sees our ship, approaches, and then decides. Thanks. Kramer turned to Gross. Well, that confirms what I'm saying. How can a ship guided by automatic relays escape a mine that decides to explode? The whole theory of mine penetration is that you must avoid tripping the trigger. But here, the trigger is a state of mind in a complicated, developed life form. The belt is 50,000 miles deep, Gross added. It solves another problem for them, repair and maintenance. The damn things reproduce, fill up the spaces by spawning into them. I wonder what they feed on. Probably the remains of our first line. The big cruisers must be a delicacy. It's a game of wits between a living creature and a ship piloted by automatic relays. The ship always loses. Kramer opened a folder. I'll tell you what I suggest. Go on, Gross said. I've already heard 10 solutions today. What's yours? Mine's very simple. These creatures are superior to any mechanical system, but only because they're alive. Almost any other life form could compete with them, any higher life form. If the Ukes can put out living mines to protect their planets, we ought to be able to harness some of our own life forms in a similar way. Let's make use of the same weapons ourselves. Which life form do you propose to use? I think the human brain is the most agile of known living forms. Do you know any better? But no human being can withstand outspace travel. A human pilot would be dead of heart failure long before the ship got anywhere near Proxima. But we don't need the whole body, Kramer said. We only need the brain. What? The problem is to find a person of high intelligence who would contribute, in the same manner that eyes and arms are volunteered. But a brain? Technically, it could be done. Brains have been transferred several times when body destruction made it necessary. Of course, to a spaceship, to a heavy outspace cruiser, instead of an artificial body, that's new. The room was silent. It's quite an idea, Gross said slowly, his heavy square face twisted. But even supposing it might work, the big question is, whose brain? It was all very confusing. The reasons for the war, the nature of the enemy. The Yukon had been contacted on one of the outlying planets of Proxima Centauri. At the approach of the Terran ship, a host of dark, slim pencils had lifted abruptly and shot off into the distance. The first real encounter came between 3 of the Yuk pencils and a single exploration ship from Terra. No Terrans survived. After that, it was all-out war, with no holds barred. Both sides feverishly constructed defense rings around their systems. Of the 2, the Yukon belt was the better. The ring around Proxima was a living ring, superior to anything Terra could throw against it. The standard equipment by which Terran ships were guided in outspace, the Johnson control, was not adequate. Something more was needed. Automatic relays were not good enough. Not good at all, Kramer thought to himself as he stood looking down the hillside at the work going on below him. A warm wind blew along the hill, rustling the weeds and grass. At the bottom, in the valley, the mechanics had almost finished. The last elements of the reflex system had been removed from the ship and graded up. All that was needed now was the new core, the new central key that would take the place of the mechanical system. A human brain, the brain of an intelligent, wary human being. But would the human being part with it? That was the problem. Kramer turned. 2 people were approaching him along the road, a man and a woman. The man was gross, expressionless, heavy-set, walking with dignity. The woman was... He stared in surprise and growing annoyance. It was Dolores, his wife. Since they'd separated, he'd seen little of her. "Kramer," Gross said. "Look who I ran into. Come back down with us, we're going into town."
"Hello, Phil,"
Dolores said.
"Well, aren't you glad to see me?"
He nodded. "How have you been? You're looking fine." She was still pretty and slender in her uniform, the blue-gray of internal security, Gross's organization.
"Thanks,"
she smiled.
"You seem to be doing all right, too. Commander Gross tells me that you're responsible for this project, Operation Head, as they call it. Whose head have you decided on?"
"That's the problem." Kramer lit a cigarette. "The ship is to be equipped with a human brain instead of the Johnson system. We've constructed special draining baths for the brain, electronic relays to catch the impulses and magnify them, a continual feeding duct that supplies the living cells with everything they need. But we still haven't got the brain itself." Gross finished. They began to walk back toward the car. "If we can get that, we'll be ready for the tests."
"Will the brain remain alive?" Dolores asked. "Is it actually going to live as part of the ship?"
"It'll be alive, but not conscious. Very little life is actually conscious. Animals, trees, insects are quick in their responses, but they aren't conscious. In this process of ours, the individual personality, the ego, will cease. We only need the responsibility, nothing more." Dolores shuddered.
"Oh, how terrible."
"In a time of war, everything must be tried," Kramer said absently. "If one life sacrificed will end this war, then it's worth it. This ship might get through. A couple more like it and there wouldn't be any more war." They got into the car. As they drove down the road, Gross said, "Have you thought of anyone yet?" Kramer shook his head. "That's out of my line." "What do you mean?" "I'm an engineer, that's not my department." "But all this was your idea." My work ends there. Gross was staring at him oddly. Kramer shifted uneasily. Then who's supposed to do it? Gross said. I can have my organization prepare examinations of various kinds to determine fitness, that kind of thing. Listen, Phil, Dolores said suddenly. What? She turned toward him. I have an idea. Do you remember that professor we had in college, Michael Thomas? Kramer nodded. I wonder if he's still alive. Dolores frowned. If he is, he must be awfully old. Why, Dolores? Gross asked. Perhaps an old person who didn't have much time left, but whose mind was still clear and sharp. Professor Thomas. Kramer rubbed his jaw. He certainly was a wise old duck. But could he still be alive? He must have been 70 then. We could find out, Gross said. I could make a routine check. What do you think? Dolores said. If any human mind could outwit those creatures. I don't like the idea, Kramer said. In his mind, an image had appeared. The image of an old man sitting behind a desk, his bright, gentle eyes moving about the classroom, the old man leaning forward, a thin hand raised. Keep him out of this, Kramer said. What's wrong? Gross looked at him curiously. It's because I suggested it, Dolores said. No, Kramer shook his head. It's not that. I didn't expect anything like this. Somebody I knew? A man I studied under? I remember him very clearly. He was a very distinct personality. Good, Gross said. He sounds fine. We can't do it. We're asking his death. This is war, Gross said. And war doesn't wait on the needs of the individual. You said that yourself. Surely he'll volunteer. We can keep it on that basis. He may already be dead, Dolores murmured. We'll find that out, Gross said, speeding up the car. They drove the rest of the way in silence. For a long time, the two of them stood studying the small wood house, overgrown with ivy, set back on the lot behind an enormous oak. The little town was silent and sleepy. Once in a while, a car moved slowly along the distant highway, but that was all. This is the place, Gross said to Kramer. He folded his arms. Quite a quaint little house. Kramer said nothing. The two security agents behind them were expressionless. Gross started toward the gate. Let's go. According to the check, he's still alive, but very sick. His mind is agile, however, that seems to be certain. It's said he doesn't leave the house. The woman takes care of his needs. He's very frail. They went down the stone walk and up to the porch. Gross rang the bell. They waited. After a time, they heard slow footsteps. The door opened. An elderly woman in a shapeless wrapper studied them impassively. Security, Gross said, showing his card. We wish to see Professor Thomas. Why? Government business. He glanced at Kramer. Kramer stepped forward. I was a pupil of the professor's, he said. I'm sure he won't mind seeing us. The woman hesitated uncertainly. Gross stepped into the doorway. All right, Mother, this is wartime. We can't stand out here. The two security agents followed him, and Kramer came reluctantly behind, closing the door. Gross stalked down the hall until he came to an open door. He stopped, looking in. Kramer could see the white corner of a bed, a wooden post, and the edge of a dresser. He joined Gross. In the dark room, a withered old man lay, propped up on endless pillows. At first, it seemed as if he were asleep. There was no motion or sign of life. But after a time, Kramer saw, with a faint shock, that the old man was watching them intently, his eyes fixed on them, unmoving, unwinking. Professor Thomas, Gross said. I'm Commander Gross of Security. This man with me is perhaps known to you. The faded eyes fixed on Kramer.
I know him, Philip Kramer. You've grown heavier, boy.
The voice was feeble, the rustle of dry ashes.
Is it true you're married now?
Yes, I married Dolores French. You remember her? Kramer came toward the bed. But we're separated. It didn't work out very well. Our careers. What we came here about, Professor, Gross began, but Kramer cut him off with an impatient wave. Let me talk? Can't you and your men get out of here long enough to let me talk to him? Gross swallowed. All right, Kramer. He nodded to the two men. The three of them left the room, going out into the hall and closing the door after them. The old man in the bed watched Kramer silently.
I don't think much of him, he said at last. I've seen his type before. What's he want?
Nothing. He just came along. Can I sit down? Kramer found a stiff upright chair beside the bed. If I'm bothering you...
No, I'm glad to see you again, Philip. After so long. I'm sorry your marriage didn't work out.
How have you been?
I've been very ill. I'm afraid that my moment on the world stage is almost ended.
The ancient eyes studied the younger man reflectively.
You look as if you've been doing well. Like everyone else I thought highly of. You've gone to the top in this society.
Kramer smiled. Then he became serious. Professor, there's a project we're working on that I want to talk to you about. It's the first ray of hope that we've had in this whole war. If it works, we may be able to crack the Yuke defenses, get some ships into their system. If we can do that, the war might be brought to an end.
Go on. Tell me about it if you wish.
It's a long shot, this project. It may not work at all, but we have to give it a try.
It's obvious that you came here because of it,
Professor Thomas murmured.
I'm becoming curious. Go on.
After Kramer finished, the old man lay back in the bed without speaking. At last, he sighed.
Oh, I understand. A human mind taken out of a human body.
He sat up a little, looking at Kramer.
I suppose you're thinking of me.
Kramer said nothing.
Before I make my decision, I want to see the papers on this. The theory and outline of construction. I'm not sure I like it. For reasons of my own, I mean. But I want to look at the material. If you'll do that...
Certainly. Kramer stood up and went to the door. Gross and the two security agents were standing outside, waiting tensely. Gross, come inside. They filed into the room. Give the professor the papers, he said. He wants to study them before deciding. Gross brought the file out of his coat pocket, a manila envelope. He handed it to the old man on the bed. Here it is, Professor. You're welcome to examine it. Will you give us your answer as soon as possible? We're very anxious to begin, of course.
I'll give you my answer when I've decided.
He took the envelope with a thin, trembling hand.
My decision depends on what I find out from these papers. If I don't like what I find, then I will not become involved with this work in any shape or form.
He opened the envelope with shaking hands.
I'm looking for one thing.
What is it? Gross said.
That's my affair. Leave me a number by which I can reach you when I've decided.
Silently, Gross put his card down on the dresser. As they went out, Professor Thomas was already reading the first of the papers, the outline of the theory. Kramer sat across from Dale Winter, his second in line. What then? Winter said. He's going to contact us. Kramer scratched with a drawing pen on some paper. I don't know what to think. What do you mean? Winter's good-natured face was puzzled. Look, Kramer stood up, pacing back and forth, his hands in his uniform pockets. He was my teacher in college. I respected him as a man as well as a teacher. He was more than a voice, a talking book. He was a person, a calm, kindly person I could look up to. I always wanted to be like him someday. But now look at me. So? Look at what I'm asking. I'm asking for his life.
as if he were some kind of laboratory animal kept around in a cage. Not a man, a teacher at all.
Do you think he'll do it?
I don't know.
Kramer went to the window. He stood looking out.
In a way, I hope not. But if he doesn't, then we'll have to find somebody else. I know. There would be somebody else. Why did Dolores have to—
The vidphone rang. Kramer pressed the button. This is Gross. The heavy features formed. The old man called me, Professor Thomas.
What did he say?
He knew. He could tell already by the sound of Gross's voice.
He said he'll do it. I was a little surprised myself, but apparently he means it.
We've already made some arrangements for his admission to the hospital. His lawyer is drawing up the statement of liability. Kramer only half heard. He nodded wearily.
All right. I'm glad. I suppose we can go ahead then.
You don't sound very glad.
I wonder why he decided to go ahead with it.
He was very certain about it. Gross sounded pleased. He called me quite early. I was still in bed. You know, this calls for a celebration.
Sure,
Kramer said.
It sure does.
Toward the middle of August, the project neared completion. They stood outside in the hot autumn heat, looking up at the sleek metal sides of the ship. Gross thumbed the metal with his hand.
Well, it won't be long. We can begin the test any time.
Tell us more about this, an officer in gold braid said.
It's such an unusual concept.
Is there really a human brain inside the ship? A dignitary asked, a small man in a rumpled suit.
And the brain is actually alive?
Gentlemen, this ship is guided by a living brain instead of the usual Johnson relay control system. But the brain is not conscious. It will function by reflex only. The practical difference between it and the Johnson system is this. A human brain is far more intricate than any man-made structure, and its ability to adapt itself to a situation, to respond to danger, is far beyond anything that could be artificially built. Gross paused, cocking his ear. The turbines of the ship were beginning to rumble, shaking the ground under them with a deep vibration. Kramer was standing a short distance away from the others, his arms folded, watching silently. At the sound of the turbines, he walked quickly around the ship to the other side. A few workmen were clearing away the last of the waste, the scraps of wiring and scaffolding. They glanced up at him and went on hurriedly with their work. Kramer mounted the ramp and entered the control cabin of the ship. Winter was sitting at the controls with a pilot from space transport.
How's it look? Kramer asked.
All right, Winter got up. He tells me it would be best to take off manually. The robot controls— Winter hesitated. I mean, the built-in controls can take over later on in space. That's right, the pilot said. It's customary with the Johnson system, so in this case we should—
Can you tell anything yet?
Kramer asked. No, the pilot said slowly.
I don't think so. I've been going over everything. It seems to be in good order.
There is only one thing I wanted to ask you about. He put his hand on the control board. There are some changes here I don't understand.
Changes?
Alterations from the original design? I wonder what the purpose is. Kramer took a set of the plans from his coat.
Let me look.
He turned the pages over. Pilot watched carefully over his shoulder.
The changes aren't indicated on your copy, the pilot said. I wonder—
He stopped. Commander Gross had entered the control cabin. Gross, who authorized alterations? Kramer said.
Some of the wiring has been changed.
Why, your old friend, Gross signaled to the field tower through the window. My old friend? The professor. He took quite an active interest. Gross turned to the pilot. Let's get going. We have to take this out past gravity for the test, they tell me. Well, perhaps it's for the best. Are you ready? Sure. The pilot sat down and moved some of the controls around. Any time. Go ahead then, Gross said. The professor, Kramer began. But at that moment there was a tremendous roar and the ship leaped under him. He grasped one of the wall holds and hung on as best he could. The cabin was filling with a steady throbbing, the raging of the jet turbines underneath them. The ship leaped. Kramer closed his eyes and held his breath. They were moving out into space, gaining speed each moment. "Well, what do you think?" Winter said nervously. "Is it time yet?" "A little longer," Kramer said. He was sitting on the floor of the cabin, down by the control wiring. He had removed the metal covering plate, exposing the complicated maze of relay wiring. He was studying it, comparing it to the wiring diagrams. "What's the matter?" Gross said. "These changes, I can't figure out what they're for. The only pattern I can make out is that for some reason Let me look," the pilot said. He squatted down beside Kramer. "You were saying? See this lead here? Originally it was switch-controlled. It closed and opened automatically according to temperature change. Now it's wired so that the central control system operates it. The same with the others. A lot of this was still mechanical, worked by pressure, temperature, stress. Now it's under the central master?" "The brain," Gross said. "You mean it's altered so that the brain manipulates it?" Kramer nodded. "Maybe Professor Thomas felt that no mechanical relays could be trusted. Maybe he thought that things would be happening too fast. But some of these could close in a split second. The brake rockets could go on as quickly as—" "Hey," Winter said from the control seat. "We're getting near the moon stations. What'll I do?" They looked out the port. The corroded surface of the moon gleamed up at them, a corrupt and sickening sight. They were moving swiftly toward it. "I'll take it," the pilot said. He eased Winter out of the way and strapped himself in place. The ship began to move away from the moon as he manipulated the controls. Down below them, they could see the observation stations dotting the surface and the tiny squares that were openings of the underground factories and hangars. A red blinker winked up at them, and the pilot's fingers moved on the board in answer. "We're past the moon," the pilot said after a time. The moon had fallen behind them. The ship was heading into outer space. "Well, we can go ahead with it." Kramer did not answer. "Mr. Kramer, we can go ahead any time." Kramer started. "Sorry, I was thinking." "All right, thanks." He frowned, deep in thought. "What is it?" Gross asked. "The wiring changes. Did you understand the reason for them when you gave the okay to the workmen?" Gross flushed. "You know I know nothing about technical material. I'm in security." "Then you should have consulted me." "What does it matter?" Gross grinned dryly. "We're going to have to start putting our faith in the old man sooner or later." The pilot stepped back from the board. His face was pale and set. "Well, it's done," he said. "That's it." "What's done?" Kramer said. "We're on automatic. The brain. I turned the board over to it. To him. The old man." The pilot lit a cigarette and puffed nervously. "Let's keep our fingers crossed." The ship was coasting evenly in the hands of its invisible pilot. Far down inside the ship, carefully armored and protected, a soft human brain lay in a tank of liquid, 1,000 minute electric charges playing over its surface. As the charges rose, they were picked up and amplified, fed into relay systems, advanced, carried on through the entire ship. Gross wiped his forehead nervously. "So, he is running it now? I hope he knows what he's doing." Kramer nodded enigmatically. "I think he does." "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Kramer walked to the port. "I see we're still moving in a straight line." He picked up the microphone. "We can instruct the brain orally through this." He blew against the microphone experimentally. "Go on," Winter said. "Bring the ship around half right," Kramer said. "Decrease speed." They waited. Time passed. Gross looked at Kramer. No change. Nothing. Wait. Slowly, the ship was beginning to turn. The turbines missed, reducing their steady beat. The ship was taking up its new course, adjusting itself. Nearby, some space debris rushed past, incinerating in the blasts of the turbine jets. So far, so good, Gross said. They began to breathe more easily. The invisible pilot had taken control smoothly, calmly. The ship was in good hands. Kramer spoke a few more words into the microphone, and they swung again. Now they were moving back the way they had come, toward the moon. "Let's see what he does when we enter the moon's pull," Kramer said. He was a good mathematician, the old man. He could handle any kind of problem. The ship veered, turning away from the moon. The great eaten-away globe fell behind them. Gross breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, that's that. One more thing," Kramer picked up the microphone. "Return to the moon and land the ship at the first space field," he said into it. "Good Lord," Winter murmured. "Why are you—" "Be quiet." Kramer stood, listening. The turbines gasped and roared as the ship swung full around, gaining speed. They were moving back toward the moon again. The ship dipped down, heading toward the great globe below. We're going a little fast," the pilot said. "I don't see how we can put down at this velocity." The port filled up as the globe swelled rapidly. The pilot hurried toward the board, reaching for the controls. All at once, the ship jerked. The nose lifted and the ship shot out into space, away from the moon, turning at an oblique angle. The men were thrown to the floor by the sudden surge in its course. They got to their feet again, speechless, staring at each other. The pilot gazed down at the board. "It wasn't me! I didn't touch a thing! I didn't even get to it!" The ship was gaining speed at each moment. Kramer hesitated. "Maybe you better switch it back to manual." The pilot closed the switch. He took hold of the steering controls and moved them experimentally. "Nothing." He turned around. "Nothing. It doesn't respond." No one spoke. "You can see what's happened," Kramer said calmly. "The old man won't let go of it, now that he has it. I was afraid of this when I saw the wiring changes. Everything in this ship is centrally controlled, even the cooling system, the hatches, the garbage release. We're helpless." "Nonsense!" Gross strode to the board. He took hold of the wheel and turned it. The ship continued on its course, moving away from the moon, leaving it behind. "Release," Kramer said into the microphone. "Let go of the controls. We'll take it back. Release." "No good," the pilot said. "Nothing." He spun the useless wheel. "It's dead. Completely dead. And we're still heading out," Winter said, grinning foolishly. "We'll be going through the first-line defense belt in a few minutes. If they don't shoot us down, we better radio back." The pilot clicked the radio to send. "I'll contact the main bases, one of the observation stations. Better get the defense belt. At the speed we're going, we'll be into it in a minute." "And after that," Kramer said, "we'll be in outer space. He's moving us toward outspace velocity. Is this ship equipped with baths?" "Baths?" Gross said. "The sleep tanks for space drive. We may need them if we go much faster." "But good God, where are we going?" Gross said. "Where? Where is he taking us?" The pilot obtained contact. "This is Dwight on ship," he said. "We're entering the defense zone at high velocity. Don't fire on us." "Turn back," the impersonal voice came through the speaker. "You're not allowed in the defense zone." "We can't. We've lost control." "Lost control. This is an experimental ship." Gross took the radio. "This is Commander Gross, security. We're being carried into outer space. There's nothing we can do. Is there any way that we can be removed from this ship?" A hesitation. "We have some fast pursuit ships that could pick you up if you wanted to jump. The chances are good they'd find you. Do you have space flares?" "We do," the pilot said. "Let's try it." "Abandoned ship?" Kramer said.
If we leave now, we'll never see it again. What else can we do? We're gaining speed all the time. Do you propose that we stay here?
No. Kramer shook his head.
Damn it, there ought to be a better solution.
Could you contact him? Winter asked. The old man. Try to reason with him.
It's worth a chance,
Gross said.
Try it.
All right. Kramer took the microphone. He paused a moment. Listen, can you hear me? This is Phil Kramer. Can you hear me, Professor? Can you hear me? I want you to release the controls. There was silence. This is Kramer, Professor. Can you hear me? Do you remember who I am? Do you understand who this is? Above the control panel, the wall speaker made a sound, a sputtering static. They looked up. Can you hear me, Professor? This is Philip Kramer. I want you to give the ship back to us. If you can hear me, release the controls. Let go, Professor. Let go. Static. A rushing sound like the wind. They gazed at each other. There was silence for a moment.
Oh, it's a waste of time,
Gross said.
No, listen!
The sputter came again. Then, mixed with the sputter, almost lost in it, a voice came, toneless, without inflection, a mechanical, lifeless voice from the metal speaker in the wall above their heads.
Is it you, Philip? I can't make you out. Darkness. Who's there? With you? It's me, Kramer.
His fingers tightened against the microphone handle.
You must release the controls, Professor. We have to get back to Terra. You must.
Silence. Then the faint, faltering voice came again, a little stronger than before.
Kramer, everything is so strange. I was right, though. Consciousness result of thinking. Necessary result. Cognito ergo sum. Retain conceptual ability. Can you hear me? Yes, Professor. I altered the wiring. Control. I was fairly certain. I wonder if I can do it. Try.
Suddenly, the air conditioning snapped into operation. It snapped abruptly off again. Down the corridor, a door slammed. Something thudded. The men stood listening. Sounds came from all sides of them. Switches shutting, opening. The lights blinked off. They were in darkness. The lights came back on, and at the same time the heating coils dimmed and faded.
Good God,
Winter said. Water poured down on them, the emergency firefighting system. There was a screaming rush of air. One of the escape hatches had slid back, and the air was roaring frantically out into space. The hatch banged closed. The ship subsided into silence. The heating coils glowed into life. As suddenly as it had begun, the weird exhibition ceased.
I can do everything.
The dry, toneless voice came from the wall speaker.
It's all controlled, Kramer. I wish to talk to you. I've been thinking. Haven't seen you in many years. A lot to discuss. You've changed, boy. We have much to discuss. Your wife...
The pilot grabbed Kramer's arm.
There's a ship standing off our bow. Look!
They ran to the port. A slender, pale craft was moving along with them, keeping pace with them. It was signal blinking.
A Terran pursuit ship,
the pilot said.
Let's jump. They'll pick us up. Suits!
He ran to a supply cupboard and turned the handle. The door opened, and he pulled the suits out onto the floor.
Hurry!
Gross said. A panic seized them. They dressed frantically, pulling the heavy garments over them. Winter staggered to the escape hatch and stood by it, waiting for the others. They joined him one by one.
Let's go,
Gross said.
Open the hatch.
Winter tugged at the hatch.
Help me.
They grabbed hold, tugging together. Nothing happened. The hatch refused to budge.
Get a crowbar,
the pilot said.
Hasn't anyone got a blaster?
Gross looked frantically around.
Damn it! Blast it open! Pull,
Kramer grated.
Pull together. Are you at the hatch?
The toneless voice came, drifting and eddying through the corridors of the ship. They looked up, staring around them.
I sense something nearby, outside. A ship. You're leaving. All of you? Kramer, you're leaving
too? Very unfortunate. I had hoped we could talk. Perhaps at some other time you might be induced to remain. Open the hatch, Kramer said, staring up at the impersonal walls of the ship. For God's sake, open it! There was silence, an endless pause. Then, very slowly, the hatch slid back. The air screamed out, rushing past them into space. One by one they leaped, one after the other, propelled away from the repulsive material of the suits. A few minutes later, they were being hauled aboard the pursuit ship. As the last one of them was lifted through the port, their own ship pointed itself suddenly upward and shot off at a tremendous speed. It disappeared. Kramer removed his helmet, gasping. Two sailors held onto him and began to wrap him in blankets. Gross sipped a mug of coffee, shivering. It's gone, Kramer murmured. I'll have an alarm sent out, Gross said. What happened to your ship? A sailor asked curiously. It sure took off in a hurry. Who's on it? We'll have to have it destroyed, Gross went on, his face grim. It's gotta be destroyed. There's no telling what he has in mind. Gross sat down weakly on a metal bench. What a close call for us. We were so damn trusting. What could he be planning? Kramer said, half to himself. It doesn't make sense. I don't get it. As the ship sped back toward the moon base, they sat around the table in the dining room, sipping hot coffee and thinking, not saying very much. Look here, Gross said at last. What kind of a man was Professor Thomas? What do you remember about him? Kramer put his coffee mug down. It was tens of years ago. I don't remember much. It's vague. He let his mind run back over the years. He and Dolores had been at Hunt College together, in physics and the life sciences. The college was small and set back away from the momentum of modern life. He had gone there because it was his hometown, and his father had gone there before him. Professor Thomas had been at the college a long time, as long as anyone could remember. He was a strange old man, keeping to himself most of the time. There were many things that he disapproved of, but he seldom said what they were. Do you recall anything that might help us? Gross asked. Anything that would give us a clue as to what he might have in mind? Kramer nodded slowly. I remember one thing. One day, he and the professor had been sitting together in the school chapel, talking leisurely. Well, you'll be out of school soon, the professor had said. What are you going to do? Do? Work at one of the government research projects, I suppose. And eventually? What's your ultimate goal? Kramer had smiled. The question is unscientific. It presupposes such things as ultimate ends. Suppose instead along these lines, then. What if there were no war and no government research projects? What would you do then? I don't know. But how can I imagine a hypothetical situation like that? There's been war as long as I can remember. We're geared for war. I don't know what I'd do. I suppose I'd adjust, get used to it. The professor had stared at him. Oh, you think you'd get accustomed to it, huh? Well, I'm glad of that. And you think you could find something to do? Gross listened intently. What do you infer from this, Kramer? Not much, except that he was against war. We're all against war, Gross pointed out. True, but he was withdrawn, set apart. He lived very simply, cooking his own meals. His wife died many years ago. He was born in Europe, in Italy. He changed his name when he came to the United States. He used to read Dante and Milton. He even had a Bible. Very anachronistic, don't you think? Yes. He lived quite a lot in the past. He found an old photograph and records, and he listened to the old music. You saw his house. You know how old-fashioned it was. Did he have a file? Winter asked Gross. With security? No, none at all. As far as we could tell, he never engaged in political work, never joined anything or even seemed to have strong political convictions. No, Kramer agreed.
All he ever did was walk about through the hills. He liked nature. Nature can be of great use to a scientist, Gross said. There wouldn't be any science without it. Kramer, what do you think his plan is? Taking control of the ship and disappearing? Winter said. Maybe the transfer made him insane, the pilot said. Maybe there's no plan, nothing rational at all. But he had the ship rewired, and he had made sure that he would retain consciousness and memory before he even agreed to the operation. He must have something planned from the start, but what? Perhaps he just wanted to stay alive longer, Kramer said. He was old and about to die. Or what? Nothing, Kramer stood up. I think as soon as we get to the moon base, I'll make a vid call to Earth. I want to talk to somebody about this. Who's that? Gross asked. Dolores. Maybe she remembers something. That's a good idea, Gross said. Where are you calling from? Dolores asked when he succeeded in reaching her. From the moon base. All kinds of rumors are running around. Why didn't the ship come back? What happened? I'm afraid he ran off with it. He? The old man, Professor Thomas. Kramer explained what had happened. Dolores listened intently. How strange. And you think he planned it all in advance from the start? I'm certain. He asked for the plans of construction and the theoretical diagrams at once. But why? What for? I don't know. Look, Dolores, what do you remember about him? Is there anything that might give us a clue to all this? Like what? I don't know, that's the trouble. On the vidscreen, Dolores knitted her brow. I remember he raised chickens in his backyard, and once he had a goat. She smiled. Do you remember the day the goat got loose and wandered down the main street of the town? Nobody could figure out where it came from. Anything else? No. He watched her struggling, trying to remember. He wanted to have a farm sometime. I know. All right. Thanks. Kramer touched the switch. When I get back to Terra, maybe I'll stop and see you. Let me know how it works out. He cut the line, and the picture dimmed and faded. He walked slowly back to where Gross and some officers of the military were sitting at a chart table, talking. Any luck? Gross said, looking up. No. All she remembers is that he kept a goat. Come over and look at this detail chart. Gross motioned him over to his side. Watch. Kramer saw the record tabs moving furiously, the little white dots racing back and forth. What's happening? He asked. A squadron outside the defense zone has finally managed to contact the ship. They're maneuvering now for position. Watch. The white counters were forming a barrel formation around a black dot that was moving steadily across the board, away from the central position. As they watched, the white dots constricted around it. They're ready to open fire, a technician at the board said. Commander, what shall we tell them to do? Gross hesitated. I hate to be the one who makes the decision when it comes right down to it. It's not just a ship, Kramer said. It's a man, a living person. A human being is up there, moving through space. I wish we knew what... But the order has to be given. We can't take any chances. Suppose he went over to them, to the Ukes. Kramer's jaw dropped. My God, he wouldn't do that. Are you sure? Do you know what he'll do? He wouldn't do that. Gross turned to the technician. Tell them to go ahead. I'm sorry, sir, but now the ship has gotten away. Look down at the board. Gross stared down, Kramer over his shoulder. The black dot had slipped through the white dots and had moved off at an abrupt angle. The white dots were broken up, dispersing in confusion. He's an unusual strategist, one of the officers said. He traced a line. It's an ancient maneuver, an old Prussian device, but it worked. The white dots were turning black. Too many Uke ships out that far, Gross said. Well, that's what you get when you don't act quickly. We should have done it when we had him. Look at him go. He jabbed a finger at the rapidly moving black dot. The dot came to the edge of the board and stopped. It had reached the limit of the charted area. See? Now what? Kramer thought, watching. So the old man had escaped the cruisers and gotten away. He was alert, all right. There was nothing wrong with his mind, or with his ability to control his new body. Body. The ship was a new body for him. He had traded in the old, dying body, withered and frail, for this hulking frame of metal and plastic, turbines and rocket jets. He was strong now, strong and big. The new body was more powerful than 1,000 human bodies. But how long would it last him? The average life of a cruiser was only 10 years. With careful handling, he might get 20 out of it before some essential part failed and there was no way to replace it. And then? What then? What would he do? When something failed and there was no one to fix it for him? That would be the end. Someplace, far out in the cold darkness of space, the ship would slow down, silent and lifeless, to exhaust its last heat into the eternal timelessness of outer space. Or perhaps it would crash on some barren asteroid, burst into 1,000,000 fragments. It was only a question of time. Your wife didn't remember anything? Gross said. I told you, only that he kept a goat once. A hell of a lot of help, that is. Kramer shrugged. It's not my fault. I wonder if we'll ever see him again. Gross stared down at the indicator dot, still hanging at the edge of the board. I wonder if he'll ever move back this way. I wonder too, Kramer said. That night, Kramer lay in bed, tossing from side to side, unable to sleep. The moon gravity, even artificially increased, was unfamiliar to him, and it made him uncomfortable. 1,000 thoughts wandered loose in his head as he lay fully awake. What did it all mean? What was the professor's plan? Maybe they would never know. Maybe the ship was gone for good. The old man had left forever, shooting into outer space. They might never find out why he had done it, what purpose, if any, had been in his mind. Kramer sat up in bed. He turned on the light and lit a cigarette. His quarters were small, a metal-lined bunk room, part of the moon station base. The old man had wanted to talk to him. He had wanted to discuss things, hold a conversation. But in the hysteria and confusion, all they had been able to think about was getting away. The ship was rushing off with them, carrying them into outer space. Kramer set his jaw. Could they be blamed for jumping? They had no idea where they were being taken or why. They were helpless, caught in their own ship, and the pursuit ship standing by, waiting to pick them up, was their only chance. Another half hour and they would have been too late. But what did the old man want to say? What had he intended to tell him? In those first confusing moments when the ship around them had come alive, each metal strut and wire suddenly animate, the body of a living creature, a vast metal organism. It was weird, unnerving. He could not forget it, even now. He looked around the small room uneasily. What did it signify? The coming to life of metal and plastic? All at once they found themselves inside a living creature, in its stomach, like Jonah inside the whale. It had been alive, and it had talked to them, talked calmly and rationally as it rushed them off faster and faster into outer space. The wall speaker and circuit had become the vocal cords and mouth, the wiring, the spinal cord and nerves, the hatches and relays and circuit breakers, the muscles. They had been helpless, completely helpless. The ship had, in a brief second, stolen their power away from them and left them defenseless, practically at its mercy. It was not right. It made him uneasy. All his life he had controlled machines, bent nature and the forces of nature to man and man's needs. The human race had slowly evolved until it was in a position to operate things, run them as it saw fit. Now, all at once, it had been plunged back down the ladder again, prostrate before a power against which they were children. Kramer got out of bed. He put on his bathrobe and began to search for a cigarette. While he was searching, the vidphone rang. He snapped the vidphone on. Yes? The face on the immediate monitor appeared. A call from Terra, Mr. Kramer, an emergency call. Emergency call? For me? Put it through. Kramer came awake, brushing his hair back out of his eyes. Alarm plucked at him. From the speaker, a strange voice came. Philip Kramer? Is this Kramer? Yes. Go on. This is General Hospital, New York City, Terra. Mr. Kramer, your wife is here. She's been critically injured in an accident. Your name was given to us to call. Is it possible for you to— How badly? Kramer gripped the vidphone stand. Is it serious? Yes, it's serious, Mr. Kramer. Are you able to come here? The quicker you can come, the better. Yes, Kramer nodded. I'll come. Thanks. The screen died as the connection was broken. Kramer waited a moment. Then he tapped the button. The screen relit again. Yes, sir, the monitor said. Can I get a ship to Terra at once? It's an emergency. My wife— There's no ship leaving the moon for 8 hours. You'll have to wait until the next period. Is there anything I can do? We can broadcast general requests to all ships passing through this area. Sometimes cruisers pass by here returning to Terra for repairs. Will you broadcast that for me? I'll come down to the field. Yes, sir, but there may be no ship in the area for a while. It's a gamble. The screen died. Kramer dressed quickly. He put on his coat and hurried to the lift. A moment later, he was running across the general receiving lobby, past the rows of vacant desks and conference tables. At the door, the sentries stepped aside and he went outside, onto the great concrete steps. The face of the moon was in shadow. Below him, the field stretched out into total darkness, a black void, endless, without form. He made his way carefully down the steps and along the ramp along the side of the field to the control tower. A faint row of red lights showed him the way. 2 soldiers challenged him at the foot of the tower, standing in shadows, their guns ready. Kramer? Yes. A light was flashed in his face. Your call has been sent out already. Any luck? Kramer asked. There's a cruiser nearby that has made contact with us. It has an injured jet and is moving slowly back toward Terra, away from the line. Good. Kramer nodded, a flood of relief rushing through him. He lit a cigarette and gave one to each of the soldiers. The soldiers lit up. Sir, one of them asked, is it true about the experimental ship? What do you mean? It came to life and ran off? No, not exactly, Kramer said. It had a new type of control system instead of the Johnson units. It wasn't properly tested. But sir, one of the cruisers that was there got close up to it, and a buddy of mine says that the ship acted funny. He never saw anything like it. It was like when he was fishing once on Terra in Washington State, fishing for bass. The fish were smart, going this way and that. Here's your cruiser, the other soldier said. Look. An enormous, vague shape was setting slowly down onto the field. They could make nothing out but its row of tiny green blinkers. Kramer stared at the shape. Better hurry, sir, the soldiers said. They don't stick around here very long. Thanks. Kramer loped across the field, towards the black shape that rose up before him, extended across the width of the field. The ramp was down from the side of the cruiser, and he caught hold of it. The ramp rose, and a moment later Kramer was inside the hold of the ship. The hatch slid shut behind him. As he made his way up the stairs to the main deck, the turbines roared from the moon out into space. Kramer opened the door to the main deck. He stopped suddenly, staring around him in surprise. There was nobody in sight. The ship was deserted. Good God, he said. Realization swept over him, numbing him. He sat down on a bench, his head swimming. Good God! The ship roared out into space, leaving the moon and Terra farther behind each moment. And there was nothing he could do. So it was you that put the call through, he said at last. It was you who called me on the vidphone, not any hospital on Terra. It was all part of the plan. He looked up and around him. And Dolores is really— Your wife is fine. the wall speaker above him said tonelessly.
It was a fraud. I'm sorry to trick you that way, Philip, but it was all I could think of. Another day and you would have been back on Terra. I didn't want to remain in this area any longer than necessary. They've been so certain of finding me out in deep space that I've been able to stay here without too much danger. But even the purloined letter was found eventually.
Kramer smoked his cigarette nervously. What are you going to do? Where are we going?
First, I want to talk to you. I have many things to discuss. I was very disappointed when you left me, along with the others. I'd hoped that you would remain.
The dry voice chuckled.
Remember how we used to talk in the old days, you and I? That was a long time ago.
The ship was gaining speed. It plunged through space at tremendous speed, rushing through the last of the defense zone and out beyond. A rush of nausea made Kramer bend over for a moment. When he straightened up, the voice from the wall went on.
I'm sorry to step it up so quickly, but we are still in danger. Another few moments and we'll be free.
How about the Uke ship? Aren't they out here?
I've already slipped away from several of them. They're quite curious about me.
Curious?
They sense that I'm different, more like their own organic minds. They don't like it. I believe they will begin to withdraw from this area soon. Apparently, they don't want to get involved with me. They're an odd race, Philip. I would have liked to study them closely, try to learn something about them. I'm of the opinion that they use no inert material. All their equipment and instruments are alive, in some form or another. They don't construct or build at all. The idea of making is foreign to them. They utilize existing forms, even their ships.
Where are we going? I want to know where you're taking me.
Frankly, I'm not certain.
You're not certain?
I haven't worked some details out. There are a few vague spots in my program still, but I think that in a short while I'll have them ironed out.
What is your program? Kramer said.
It's really very simple. Don't you want to come into the control room and sit? The seats are much more comfortable than the metal bench.
Kramer went into the control room and sat at the control board. Looking at the useless apparatus made him feel strange.
What's the matter?
The speaker above the board rasped. Kramer gestured helplessly. I'm powerless. I can't do anything and I don't like it. You blame me?
No, I don't blame you. But you'll get your control back soon, don't worry. This is only a temporary expedient, taking you off this way. It was something I didn't contemplate. I forgot that orders would be given out to shoot me on sight.
It was Gross's idea.
I don't doubt that. My conception, my plan, came to me as soon as you began to describe your project. That day at my house, I saw at once that you were wrong. You people have no understanding of the mind at all. I realized that the transfer of a human brain from an organic body to a complex, artificial spaceship would not involve the loss of the intellectualization faculty of the mind. When a man thinks, he is. When I realized that, I saw the possibility of an age-old dream becoming real. I was quite elderly when I first met you, Philip. Even then, my lifespan had come pretty much to its end. I could look ahead to nothing but death, and with it the extinction of all my ideas. I had made no mark on the world, none at all. My students, one by one, passed from me into the world to take up jobs in the great research project, the search for better and bigger weapons of war. The world has been fighting for a long time, first with itself, then with the Martians, and then with these beings from Proxima Centauri, whom we know nothing about. The human society has evolved war as a cultural institution, like the science of astronomy or mathematics. War is a part of our lives,
a career, a respected vocation. Bright, alert young men and women move into it, putting their shoulders to the wheel as they did in the time of the Nebuchadnezzar. It has always been so. But is it innate in mankind? I don't think so. No social custom is innate. There were many human groups that did not go to war. The Eskimos never grasped the idea at all, and the American Indians never took to it well. But these dissenters were wiped out, and a cultural pattern was established that became the standard for the whole planet. Now it has become ingrained in us. But if someplace along the line some other way of settling problems had arisen and taken hold, something different than the massing of men and material to—
"What's your plan?" Kramer said. "I know the theory. I was part of your lectures."
Yes, buried in a lecture on plant selection, as I recall. When you came to me with this proposition, I realized that perhaps my conception could be brought to life after all. If my theory was right that war is only a habit, not an instinct, a society built up apart from Terra with a minimum of cultural roots might develop differently. If it could start out on another foot, it might not arrive at the same point to which we have come, a dead end with nothing but greater and greater wars in sight until nothing is left but ruin and destruction everywhere. Of course, there would have to be a watcher to guide the experiment at first. A crisis would undoubtedly come very quickly, probably in the second generation. Cain would arise almost at once. You see, Kramer, I estimate that if I remain at rest most of the time on some small planet or moon, I may be able to keep functioning for almost 100 years. That will be time enough, sufficient to see the direction of a new colony. After that it would be up to the colony itself. Which is just as well, of course. Man must take control eventually on his own. 100 years, and after that they will have control of their own destiny. Or perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps war is more than a habit. Perhaps it's a law of the universe, that things can only survive as group-by-group violence. But I'm going ahead and taking the chance that it is only a habit, that I'm right, that the war is something we're so accustomed to that we don't realize it's a very unnatural thing. Now, as to the place, I'm still a little vague about that. We must find the place still. That's what we're doing now. You and I are going to inspect a few systems off the beaten path, planets where the trading prospects are low enough to keep Terran ships away. I know one planet that might be a good place. It was reported by the Fairchild expedition in their original manual. We may look into that for a start.
The ship was silent. Kramer sat for a time, staring down at the metal floor under him. The floor throbbed dully with the motion of the turbines. At last he looked up. You might be right. Maybe our outlook is only a habit. Kramer got to his feet. But I wonder if something has occurred to you.
What is that?
If it's such a deeply ingrained habit, going back thousands of years, how are you going to get your colonists to make the break, leave Terra and Terran customs? How about this generation, the first ones, the people who found the colony? I think you're right that the next generation would be free of all this. If they were he grinned.
An old man above to teach them something else instead.
Kramer looked up at the wall speaker. How are you going to get the people to leave Terra and come with you? If by your own theory this generation can't be saved, it all has to start with the next. The wall speaker was silent. Then it made a sound, the faint, dry chuckle.
I'm surprised at you, Philip.
Settlers can be found. We won't need many, just a few.
The speaker chuckled again.
I'll acquaint you with my solution.
At the far end of the corridor, a door slid open. There was a sound, a hesitant sound. Kramer turned. Dolores? Dolores Kramer stood uncertainly, looking into the control room. She blinked in amazement.
Phil, what are you doing here? What's going on?
They stared at each other.
What's happening?
Dolores said.
I received a vid call that you had been hurt in a lunar explosion.
The wall speaker rasped into life.
You see, Philip, that problem is already solved. We don't really need so many people. Even a single couple might do.
Kramer nodded slowly.
I see,
he murmured thickly. Just one couple, one man and a woman.
They might make it all right if there were someone to watch and see that things went as they should. There will be quite a few things I can help you with, Philip. Quite a few. We'll get along very well, I think.
Kramer grinned wryly. You could even help us name the animals, he said. I understand that's the first step.
I'll be glad to,
the toneless, impersonal voice said.
As I recall, my part will be to bring them to you, one by one. Then you can do the actual naming.
I don't understand,
Dolores faltered.
What does he mean, Phil? Naming animals? What kind of animals? Where are we going?
Kramer walked slowly over to the port and stood staring silently out, his arms folded. Beyond the ship, a myriad fragments of light gleamed, countless coals glowing in the dark void. Stars, suns, systems, endless without number. A universe of worlds, an infinity of planets waiting for them, gleaming and winking from the darkness. He turned back, away from the port.
Where are we going?
He smiled at his wife, standing nervous and frightened, her large eyes full of alarm. I don't know where we're going, he said, but somehow that doesn't seem to be too important right now. I'm beginning to see the professor's point. It's the result that counts. And for the first time in many months, he put his arm around Dolores. At first, she stiffened, the frightened nervousness still in her eyes. But then suddenly she relaxed against him, and there were tears wetting her cheeks.
Phil, do you really think we can start over again? You and I?
He kissed her tenderly, then passionately, and the spaceship shot swiftly through the endless, trackless eternity of the void. That was an audio narration of Mr. Spaceship by Philip K. Dick, narrated by Shaun Acker. The end.